Burbank, the media capital of the world.
Good evening, Burbank community, fellow council members, city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and all our other folks joining us. Welcome to this meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, November the 16th, 2021. During the current state of emergency due to COVID-19 and in the interest of public health and safety, the public will not be able to physically attend tonight's meeting in lieu of in-person attendance. The city is providing alternatives for viewing and participating in city council meetings. Will everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Hello, Madam City Clerk. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Please conduct the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz?
Present.
Councilmember Springer?
Here.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Present.
Mayor Frutos?
Happy to be here.
Thank you.
There will be one period of general public comments tonight. If you would like to participate, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until we begin public comment. Tonight, the Burbank City Council will be adjourning in memory of retired Burbank fire engineer Richard Eugene McBroom. Mr. McBroom passed away on October 4th, 2021, at the age of 86. Mr. McBroom began working for the city of Burbank in 1957. He was hired by the Burbank Fire Department in 1964 and served as the city as a firefighter and fire engineer until his retirement in 1992. Mr. McBride's wife of 35 years, Lisa, describes him as an avid golf player, great gardener, and the world's best father and grandfather. Joining us tonight to say a few words honoring Mr. McBroom is Burbank Fire Chief, Chief Garcia. Chief Garcia, welcome to our meeting, and the mic is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for sharing those kind sentiments about Engineer McBroom. Tonight, it's my privilege to be able to say a few words to honor the career and service of Engineer McBroom. Excuse me, get my video. There we go. Got my video up and running. And it's my privilege to be able to say a few words to honor the career and service that Engineer McBroom provided to the city of Burbank. Engineer McBroom took great pride in being a Burbank firefighter and made every effort to be the very best that he could be. Engineer McBroom had retired prior to my career beginning with the BFD, but I had the distinct pleasure of meeting him at a departmental function a couple years ago. And he was very fond of the BFD and the people that we have within our organization within the city. On behalf of the men and women of the Burbank Fire Department, I extend my condolences to Engineer McBroom's family. And tonight we have a very special guest speaker that will be speaking on behalf of Engineer McBroom and his family. And at this time, I would like to welcome retired Burbank Fire Department Fire Chief Mike Davis to share some words on behalf of Engineer McBroom and his family. Chief Davis.
Good evening, Chief Davis, and welcome to our meeting, sir. Welcome, Chief. In the
I'm
meantime,
working my way up.
Oh,
to the-
we got you there,
I'm sorry.
Chief. Welcome.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank the mayor and Chief Garcia for the introduction. I just wanted to say that I worked for the Burbank Fire Department for 35 years, from 1969 to 2004, working my way up through the ranks and serving as the fire chief for the last 14 years. During that time, I had the pleasure of working with the late Dick McBroom. He was a retired Burbank firefighter engineer, whom we honor here tonight for almost 25 years. That's how long I worked with him. We worked together at various levels, and although Dick, to my knowledge, never aspired to promote to any higher rank than fire engineer within the fire department, he wanted to be the most hardworking and effective firefighter he was capable of being. Whether working on mundane duties around the fire station or on an emergency incident, Dick was the guy you could depend on to always give his best effort and work hard to complete any objective or solve any problem we encountered. On the emergency fire ground, he was always the guy on the nozzle of the hose line, or at a medical emergency, he was usually the first guy in the door to render aid to the patient needing our assistance. He was also a fun guy to work around, as he was not above pulling or participating in a playful prank in the firehouse to help keep the mood and the camaraderie light, healthy, and happy. As I have previously said, I worked with Dick for many years in various capacities and can say without reservation that there were very few people who could measure up to his value to our organization. Dick McBroom may be gone, but he will certainly not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you, Chief Garcia. Vice Mayor, would you like to share any thoughts and experiences?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
It's good to see you, Chief Davis and Chief Garcia. It's good to be here with you guys. Dick McBroom, like it's already been mentioned, he's a hard worker on the fire, on the fire ground, hard worker on the station, and he was a hard worker when it came to jokes, pulling pranks on other firefighters. He had obviously. I've always said you have to have a sense of humor. You've got to have this bone right here, and he had a sense of humor, and you could see it. I mean, when we dealt with him in the firehouse, he was just a great guy to be around, not only on the fire ground but also in the firehouse. So my condolences to the family, thoughts and prayers going out your way. I requested this that we adjourn in his memory, and the mayor agreed to it. So one more time, my condolences and prayers to all the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Burbank City Council, the five of us, we convey our deepest condolences to the family and the friends of Richard McBroom, and to all those in the Burbank community who had the honor of working with him. We also want to thank him as a community for his 35 years of service to the Burbank community. Rest in peace, sir. Thank you for your service to the people of Burbank. Okay, we have 3 announcements this evening. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Transportation Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2023. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, November the 17th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851, or please email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Second announcement, Metro continues to seek input on the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project. If you would like to please provide input, positive or negative, please email nohopasbrt@metro.net. Again, if you would like to provide input and let your voice be heard, positive or negative, please send your email to nohopasbrt@metro.net, or please call them directly at 213-418-3228. And if you would like to CC the council and let us know what you also think as you're sending your emails to the board, please CC council members. For more information about this bus project that's going to go down Olive, please visit the Metro's project's website at www.metro.net/projects. Again, for more information on the BRT bus that's being planned, and they're taking input for the Olive Avenue section, which is 1.3 miles, the website is www.metro.net/projects. Announcement number 3. The City of Burbank's Parks and Recreations Department, in collaboration with RJM Design Group, is conducting public engagement and outreach to identify Burbank resident and stakeholders' needs for future improvements to George Izay Park, including Olive Recreation Center, Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, Joslyn Adult Center, Burbank Little Theater, and open space areas, including ball fields, playgrounds, and walking paths. Information gathered during this process will guide the ultimate vision and development of a George Izay Park master plan. The first phase of the community engagement process has been launched. The public is invited to submit input via the survey link at burbankca.gov/IZAY master plan. Again, for your input on the park, please go to the survey link at burbankca.gov/IZAY master plan. From now through December 1st, paper surveys are also available at all Burbank recreational centers. For questions, please contact the Parks and Recreations Department at 818-238-5300. This evening, Burbank community, we have 6 presentations on the agenda this evening. The first presentation is the administration of oath of office and introduction of Burbank's new top lawyer, our city attorney, Joseph Hall McDougall. Mr. McDougall, I invite you to the front of the chambers at the podium, and I would like to invite our city clerk, Mrs. Zette Mullins, to please administer the oath of office.
Hello? Oh, right, it works. Well, first, I want to say congratulations. I'm very honored to be the one giving you the oath of office as the city attorney. So raise your right hand, and I will read it. And at the end, you just say, I do. Thank you. I
Joseph McDougall,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties which I'm about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right. Here we go. Worked? No.
Should have got the Polaroid out.
Thank God for the Apple phone. Thank you. All right, let's sign here. There you go, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We'll switch. He's got a much fancier signature than mine.
He's an attorney,
Yes.
like a doctor. Mr. McDougall, I'd like you to introduce yourself to the Burbank community, and please introduce your family.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my name's Joe McDougall. I've been with the city for 16 years, and I am privileged and honored to have been selected by the council to serve as the next city attorney. I have with me here my wife, Samantha, and my son, Dylan, and my daughter, Madeline, is watching from Cal State Berkeley. I'm sorry, UC Berkeley. And so I really appreciate the support of my family and working here for Burbank and the support of the council. And I'm really excited about this opportunity to create a new chapter for the city attorney's office and help the city move all of its important business forward. Thank you.
Before you leave, Mr. McDougall, Mr. City Manager, if you can help me, I don't have my computer with me. I'd like to call upon Vice Mayor and then the senior council member behind all the way to our newest council to say a few words to welcome you. So Vice Mayor, I can't see the screen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. McDougall, congratulations. Welcome to the team. You've been part of the team all along, but now you moved up a level to now you're the head of the city attorney's office. And you're going to be working very close with the council, and the city manager. So I just want to congratulate you. You've hung in there. I know 10 years ago when we were selecting a city city attorney, you showed interest as well. But now you're here. Now you are the city attorney, and I'm looking forward to working with you moving forward. So welcome to the team.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. McDougall, and thank you very much for being interested and accepting the position. And I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, council member.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McDougall, first of all, congratulations on the appointment. And thank you especially to your family for being patient and sharing you with all of us. It's always hardest on the family. But I know that in just having had conversations with you over the last couple of days, you are absolutely the man for the job. Your subject matter expertise in land use is going to be incredibly valuable to the council. And the only thing that I would ask you in public is the same thing I've asked you in private, and that is for your complete and honest opinion in everything that we do, relying upon those years of expertise, because we're going to need every bit of it in the years ahead. So congratulations again. Look forward to working with you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Anthony?
Congratulations, Joe. I know one of the main reasons you got this job is because you've been through the trenches with us and you were right there working alongside everyone to get the best outcomes possible. But we know that there's more trenches ahead, and I wouldn't rather be there with any other city attorney. And I'm very excited to work with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My turn. First of all, welcome. It was a tough questioning we had for you, but for the members of the audience and the Burbank community, the council was united because of your 16 years of commitment to the city. And again, they already hit it on you with your background in land use, with all these mandates coming from Sacramento. Plus, you have been really at the forefront in all these new folks that we hired to be our litigators. So you got your hands full, but you're the perfect man at the right time, especially with the land use and your background. So all five of us are very honored to welcome you as our new top lawyer. And I appreciate already, the public should know that since day one, you're already getting out there, meeting with the council members to see what their expectations of you are. Thank you for that time commitment, because it's not a 9 to 5. So in advance, you'll be having a couple probably hot pockets with me when we start talking about land use. So in advance, thank you. Welcome aboard, Mr. City Attorney. Welcome aboard, sir. And for the folks at home, I kind of like this microphone as I'm walking around. We are actually having two public comment periods, which point of order on myself. We have the general public comment right after our presentations. Followed later on, we have a public hearing on a land use decision that will have public comments just based upon that public hearing. Again, my apologies to the members of the community. It was my fault. I totally forgot that we have two periods of public comment. General public comment and then the public hearing.
And Mr. Mayor, it's the same number they call, 818-238-3335. Thank you.
We are lucky to have you, Madam City Clerk. Okay. Our second announcement for the evening is a presentation, the announcement of the 2021 Race Relay event at the Burbank YMCA Social Impact Center. This is the first year this event is held in Burbank. Here tonight to give us important information is Ms. Suzanne Wirtz from the Burbank Human Relations Council. Welcome, Mrs. Wirtz.
Well, hello there.
Hello there.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, members of the City Council, and city staff. Earlier this year, I'm not seeing myself. Are you seeing me? Oh, there's the video. I'm sorry, guys.
No, because you have the PowerPoint, so
there I am.
There you are. Welcome.
Yeah. So earlier this year, the city's DEI committee requested that the Burbank Human Relations Council consider ways to bring community members together for open dialogues about race relations in our city. The following week, New York Film Academy approached us about their Race Relay program. Race Relay was already successful in both Culver City and at USC. And New York Film Academy wanted to bring this multimedia theatrical production to our city where their campus is located with the goal of creating a space for connection, communication, and understanding about experiences with racism and its effects in Burbank and in our society as a whole. So over the past few months, BHRC has been helping NYFA gather first-person stories from community members. They've compiled all of these accounts into monologues and dialogues that will be performed in a theater in the round this weekend at Burbank YMCA's new Social Impact Center, followed by an audience discussion. And Friday evening's event is already at capacity, but this Saturday and Sunday matinees and the Saturday evening events still have a limited number of seats. And then after this weekend's Race Relay events, they are intended to launch ongoing community dialogues, and those will be planned throughout 2022 so that we can continue to keep this important conversation going. We're grateful that 3 of our members of City Council are planning to attend, along with some city staff, as well as representatives from our state assembly and Senate offices, Board of Education, nonprofit leaders, parents, and DEI committee members, business owners, as well as people in our faith communities. Our hope is that the people who are part of these dialogues will share what they've learned throughout the community involvements and will gain perspective, hopefully opening their hearts even more broadly through this experience. More information is available on the BHRC website, and we sincerely thank the Burbank City Council, staff, and our DEI liaison, Assistant City Manager Judy Wilkie, for supporting New York Film Academy and bringing this program to our community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wirtz, for your time and your commitment to do that outreach, build those relationships, tackle on those very tough conversations, especially to our high school students. You're so involved in that. Thank you for your time. You are making a difference. Thank you. Okay, our third presentation this evening, we have a proclamation declaring November 14th through the 20th, 2021 as United Against Hate Week in the city of Burbank. Whereas the County of Los Angeles is home to a diverse population of more than 10 million residents, including white, Latin, Black, Asian, Pacific Islander, and American Indians and Alaska Natives. And whereas the county's United Against Hate Week, November 14th through the 20th, will celebrate diverse history, culture, and traditions while educating residents on the importance of supporting social justice, inclusion, and safety for all. And whereas the county has invited cities like the city of Burbank to join in this opportunity to bring community members together with a message of unity, and whereas on a local level, the Burbank Human Relations Council continues its efforts to raise awareness of social issues and partners with the Burbank Police Department with the Hate Crime Response Program, and whereas United Against Hate Week symbolizes the dedication to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our communities, and to educate residents on the importance of compassion and cooperation. Now, therefore, I, Bob Frutos, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim November 14th through the 20th, 2021 as United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions and strengthening our community. Here to accept this proclamation is Vice President of the Burbank Human Relations Council, Mrs. Gloria Salas. Ms. Salas, good evening and welcome, and it's great to see you. You have the mic, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Frutos, members of the City Council and city staff. The Burbank Human Relations Council was here this time last year asking you to partner with us on several efforts, including Race Relay and tonight's proclamation. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to uniting our city against hate. As part of this effort, BHRC has free yard signs available that communicate the important message, hate has no home here, on one side, and choose love, be kind on the other side. The signs are available for pickup on the first floor at Burbank City Hall throughout the month of November, or by emailing us at Burbank Human Relations Council via our website. Secondly, we are once again hosting an exhibition of poster art at the Geo Gallery, which is the home of the Burbank Art Association, themed Burbank United Against Hate. We are presently accepting submissions through the end of November. We invite everyone, youth and adults alike, to submit a poster. Despite the pandemic, we had a good showing of uplifting messages last year, which you have seen on the screen. We hope to have more entries and participation this year. The exhibition runs December 6th through January 8th, and the posters will be featured on our Facebook page and website. So for more information, please go to our website at www.burbankhumanrelationscouncil.org. And again, from our hearts, thank you, Burbank, for standing together against hate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Salas, for all your engagement in the city. You're everywhere. Thank you for making a difference. Okay, our next proclamation, our fourth presentation this evening, we have a proclamation declaring November 25th through December the 10th, 2021 as 16 days of activism against gender-based violence in the city of Burbank. Whereas November 8th marked the 102nd anniversary of the founding of Zonta International in Buffalo, New York, by courageous and bold women who set out to work for gender equality and a better world by declaring themselves to empowering women through service and support. And whereas the Zonta Club of Burbank has been a strong advocate for women and girls since its chartering in 1936. Whereas the 16 days of activism against gender violence beginning on November 25th, the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, and ending December 10th on International Human Rights Day, is a global call for action to end gender-based violence against women, as it still continues to be the most pervasive human rights violation and global issue affecting millions of women and girls of all races and backgrounds in our local communities and worldwide. Now, therefore, I, Bob Frutos, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim November 25th through December 10th, 2021, as 16 days of activism against gender violence in the city of Burbank, and along with the Zonta Club of Burbank area, encourage all residents to work to end gender violence. Here to accept this proclamation is Becky Gimbel, president of the Zonta Club in Burbank. Ms. Gimbel, welcome. You have the mic, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Burbank City Council members, for the welcome and proclamation. My name is Becky. I am the president of the Zonta Club of Burbank area. Gender-based violence knows no national or cultural barriers. It can take place at home, in the workplace, and in open spaces, and affects millions of women and girls in peacetime and conflict around the world. Violence against women and girls threatens countries, inhibits economic progress, and prevents women from contributing to their community and creating better lives for themselves and their families. From November 25th to December 10th, as part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, the Zonta Club of Burbank area will be acting both locally and globally. On December 4th, our club will be hosting a virtual informational seminar about human trafficking at 10 a.m. And on December 11th, we will be hosting a Say No to Gender-Based Violence March, which will be starting at the Burbank Police Department at 9 a.m. We want to extend our thanks to the City of Burbank and its partners for also lighting up their buildings in orange to bring awareness to this campaign. If you or anyone you know is a victim of gender-based violence, we encourage you to contact one of Zonta's local partners, such as Family Service Agency of Burbank or the Glendale YWCA, or call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Springer, would you like to weigh in? Because I know you're very passionate and you definitely represent us on the council with domestic violence. So please, I know this is very dear to your heart. Mike, ma'am. Mike.
I stand wholeheartedly behind anti-violence against women and anti-hatred. And I know my colleagues do too. And so we're here to support that movement of anti-hatred and anti-violence against women. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Ms. Gimple.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gimbel, for being with us this evening. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Springer. Again, thank you, Ms. Gimbel, for joining us tonight. The city is going to recognize the 16 days of activism against gender violence by lighting City Hall and the Burbank Water and Power headquarters in orange from November 25th through December the 3rd. Our next item, number 5, the Burbank City Council would like to recognize the winners of the 2021 Our Burbank Halloween Decorating Contest. I think it meant to be Burbank. First place in the residential category goes to Jose Guillermo and Susie Dermigian. And you have certificates that'll be here at City Hall for you. The first place in the commercial category goes to Burbank Self-Storage. You also have a certificate. Look at that. That's cool. First place in the youth category goes to Harlow Dickens. The entire Burbank City Council would like to present the winners with these certificates in recognition. So everybody will get a cool certificate. For your winning designs. Thank you for participating in this year's Burbank Halloween Decorating Contest, and congratulations. And I wish these folks were here at City Hall. It's so much seeing their excitement in their eyes and shaking their hands and, oh man. Okay. Item number 6. The next presentation is to recognize the winners of the 2021 Halloween Pumpkin Decorating Contest. It was exciting for me as the mayor to suggest this new contest, and I'm so glad the residents participated. So, Best Overall Pumpkin Award goes to Eddie Moreno. Most Creative Pumpkin Award goes to Stephen Alva. The funniest pumpkin award goes to Kathy Odette. The spookiest pumpkin award goes to Claudia Orantes. The winners will also be receiving certificates recognizing them for winning their pumpkins. Thank you for participating in the first time Mayor's Pumpkin Decorating Contest. So I'm sure the next mayor after me will probably want this for the kids to participate. It's really cool, whoever the next mayor is, looking at all these great entries for the pumpkins. As a reminder, we have 2 general public comment periods. The first one is for general comment. Then the second one later on this evening will be for the public hearing on a land use decision that the council will be making. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report to the Burbank community this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. I have 2 items. The first item, I wanted to inform you all that yesterday, members of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, also known as IATSE, voted to ratify a new 3-year agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. I know Council recently discussed drafting a letter encouraging a timely and fair resolution of their negotiations, and fortunately, a resolution has occurred. So this vote positively affects our city since thousands of media and production employees live and work in the city, including members of both of these groups. So some positive news on that front. And then the second item, I would like to ask our Park and Rec Director, Marissa Garcia, to provide us with an update on the new George Isay Playground. If I could have Marissa come on screen.
Good evening, Ms. Garcia. You have the mic.
Good evening, Mayor Fritos and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide the council and the community with an update on the recently renovated playground at Isay Park. The playground reopened on October 29th to mixed reviews. And over the last 2 weeks, community members, primarily parents of children that attend Disney Elementary School, have reached out to express their disappointment with the new playground as it has less amenities and is less engaging for our older children. I completely understand the disappointment of parents and children, and my team and I are committed to working with the community to find a solution. For those that may not be aware, the Parks and Recreation Department has a replacement schedule for many of our park amenities, including the 18 playgrounds we have citywide. The replacement schedule for our playgrounds is based on the age and condition of our play equipment, as well as industry standards and compliance regulations. The playground equipment at Isay Park was 13 years old, and while it was safe, it had exceeded its useful life. Therefore, to ensure a safe playground that complies with the new Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines and current ADA requirements, it was important for us to replace the playground equipment. And the new playground equipment at Isay is geared for children ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12 years old. And yes, it is not as large nor as dynamic as a prior structure. However, it does provide children with an innovative play area to exercise and develop other critical social skills. Some of the reasons for the smaller playground include changes to the standards and compliance regulations that now require a much greater landing zone for children, new ADA requirements, some challenges with the existing shade structure, a limited footprint, and last but certainly not least, funding. The Parks and Recreation Department takes pride in creating quality and unique programs, play areas, and experiences for all of our park users. Our intention was not to downgrade nor to exclude children from the playground. I recognize that we did not meet some of our community's expectations with this project, and I truly apologize for that. My team and I are exploring various options to enhance the new playground. There was also disappointment that this project coincided with the construction at Disney Elementary School. And I can certainly work closer with the school district on any future construction schedules that are adjacent to our parks. However, in speaking with the school district this afternoon, we were made aware that the playground at Disney Elementary School will reopen in March. The existing playground will be augmented, and the overall school will have a playground that is double in size. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind the community of our joint use agreement between the city and the school district. Through this agreement, all schools are to be made available to the community for the public's use during non-instructional hours. This provides the community an additional playgrounds for our children in our community. And lastly, I cannot stress the importance of community involvement. I particularly value our residents' feedback and appreciate those who have reached out to me directly or to the city over the last 2 weeks. I strongly encourage our residents in the community to participate in the many community outreach endeavors that we do in Parks and Recreation. Last year, we held a very successful community outreach effort called Vision for Parks, where we solicited the community's input for all of our parks, including playgrounds. We held a large community event at Isaiah Park. This was pre-pandemic, followed by multiple virtual meetings and a booth at the farmers market later in the fall. And currently, as the mayor mentioned, we do have a community engagement process that was launched last week for the Isaiah Park Master Plan. And again, I invite all Burbank residents to participate in this process as we plan for the future of this park. Mayor Fuchs and council members, I appreciate your support and confidence in me and my department that we will resolve this matter. I will be sure to keep the council and the community apprised of our progress, and if necessary, I will return to the council to request additional funding. Again, thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one clarifying question? I think I heard something.
Yes, please.
Ms. Garcia, did you say the playground at Disney Elementary will be open to the public during non-school hours in March?
I will have to get clarification on that. I know it will be open for the children in March. I'm not sure what their overall construction schedule is, but I will provide additional information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Garcia, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. Just one question. I know that you're still kicking some ideas around, but can you tell the community just a little bit more? What kinds of options are staff exploring to address some of their concerns at Isaiah Park?
Well, we're looking at the feasibility of adding additional elements to the existing playground that would not require us completely tearing the entire new playground apart. That's something that we're definitely looking at, but there's other things that I don't want to get into a full discussion on this matter, though.
Understood. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Garcia, thank you for that update. I know the council really appreciates it, and I know the members of the public who are watching appreciate the update as well. Now, there was a question, or it was mentioned early on in regards to if you could, once staff makes a decision of what other items to put into that area, if you have to take something out, I would encourage you to maybe repurpose it elsewhere, so that we don't take a complete loss on it. And I know you've already decided on that, but just to repurpose it elsewhere would be a good use of the things that are there that are being replaced. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for the update. And the general plan outreach for Isaiah Park will tie into this, right? Okay, and once the Disney playground is complete and with our joint use agreement, are they intended to augment each other?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the cost of the new playground improvements?
I don't have the exact figure. It was just under $300,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just in closing on this update, since it's not on the agenda, we really can't get into the weeds, but I just want to say thank you because I've been watching the emails. Thank you for CCing me because I want to make sure that the community members do get a response from you, and I want to make sure the public knows that you are doing that, and thank you. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything for the Burbank community to notify them?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In reporting on closed session, I would like to say that the City Council met in conference with its labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 concerning represented groups BCEA, BMA, the IBEW, Burbank Firefighters International Association Local 778, Burbank Firefighters Association Chief Officers Unit, BPOA, unrepresented managers, executives, city attorney, and city manager. Council considered the information, took no reportable action. Council also met on existing litigation pursuant to 54956.9 on the city of Burbank versus Barfly et al. In this particular case, they considered a settlement agreement with Ms. Lepegian, the owner of the property, and council and the property owner have reached a settlement agreement in consideration of Ms. Lepegian correcting all of the code violations that the city pursued. In addition, she has sold the property, is no longer an owner of the property, and in consideration of that, the city has agreed to dismiss her from the lawsuit.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for the update. Now is the time for the first general public comment period. Members of the public may address the council for up to 3 minutes on any matters concerning city business. Again, there's 2 public comment periods. This first one is for general public comment. If you're wishing to make a statement regarding the public hearing with the land use decision that's coming up later on this evening, please don't use this time for that, as it won't be entered into the record until the public hearing at the second public comment period. So the first public comment period is for general city business. We will have a second public comment period for the public hearing on the land use decision. Please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer, and please take your phone off speaker when you deliver the public comment. To participate, please call right now at 818-238-3335. Ms. Mullins, do we have any callers on the line for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have currently 15 callers in the queue for the first period.
Okay. May I ask you that whoever is taking the calls to please remind the callers that if they're making a public comment regarding the public hearing, to please call back, because that's when we put it into the record?
Staff is doing that as we speak.
Oh, awesome.
I do, however, I think one of the callers, she still chose to address the council right now. So we'll put him through, but they are notifying the public.
As long as they're notified that their official comments going to the record at the second one.
Agree.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Thank you. Then let's bring on the first caller.
Our first caller is Mary Catone.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, hello, Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak first during this public comment section. My name is Mary Catone, and I'm with the Burbank Community YMCA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the La Terra Project. As the CEO of a major nonprofit, I understand only too well why new housing matters so much to the city of Burbank and why it's so important in addressing community need. I know the city has a tremendous imbalance of jobs to housing, and I just really think this is a fundamental to the health of our community. It affects all of us, especially those of us in the social service sector, and we see not only things like increased traffic and expensive housing, but also when people go home every day outside of the community, I think it decreases their engagement within the community. And so I'm a big proponent of adequate housing in the city. I also want to say how important I think it is that we move towards getting people out of cars. I believe that building communities near train stations and airports makes it that much easier for us all to get out of the car, reducing traffic, emissions, and a whole host of other positive outcomes. I hope also that this is all part of finishing the bike master plan, and perhaps we can get to our walkable neighborhoods after all, just maybe not where we always expected them. So I think the project up there on Hollywood Way is a great place for additional housing, and I think Latera is the right developer to do it. They've proved to be dedicated, reliable, honest, fair, and I think they're the right developer to help us achieve these housing goals. So I fully support your decision to move forward with the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
It's coming through, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Gail Just.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I am calling to ask that item L1, the item regarding the city's processing of SB 35 applications, be pulled from the consent calendar and discussed further. It is too important to the whole city not to have a further discussion. It affects all neighborhoods in Burbank, and therefore I request that the item be pulled from the consent calendar and be discussed further. Thank you very much for allowing me to make a comment.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Steve Mora.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Talamantes, esteemed City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. The Burbank Chamber of Commerce would like to lend its full support for the Arrow Crossings project. This is an amazing opportunity for our community. It comprises 14% of the 12,000 new unit goal established by the city. 80 of the units are low-income units, and Latera has assured me they will work with our local nonprofits, like Family Promise, to ensure the needs of our community come first. It's transit-oriented with access to rail, bus, and the airport. And one of my favorite things about this is the benefit to Magnolia Park District. I think if you live on that side of town, you'll be more likely to frequent those shops and restaurants along Magnolia. I think it's a win-win for our residents and the business community. The project is a great addition to our community, and it'll be brought to us by a great community partner, Latera. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor and City Council.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Nori Walla.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. This is Nori Walla. I am commenting on the proposed SB 35 processing ordinance. Thank you for this opportunity. The language of the ordinance is defective. At the bottom of page 3 of the ordinance, it states, the City Council declares and finds all of the following. Item number 2 of that finding states, pursuant to Senate Bill SB 35, a development proponent may submit an application for a development that is subject to the streamlined ministerial approval process provided by the California Government Code, Section 65913.4, and not subject to a conditional use permit or any other discretionary local government review or approval. When the council makes a finding, it is making a finding of fact, and that second paragraph is not a fact, as it adds words that are not in the statute that is cited. Section 65913.4, subdivision A states, a development proponent may submit an application for a development that is subject to the streamlined ministerial approval process provided by subdivision C and is not subject to a conditional use permit if the development complies with subdivision B and satisfies all of the following objective planning standards. Thus, as the language of the ordinance includes as a factual finding the additional words or any other discretionary local government review or approval, it cannot be the language of a factual finding, as the fact is that the language of the statute cited in the findings does not contain that additional phrase. In addition, page 4 of the ordinance contains a list of definitions. 3 of those definitions are taken word for word from Guidelines Section 102. However, the third definition, which is ministerial approval, does not match Section 301A1. The definition in the ordinance states, ministerial approval means approval of a project that complies with requirements and guidelines as set forth in Government Code Section 65913.4 that is non-discretionary and cannot require a conditional use permit or other discretionary local government review or approval. The exact wording of Guidelines Section 301A1 is ministerial approval, as defined in Section 102N, of a project that complies with Article 4 of these guidelines shall be non-discretionary and cannot require a conditional use permit or other discretionary local government review or approval. The words used to define ministerial approval in the ordinance change the meaning of the definition significantly. The ordinance definition does not require compliance with Article 4, site eligibility. The guidelines require compliance with Article 4. Because this ordinance purports to set forth the SB 35 process pursuant to Government Code Section 65913.4 and the guidelines, any definitions of terms in this ordinance should mirror the definitions in the statute and or the guidelines.
Thank you.
Words
Thank you
matter.
very much. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Ignacio Alatorre.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. This is Ignacio Alatorre. I've been living in Burbank for 35 years. I presently live on the corner of Olive and Griffith Park Drive, right across the street from the Jocelyn Center. I understand you guys, you people want to take the parking spaces away from Olive. That would be worse than what happened over there with Burbank and Victory Boulevard and San Fernando. You're going to make everyone park in the streets where the people live. No one is going to have parking spaces on the businesses. You know what's going to happen? We're going to have a tent street where all the homeless are going to pitch their tents because there's no parking, so they're going to feel free to pitch tents there and live. And then the crime rate is going to go up. It is ridiculous, with all due respect. It is ridiculous to think that all of these businesses and homes are not going to have parking spaces just because of what you guys have planned. It is utterly, amazingly ridiculous. And please, forgive my language. But like I said, I've been living in this house for 25 years. I've raised 3 kids. One, a son, who is in Vandenberg Air Force as a sergeant. 2 girls, who one works for Disney at times. She does freelancing. The other one's a business administrator. I grew up in North Hollywood. I always wanted to move in Little Mayberry, which this Burbank is what it reminded me of. Now you're going to take the parking spaces away from us so that everybody parks right across homes? You know the problems you guys are going to cause? Please reconsider. Please. I beg of you. Please. I know that you people are very smart and can figure other things. But to take our parking spaces, please don't do that. And pretty much what I have to say. It's just wrong.
Thank you for your call. Thank you for your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Alyssa Cunningham.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Elisa Cunningham, and I'm speaking tonight on item L1, the SB 35 processing ordinance. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment. I oppose the ordinance as written for the following reasons. One, the ordinance must designate a specific location on the web at which the city will post information regarding pending SB 35 projects and their status and the time within which that posting must occur. Two, the city's webpage appears to have multiple locations that could plausibly include that information, but the primary SB 35 page does not, thus creating confusion and failing to make that information accessible to the public. Three, the ordinance should also specify a time within which posting of materials received for an SB 35 project must occur. Currently, information is posted effectively whenever staff has time to do it, but given SB 35's short timelines, the materials must be posted within 3 business days of receipt for timely availability. And 4, the ordinance should also specify when determinations under SB 35 occur and procedures for those determinations, as the city currently has no set process. Specifically, what is the procedure if the notice of an applicant's intent to submit an application is incomplete? And when is the determination of site eligibility made? This could potentially occur at any one of several points, including pre-application review, receipt of the notice of intent, after the residential application/permit application is filed, or at the time the City Council conducts design review. I believe that this item needs to be pulled off the consent calendar for a thorough discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is David Donahue.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to Vice Mayor Talamantes and the council members Springer, Anthony, and Schultz. I appreciate the opportunity for the public comment to address what came to my attention during the last council meeting on November 2nd, which was the Metro's BRT bus rapid transit plan for the section between Buena Vista and First Street along Olive. It was during that council meeting that I first became aware of this, and I was also wanted to say that I was impressed with the way that you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Vice Mayor presented and advocated for people to get involved and to communicate. Well, I took your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, and I posted it next door. I am a business owner and a resident of Burbank. We live here, my wife and I live just off Chandler Path, and I had no idea about this. The next door post that I put up on November 3rd advocated basically, do you support losing 2 lanes of traffic? And basically that it was very important to reach out and to CC the City Council as you had requested, Mr. Mayor. And then I provided information that I was able to very generously given by the Burbank City employee David Kriske, who was doing a presentation on the BRT and the Metro at last council session. So to date, there have been 281 votes on the poll that I put on for next door. So 281 people have voted. 79% of them were, no, I do not want to lose 2 lanes of traffic. And 21 were okay with losing 2 lanes of traffic. What I thought was really great about the discussion is that it was lively, it was professional, it was courteous, but it was also somewhat impassioned. The part that I really want to kind of bring to everybody's attention this evening is that I was impressed with what the City Council and staff is doing to advocate it, but I was very disappointed as a community member what Metro has done to what I feel really sort of bury it to the rest of the residents that would be very adversely affected by this drastic change. I believe that the mixed flow that was mentioned as a great idea, and I do not support either curb running or side running. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your call and input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Wendy De Leon.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Wendy De Leon. I called during the last meeting to express my disappointment with the George Izay Park Playground renovation. Wow, I have been completely blown away with the responsiveness to this matter. I would like to personally thank every single City Council member for taking the time to have a conversation about the playground and for touring it and seeing the disparities firsthand. I would also like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for expressing their commitment to finding a solution for the children and for this playground. The actions and responsiveness that this matter received is just simply a reminder of how special a place the City of Burbank is and how committed both the City Council and the City administrators are to continue to ensure this is an amazing place to live, to work, and most importantly for our kids to play. I look forward to seeing the enhancements to this playground to make it once again appealing to children of all ages, proposed with a funding source identified either this year through a mid-year appropriation or next year through the formal budget process. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your call and your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Emily Cabaletti.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and council members, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm commenting on item L1, the SB 35 processing ordinance. I oppose it as written. Here's why. First, the city's SB 35 implementation ordinance must account for initial determinations of eligibility of a site for an SB 35 application, then for consistency of a project with applicable plans and policies for completeness of a full application, and finally for design review. Secondly, nothing in the law requires staff to make the initial determination, but staff appeared to have done so and take the position that they will continue to do so. Third, staff may argue that the timelines provided for under SB 35 would not allow for the council to make those determinations, but that is false. Staff have ample time to provide an initial summary to the City Council, and the Council either can consider the applications at regularly noticed meetings or at special meetings. Council can also place SB 35 on the agenda as a standing item, like the City Manager's report. The process is all the more important given the ministerial nature of determinations under SB 35 and the need for consistency among applications and the City's interpretation of its zoning code and general plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
We apologize. Give us a couple seconds.
Mr. Mayor, it might be helpful if we can make another announcement regarding the public hearing versus a general public comment, because staff is having to explain to each single caller, and that's taken a little bit longer. So if you want to explain that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Folks, if you're online holding to give us your public comment about the public hearing at the old Fry's location, please understand that the first period of comment is for general business, and you will have an opportunity during the public comment period during the public hearing, and that's the information that the council will take as testimony to help them make their decision. So if you're online for the first public comment and you want to talk about the Fry's project, please wait until that item comes up on the agenda, because we're really taking only general public comment right now. Can we bring in the next caller?
Our next caller is Kevin Muldoon.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My comments are for Agenda Item L, number 1, amending Title 10, Chapter 1, establishing a streamlined ministerial review. I am somewhat apprehensive that the process given to the Community Development Director to review the application submitted will be abused. In review of the bill, it's very specific to the requirements to qualify for SB 35. For instance, the project must not require a CUP and be zoned properly. This discretion left up to the Community Development Director in the past has given leeway to a broad interpretation of these requirements. Some of you, Council, are quite aware of SB 9 and its power grab away from local control. It seems the Community Developer Director has been using his position to make planning decisions that favor developer and uses his reading of city ordinances to override local concerns over density, traffic, public resources, and compatibility. It's up to you, the City Council, to make these decisions or give direction to city planning. It appears the ordinance as written takes away your control, even though it states City Council review shall include review of the Community Developer Director's determination. The amendment itself declares that it should also include public oversight process for multifamily housing developments projects submitted in compliance with Senate Bill 35, but the public is left out of the process. You need the discretion to question and deny an application if it appears the Community Developer Director has overstepped his authority and made determinations detrimental to prudent community development. As an example, later tonight you'll be reviewing the Arrow project. The project had glaring conflicts with SB 35. Number 1, it needs a CUP. You could not build the project without it. Number 2, it is zoned for residential use and residential mixed development and a general plan designation that allows a mix of residential. Again, this project is C3 commercial manufacturing. Number 3, at least 75% of the perimeter of the site adjoins parcels that are developed with urban uses. C3 commercial manufacturing, Metrolink, and airports surround it. In this case, planning overlooked and granted concessions to all these criteria and proved the project is compliant with SB 35. I'm afraid if this review process were in practice today, you have not been able to override his decision. I suggest you delay this amendment to the ordinance and instead revise it to give the council and public more authority to truly review and protect claiming projects that are under SB 35 privilege. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call and your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Ashley Ramsey.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I am calling tonight to ask that the Council consider adding a future agenda item to revise the Burbank Municipal Code to eliminate gender preference language and to include gender-neutral pronouns. The city just declared this week as United Against Hate Week, which is an amazing step towards inclusivity. And I think it is so important that we recognize and honor our trans and non-binary community members here in Burbank. I believe updating our language in the municipal code is an important first step towards a gender-inclusive community. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration, and I hope y'all have a great evening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Pete Galindo.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'll keep it very brief. My concern is that I see there's a lot of buildings going up for housing in many parts of the city of Burbank, but precisely Fry's property. And I have not seen anything about the infrastructure for middle schools, junior high schools, and high schools that are being built new to accommodate the new influx of people that will be living here. Along with that, I have not seen anything to address police officers or firefighters increase for the people that will be living here or moving into Burbank. And that's my statement.
Thank you. Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Vondra Porter.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to the city of Burbank. My call comes regarding the motivation for SB 35 to be utilized for the development by Matt Waken, MW Investments, at the Pickwick site, which is the only historical rancho horse area of its kind within city limits. I've heard a lot of striking points. A lot of people have brought up a lot of points about how SB 35 should not be utilized at this location. And then the other thing is that I know the investment company is looking to do their infill residential thing, as they call it, their urban infill residential duties with disregard for the tranquil rural feel that the area has. And I just don't understand. It just feels as if there's something underhanded about allowing SB 35 to be utilized for this space at the Pickwick site. And I don't have a lot more to say about it. Groups have come to you all and pleaded and shown you this and that, and it seems like there's disregard for anything because you all wanted to just push this through maybe for the investor. But totally, it's like the 120 condo complex that wanted to be built there, half a block down the street at the General Motors plant. What's the difference? So, I don't know if it's a mute point to just ask you all please to reconsider or look at the points of SB 35, or just forget about it, or should the residents just forget about it and be overrun and begin to look like Glendale, and especially the fourth area and the Spencer people and the equestrian center is right there. So, what else can we say? What else can we do? Because you have reminded me of what we do. And I just think there's something underlying it. And, there's so much going on today. It's not perfect anymore.
We're starting to have some communication problems listening to you. Can you please restate your last comment?
Okay, about, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About Burbank looking like Glendale, and especially in the horse area. And this SB 35 seems like a big road to nothing. And what else can we say? What else can we do? Nothing. Is that right? Is the developer going to win out on this one finally? But thank you for your time. I believe that's all that I'm going to say for now.
Thank you for your call and thank you for your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Monica Pa Moy.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Monica Pa Moy, and I'm calling regarding my application to fill the vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee. I think I'm supposed to call right now, so please tell me if I'm supposed to call at a later time. But I just wanted to introduce myself and to answer any questions you may have about my application. I'm an attorney at the Walt Disney Company. I'm a litigator. I focus on copyright law, but more importantly, I'm a parent and a proud Burbank resident. My children attend many Parks and Rec classes, and I also take art classes through Burbank Parks and Recs. I'm also an adjunct professor at USC Law School teaching copyright and intellectual property. So that involves trademark, copyright law, right of publicity, right of privacy. I have a great love for the city of Burbank, and I have committed myself to public, to helping the public in ways that I can. So from serving on the PTA of the school to, in the past, being a volunteer lawyer. And there's an organization in New York called the Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts. So I've done that. I've sat on the board of the New Arts Dealers Alliance, which supports independent art dealers. So the long and short is that I have, a pretty extensive experience in intellectual property law, which I think will benefit this committee. And it also overlaps with my love for art and my interest in public art. And I would love to be able to use my professional skill set to benefit the community and the city of Burbank when it considers public art applications. And if there's any questions about my application, please let me know. Thank you for considering my application in this matter.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Janine Edwards.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and council members. My name is Janine Edwards. I live here in Burbank, and I just wanted to call to say thank you for all of your support in finding a solution to the George is a playground. My daughter, Leah, she called in last week to express her thoughts about some improvements that can be made. And she goes to school across the street at Disney. On one Friday after school, we ran into Constantine, who was there checking out the park with his son. And it was such a special moment for her. She was so nervous to call. She practiced and wrote down what she was going to say. So to meet Constantine in person, who had mentioned that he was going to go visit, and have him thank her personally for her comments and say they were valuable, was very special for her. She got to see the positive impacts of public advocacy. So I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for your interest on this really important matter. As a parent and community member, that park is such a community hub. It's a space where we go celebrate birthdays, have PTA fundraisers, have coffee with parents, play dates. I just want to be clear and share that with you because the Walt Disney Elementary School playground does not replace the need for an inclusive playground at George is a Park. Walt Disney Playground is actually closed every weekday evening because we have 2 after-school programs that barely fit in that space. On the weekends, it's hit or miss if it is open. So while it's a great place if it was open to have our kids play, it's not open like a park is. And I just want to be clear that when we're offering that as an alternative solution, the space can't be used in the same way. That community needs that park to be as good as it was before because it's such a critical part of parent support system to raise healthy kids. And speaking to other parents, losing the functionality felt like a punch in the gut because it was like, oh God, now what are we going to do? Where are we going to take our kids? And it was good to hear other parents' responses to that because it was such a special part of this neighborhood. The other thing I wanted to share was I have heard from other parents that they have been disappointed with other park remodels that you guys have previously heard, and they express it in the same way. It feels like a punch in the gut every time you see the playground that wasn't as good as the old one. People are sad, like there's a grief there. And so I wanted to continue to encourage the Parks and Rec Department to engage the community. We are eager to help and provide our input. The needs of our kids are changing, and we're all happy.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you so much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Michael Matsuda.
Good evening. Welcome.
Greetings, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and the City Council. I hope you're all doing well. This is Michael Matsuda from the Martial Arts History Museum here in Burbank. I am asking for the reevaluation of the Visit Burbank Hospitality Tourism Committee sponsorship. The goal, according to the website, is to promote tourism as well as arts and cultural events. Unfortunately, their one and only criteria for sponsorship is how many hotel rooms does your event bring. I run a Burbank Expo called Dragon Fest, which brings in thousands to Burbank every year, and we have been denied sponsorship for 2022 because we only brought in 69 hotel rooms at our last event. I don't feel that hotel rooms should be the one and only consideration for sponsorship. If the goal is to bring tourism to Burbank, then Visit Burbank should adjust their criteria, or the committee should be made up of those in the arts and cultural event fields. That's it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Rosemary Morrison.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Thank you again for your response to my email about George Isaiah Park. I just want to piggyback on what Janine mentioned before her 3 minutes were up, that we would like transparency in what is going to be put into the park to supplement the materials there. I would also like a little bit more clarification on the difference between the park at Walt Disney Elementary School and what will be placed in I call it the Blue Park. My children call it the Blue Park. So the Blue Park across the street, because I heard that our park at Walt Disney was opening in March, yet it's not open during school hours, and it is more than likely locked during the weekend. It is not normally open to the public, as was mentioned. So I would like clarification on that. In addition, I would love for there to be either on Facebook, on the city's webpage, information on what the Parks and Recs is planning to put at the park, where we can look and discuss as parents, as community members. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Deborah Bindi.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, council members. I'm calling in regarding a couple items. The first one is L1, the SB 35. I would really think it should be removed and not just passed through today. There's too many issues with it. Another item I have is, the bus lanes, and a lot of people not even being aware of this happening. We have approximately 104,000 people living in Burbank. So I'm kind of curious at how many people respond to anything that you send out, because a lot of this stuff, like with the parks, the bus, the different buildings that are going up, people are totally unaware. With the parks, I kind of wonder, did they even speak to any of the elementary schools or disseminate any information to them? Because that's, a large age group that would be using the parks. I'm just kind of curious about that. And then, of course, the developer impact fees, that kind of breaks my heart with the many different projects that I feel like we're losing a lot of money that the city desperately needs. Also, it'd be really nice if you could take polls on social media where people would actually get the information. And one of the callers mentioned next door taking a poll. that's a great idea because then you can get an immediate input. We have to hunt for where information gets posted. You know, if you don't go to the Burbank site, you don't see it. I accidentally discover stuff all the time, and it just kind of blows my mind that the information isn't front and center. And it feels like it may be a little intentional, not sure. But that's all my comments for this evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to call us. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Gary Parrott.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, folks. I just wanted to comment on L1 on the consent calendar. Everyone has said it a lot better than I have, so I would just like to add my voice. I'd rather it not be on the consent calendar so it can be better reviewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to call us. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Laura.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'm just calling. I'm listening into the meeting. I was a little upset by people being dissuaded not to give general comment on the La Terra project Arrow Crossing, and then they should wait till the end to the hearing. The thing is, you guys have never done this before, and the hearing is at the end of the meeting, and who knows how long the meeting's going to go to. So now all these people are going to drop out. They can't call. They can't voice their opinions. So hearings used to be at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm a little upset about that. But now my second one is paying a fee. A resident has to pay a fee to appeal a project. Isn't this what we pay our taxes in? Isn't this what we pay city staff to do? I know they came back and said that, it costs them so much more to come back to council. You were just talking about having Pickwick coming back to you, and it should be a council decision. I think any project being built in this city should come back to council. 862 units is huge. I'm not opposed to it being built. I just think 862 units is too much for that area. And I will call back during that hearing and voice many more concerns. But I don't like the fact that people are being dissuaded not to call in during general comment because they have to wait to the end of the meeting, which might be 11 o'clock at night. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call and your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm going to speak on the development later tonight, so I'm just going to do some general topics now. Next month, there's going to be an agenda item to review all the revenue the city of Burbank takes in from all kinds of building projects. And it's not really a secret that most of the cities around us require each and every building project to contribute more revenue for citywide projects and infrastructure than in Burbank. And I don't think anyone would say that it has slowed building down, at least currently, anywhere. So we get less than they do, and anyone who knows our budget shortfalls and some of our things we're trying to do and cutbacks we've had to make, I think would agree that we deserve the same thing our neighbors get, or more, I would like to think. Second item is one specific infrastructure request, and that is to make sure that every residency has access to what they call purple water, the purple water line, or reclaimed water from the main line, so that the property owners can then go ahead and install the second lines and be able to help out in the water crisis and choose to use reclaimed water outdoors so that we can keep Burbank looking as nice as it does. We don't want to see a tree die off like last time, and if the city is going to keep us from using outdoor water, and you do have a reclaimed water system, it really should be extended throughout the city. And just before my time's up, I'll ask too that the rapid transit, none of those options seem great to me. I called into one of those meetings, and they seem to take more calls or elevate calls of elected officials or their direct representatives from their offices. So if you guys could ask them my question, I would appreciate it, which is, do they have any measure of a standard of success, like how many people inside of each bus? And if they didn't meet that standard, are they willing to dismantle the project and return the streets to the people of Burbank? So if it's a serious project, I would imagine they have some sort of standard. We expect 50 riders an hour and not sort of 3 people in an empty bus that you see now. So please, if you could ask that question, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ty. I look forward to speaking with you later during the appeal of the project. Good night.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Michelle Dominguez.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, Council Member Springer, and Constantine Anthony. My name is Michelle Dominguez. I've been a Burbank resident for a year, and I've been involved enough in the city at this point that I'm fortunate to have met each of you personally by now. And meeting me, you may have had an idea of who I am or what my gender is. And during this Trans Awareness Week, I'm very proud to say that I'm a trans and non-binary Burbank resident and that I exist, and we exist here in Burbank. I think it's really important for the Burbank community to be able to see themselves in the city, whether by those represented on council or being advocated for in policy. And I just want to be honest, I am disappointed to see that Trans Awareness Week is not being proclaimed at this meeting today. I do believe that contributes to invisibilizing our community, which is an act of violence. And I'm very grateful, and I do look forward to this being proclaimed at a future City Council meeting in December, after Trans Day of Remembrance is completed. I know better late than never is the saying, and also I can be honest with my experience and share that it makes me feel excluded from the city, like I don't belong. And to have to remind the city of this well-known observance in order for it to be declared, I don't think it should happen that way. So I ask that Trans Awareness Week and Trans Day of Remembrance be noted in city records so that future councils and local government don't cause this harm unknowingly again, and can respectfully honor all of the trans lives that have been lost due to anti-trans violence, and in order to bring awareness to the trans community in Burbank. My second ask is to please place a future agenda item to revise the municipal code with gender-neutral language, or look into doing so. There are hundreds of instances, for example, in the code where she, him is used as a pronoun when it's meant to refer to someone of any gender. I don't see myself in this code. I think there are many women who will not see themselves in the code as well. And so I hope to see someone move at the end of this meeting to place this as a future agenda item. And Vice Mayor Talamantes, as you become mayor, my wish is for you to address this prior to Trans Day visibility, which is March 31st in 2022. Thank you so much for listening. I really do respect your civic service, and I engage because I care, and I want Burbank to be a place where everyone feels like they belong, including myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time to call us. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jay Geisenheimer.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Jay Geisenheimer, 25-year Rancho resident and an equestrian. I'm calling in about L1. I have said this before, and I will say it again. This is a 9.5-acre property with plans to build 98 townhomes on 5.1 acres. What's happening to the remaining 4.5 acres? Well, the ice rink and parking is about 1 acre with 7 years to go on that lease. So that leaves 3.5 acres for what? Possibly another 70 townhomes, adding up to 168 townhomes possibly on this property. There are 600 homes in the Rancho and 120 townhomes. So 168 units is approximately 25% of the Rancho. That is too large an amount to actually fit into the place. And out of 168 townhomes, only 17 need to be affordable. So in that light, it is not serving a kind of purpose that can yield real results. There is a possibility that SB 35 could be overturned in the 2022 election on the ballot. Wouldn't you then feel like a fool that you let this slip through in the event that happens? You are elected officials. You are the overseers for the safety and well-being of your constituents. Is disobeying the state more important than the support you will receive from other California cities if you all got together to fight this SB 35? There already is a beach city mayor standing up and fighting. Please stand up for your city. You know how unhappy everybody is. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Aaron Vera.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to contribute today. My name is Erin Vera-Orr, and I am a proud resident of Burbank and raising my children here for the past 13 years. And I'm calling in today to speak on behalf of Monica Pomoy, who we just heard from earlier in the comments as she's running for a seat on the Commission for Public Art. I've had the incredible honor of knowing and volunteering on various projects with Monica for the past 7 years. And I can say with absolute certainty, there's nobody I would recommend hire for this job. It is no exaggeration when I say Monica is likely the most intelligent person I know. And then when you couple that with her incredible ability to collaborate, her vast knowledge of the arts, and her passionate dedication to Burbank, it makes her the absolute best person for this seat. Monica is so highly efficient and effective at what she does that I have never known her to take on a project without completing it at the highest level of quality. So I'm here to speak for myself, as well as many, many other voices in our Burbank community who I know personally, and say that we would all be incredibly lucky to have her on our team. So thank you all very much. It's been a wonderful pleasure joining you in tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for calling us and taking the time. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Shanna Inglesby.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Shanna Inglesby, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. And I'm just calling in concerning the vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee. I have put in my application. I am considering it, and not just because I have personal experience organizing art shows, and I have experience overseeing budgets for large organizations and events. But I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you why I'm applying for this particular committee. I have lived in Burbank for over 20 years. I love this city. It reminds me of my hometown of Kalamazoo, Michigan. And I have benefited from the programs and the processes that this city takes as priorities. And I understand that this city takes great care in their residents and does everything to make their lives better. And I want to be part of creating an atmosphere where art is used in that. I understand how important it is for kids to be exposed to it, not just to see it, but to actually present it themselves and get experience in that particular area. My hometown of Kalamazoo is very well known for this. We have a lot of arts programs. I would like to take some of the experience and the love that I have of the city and use it in this particular opportunity because I've been looking for something to do. I'm very involved in community building. I'm very involved in public service. And I really want to get more involved in actually using my skills to make this city better because it is very strong, but it needs strong support. So I really hate doing this, and I'm really bad at selling myself, so I apologize. But I did just want to take an opportunity. I've met most of you, but I wanted to kind of give you a little information about something you may not know about me. So I will see the rest of my time. I appreciate the opportunity and your consideration for filling this vacancy, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Mike O'Brien.
Good evening. Welcome.
Welcome. I just want to voice my concern about L1 being moved forward and being added to the consent calendar. Like everybody else says, I think it's moving too fast, and it needs to be taken off the consent calendar, and people need to have more time to review it. That's about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Juan Guillen.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. I got a notification on my phone today about a new project coming in, 573 units next to the Metro Link in the Burbank station. And I sent this to somebody, and they said, "Oh, you should call and give them grief." And I thought to myself, what's the point? I've been asking them since the start of the pandemic to fix the phone systems, and they haven't been able to accomplish that. They say they want greater participation, but do they really? Their voices say one thing, but their actions say others. If they can't fix the phones, what are they going to do to protect our city? The first thing people mention about Burbank is the small town feel and the good schools. Have we addressed development impact fees that would help the community? No. So why would they protect us now? We defer to staff. Staff's always right. Staff has allowed them to continue to develop us into North Hollywood. Mass projects, losing our hometown feeling. It's frustrating that we still haven't fixed the phone systems. It's frustrating that now former council members are speaking up against the ineptitude of our staff when they had so many years to fight for the residents and didn't do it. Why? Because it wasn't in the rancho. Now it's coming home.
Hello. Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
I'm waiting. I believe that was our last caller, but I'm confirming. Okay, there's no more callers, so it's safe to go ahead and close this public comment period.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. I will now close the public comment period. We had 27 callers call in. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or our City Attorney. Who would like to start first, Council members? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone calling in. I know one caller was concerned about the timing. I'm hoping most of this agenda items that we're on move quickly because we do have a big public hearing later, and anyone can call back. And if they haven't discussed the public hearing item, they can do so at that time. And then to the last speaker, do we, Mr. City Manager, are we still dealing with these the phone issues, people calling in and stuff? What are we doing to tackle that, and how updated are we on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could, we have looked at the phone system. We feel we have a good phone system. The lapses in time right now tonight was related to trying to explain. We were on the phone with people trying to explain the difference between the public hearing and general public comment. So it wasn't a technical issue. The technical issues have been worked out.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would like, if we know that this is happening, let's keep an eye out for the next time we have a separate public hearing, because I feel like it might happen again. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone else who called in.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Lastly,
Yes.
one thing, my son had a great time testing that new equipment at George's A Park.
Okay. Who else would like to weigh in? Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who called in and everyone who provided an e-comment before tonight. We all have a chance to listen to you and read your comments, so thank you for that input. Just a couple quick things. First of all, could staff contact Mr. Matsuda, put him in touch? He raised some concerns about Visit Burbank. If someone could just reach out to him and follow up on that, that'd be great, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we can, for sure.
And then similarly, Mr. Hamill discussed, among other things, reclaimed water lines. So perhaps that's something we could speak with him about further as well. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. To everyone who called about the BRT, thank you for your input. I'm just going to say this briefly for the benefit of the first caller, Mr. El Tori. The city's position is that we do oppose the removal of parking on Olive. I would, as the mayor said earlier, strongly encourage you to contact Metro at nohopasbrt@metro.net and make sure that your opinion is voiced, because they are the ultimate decision maker on that project. And then lastly, with regards to Ashley Ramsey and Michelle Dominguez, thank you both for calling in and for raising awareness that this is Trans Awareness Week. I had spoken about it with the mayor. Unfortunately, that proclamation couldn't be added tonight. It will be added at the next council meeting on December 7th, if I recall correctly. And as to your request about gender neutral language, I will be raising that at the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer.
Thank you. I would like to thank all of the callers. I think my colleagues have touched on most of what I wanted to speak about. But as far as the development impact fees, if somebody could on staff could please reach out to Laura. And she had some questions about that. And also about why a resident, anybody has to pay a fee for an appeal. And let's see. And also, we need to make sure that we do reach out to Metro and ask Mr. Hamill's question, or put that before them, the measure of success for the BRT, if there's a mechanism in place for that in the future. And the other issues I will address later. So thank you very much, all the callers. I really appreciate your participation.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I too would like to thank everyone for calling in today. Some very good points are put forth. There's a couple, I want to address a couple of the speakers. Mr. Alatorre, yes, like it's already been mentioned, we are against that Metro bus line, okay, in regards to taking up a lane. We want mixed use lane, or as far as this council member is concerned, nothing. If it doesn't work with mixed use lane, it's not going to work. It's not going to work for our residents, it's not going to work for our business owners, and it's not going to work for me as a resident as well. So moving forward with that, and I've already expressed that. I've been very clear to Metro. I've attended a lot of hearings. I've attended a lot of public events that they've been at to present the project, and I've been very vocal about it. So it's nothing new. Mr. Galindo, you talked about increasing the schools because of these developments. You talked about increasing firefighters and police officers. As far as the schools are concerned, we have nothing to do with schools. I saw an ad in the paper this past weekend that they put it out for anybody that works in Burbank and would like to have their kids move into schools here in Burbank, please bring them in. So they're in need of students, apparently, by advertising in the paper. If you work in Burbank and you want your kids to attend schools in Burbank, but you don't live here, please come and apply. I saw that and I was kind of stunned when I saw that, because that's the first time that I've seen something like that. Let's see, what else? Ms. Cunningham, thank you for weighing in. Former Mayor Gabaletti, thank you for weighing in. I always appreciate your calls. Mr. Mora, the same thing. Ms. Kutan, thank you very much for weighing in. Let me see what else. I've got a couple of pages of notes here. Ms. Morrison, you mentioned transparency in school versus city parks. We don't have any oversight over what the schools do on their property. We have oversight over city property and what we do on our parks. But as far as schools are concerned, they are a separate entity. Their oversight is their charge is the schools. That's what they're in charge with. I don't know if they contact us. I'm not familiar if they call the Parks Department and tell the Parks Department, this is what we're doing. because it doesn't really affect us otherwise, other than this particular situation where their playground is down, and then our playground was down for a while. So I guess we should be a little bit more communicative between the city and the school district. We should talk a little bit more. But other than that, I believe that's all I wrote down. The Trans Awareness Month, Ms. Dominguez, thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we will be doing something moving forward in the future. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council members. I will be short and brief. I want to thank everybody for calling, taking the time to give your input. And to the folks that think that the public hearing is way at midnight, no. It's actually going to start right after the consent calendar. But one of the reasons why staff was not trying to get you to not give in your public input regarding the Fry's project, but it's more of a procedure that we have to respect and follow as decision makers, because it's an official hearing, so the appellant needs to hear everything, so does the applicant, and all that information has to be weighed in, because they'll have opportunity to weigh in on what the community says during that public hearing to help the decision makers, which could be challenged later. So we always try to let the community know that your public input during the public process, your testimony, it's better during that time, because that's now the official record of documenting that input. So please understand, but I assure you, we're going to start the public hearing hopefully within the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're just going to do a consent calendar, and we're going right into the public hearing. So you can start getting ready to call back the number and get in the queue, but your input on this public hearing is extremely important. Thank you for your patience and understand it. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. This will only take, consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the consent calendar for this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, adoption of an ordinance to establish the streamlined ministerial review and public oversight process for development projects submitted under Senate Bill 35, Streamlined Ministerial Approval Process, Government Code 65913.4. Item number 2, approval of minutes for the meeting of October 26th and November 2nd, and the dark meetings of November 9th. Item number 3, adoption of a resolution authorizing the submittal for Proposition 68 per capita grant funds to construct the Dick Clark Dog Park. Item number 4, adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2021 grant agreement with the United States Department of Justice for training to enhance police community relations, and any further amendments accepting $16,808 in grant funds and amending the fiscal year 2021 budget by appropriating funds. Item 5, adoption of resolution authorizing the acceptance of California Library Literacy Services grant in the amount of $26,954 and amending fiscal year 21-22 budget. Item number 6, approval of an engineering services agreement with Verda Design for design and engineering of the Bryce Canyon Park Sports Complex. Item number 7, adoption of a resolution extending the local emergency caused by COVID-19. Item number 8, adoption of findings to continue virtual meetings for the City Council and other city boards, commissions, and committees during the pandemic. Item number 9, approval of Third Amendment to Professional Service Agreement with Elizabeth Mule, Stefanos Polyzides, urbanists and architectures for preparation of the downtown Burbank transit-oriented development specific plan and associated environmental analyst and that's for community development. Item number 10, adoption of resolution to apply for California arrearage payment program and to the California Water Board of the California Water and Wastewater arrearage payment program through the state of California to provide assistance to the ratepayers with outstanding balances due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And just to bring to your awareness, there is an in red on the agenda, which was posted on the website. There is the new language on the adoption, the second adoption of the resolution. And with that, we're ready for a motion.
Councilmember Springer makes the motion. Is there a second?
Wait.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to give staff a shout out on items 3, 4, and 5 for the grant awards, and also I'd like to pull L1.
Okay, but first let's make the motion to move the consent forward. If I can get a motion.
I'll move it.
Okay, do we have a second to move the consent forward? I see a second by Councilmember Schultz. Madam City Clerk, let's pull item
1. Yeah, item number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Let's pull item number 1. Is there any other items that wish to be pulled, council members? See none. Councilmember Springer, since you pulled item number 1, is this something to question, or can this be tabled for another evening for further discussion? What are your thoughts?
We can discuss it at the end, like we usually do with a pulled consent item. That's what I'm anticipating.
Or would it be better to retable this for a further discussion based on the calls? What are your thoughts?
I need some help with that. Mr. Hess?
Yes, our policy is that anything that gets pulled off consent goes to the end of the reports.
Okay.
Obviously, if it's running super late, you guys can make that call at that point, but our practice and our rules are that we put it at the end.
Then we'll follow the order then. Okay, so 1 will be pulled to the end of the night. Anything else, council members? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take the roll.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now is the time and place for the hearing for project number 20003289 concerning an appeal to the Planning Board's decision to approve a development review, conditional use permit, tentative parcel map number 083410, and density bonus request, and the Planning Board's approval of a sustainable communities environmental assessment and a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program for a project submitted pursuant to Senate Bill 330 for a property located at 2311 North Hollywood Way. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing, council members? Seeing none? Okay. Ms. Mullins, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have the complete files of exhibits, correspondences, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Council members, do you have that? Just with the simple nod, yes, all 5 nods, okay. Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all council members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they have.
Okay. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
The PowerPoint, please.
Good evening, sir. You have the mic for their presentation.
Thank you. I'm just waiting on the PowerPoint. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, members of the council. My name is Marcial Medina, project planner. The project before you is a request for approval of applications for conditional use permit, development review, and tentative parcel map, as well as approval of density bonus and associated waiver request. Also included in the request is the approval of a sustainable communities environmental assessment and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed project located at 2311 North Hollywood Way. Next slide, please. On October 27th, 2021, the second appellant withdrew, on September 27, 2021, the planning board approved the proposed project and associated SKIA and MMRP, and was later appealed during the allotted 15-day appeal period. Originally, there were 2 appeals filed regarding the board's approval of the project. Appeal number 1 was filed on October 12, 2021 by resident Roy Wiegand. The second appeal was filed by Mitchell Tsai, attorney at law, on behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters on October 12, 2021. As a result of the appeal of the planning board's decision to the project, the appeal request was scheduled for city council consideration at tonight's meeting of November 16, 2021. On October 29, 2021, the city notified appellants and all property owners and residents of the upcoming November 16, 2021 City Council public hearing to consider the appeals of the project. In addition, a notice of public hearing was also posted in the LA Times informing the public of the upcoming hearing. On October 27, 2021, the second appellant withdrew their application, which left the project appeal for Mr. Wiegand for the City Council's consideration. Next slide, please. The project site is located at 2311 North Hollywood Way and bounded by Van Owen Street to the north, Hollywood Way to the east, and Valhalla Drive to the south. Next slide, please. The project site is located in the C3 Commercial General Business Zone, and surrounded zones include manufacturing, industrial, and residential. Next slide. The Burbank 2035 General Plan Land Use Designation for the site is Regional Commercial. Next slide, please. The proposed project includes 2 7-story buildings totaling 862 units, which will contain 80 very low-income units. The types of units provided will range from studio units to 3-bedroom units. Each building will include a portion of subterranean parking and provide a total of 1,125 parking spaces for the residential component. The project also consists of a total of 9,700 square feet of commercial space below the residential units along Hollywood Way. 1,500 square feet of the commercial space will be located on the northwest corner of the property. The project will also provide 57 bicycle parking spaces that will be available to both the future tenants and the general public utilizing the commercial and retail components. Next slide, please. As shown in the site plan, the residential components are indicated in yellow. The retail and commercial components are depicted in red, and the vehicle parking is depicted in gray. The green portions of the site plan indicates open space and landscaping. Next slide, please. The project includes 2 options for an office building. Option 1 is requesting for 4 separate 3-story buildings totaling 84,900 square feet with multi-level parking providing a total of 255 spaces. Office option 2 is for a single 5-story office building at 151,800 square feet with a 5-story parking structure attached, providing 456 parking spaces. Next slide, please. Depicted in this slide is option 2, which shows the parking component tucked behind the office building. The office building will be located along Valhalla Drive on the southwest portion of the project site. Next slide, please. The rendering on the left shows the building elevation from the perspective of the pedestrian paseo that intersects North Hollywood Way. This paseo will include landscaping and will be accessible for pedestrian access and will also serve as a fire lane for access of emergency vehicles. The rendering on the top right shows the elevation of the residential units from the perspective of the interior of the property where the two pedestrian paseos intersect. Balconies are provided for all units and the paseos will include landscaping. The rendering on the bottom right shows the elevation of the building along Valhalla Drive. This elevation includes the residential and parking component. The applicant has included similar finishes on the exterior of the parking structure that would match the residential component, making it blend in with the rest of the project, providing an aesthetically pleasing exterior. Next slide, please. The rendering being shown on the left depicts the proposed commercial and retail space below the residential component at the intersection of Hollywood Way and Valhalla Drive. The rendering on the right shows the elevation of the live-work units along Van Owen Street. These units will provide the unique opportunity for tenants to have ground floor working space with primary living quarters above. Next slide, please. The rendering on the left depicts the office building elevation, pedestrian paseo, and the residential component on the right as viewed from Valhalla Drive. The pedestrian paseo in the middle separates the office building from the residential component and allows pedestrian access only. The finishes provided on both buildings are high quality and compatible, providing consistency. The rendering on the right depicts the office building from the pedestrian paseo intersecting Valhalla Drive. Landscaping, open space, and rooftop open space are being provided, which helps activate the area and provide a pedestrian-friendly experience. The podium-style architecture is unique, providing an open concept with windows that allow for natural light to enter into the building. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting the following entitlements as part of the project, which includes a conditional use permit, development review, and tentative parcel map. Also included as part of the project is a density bonus request with associated waiver requests. These entitlements and waiver requests are necessary to allow for the physical development of the project and provide the number of proposed affordable units permitted under density bonus law. Next slide, please. Along with providing units that will help the city towards reaching its regional housing allocation, the project provides other benefits and amenities such as providing new publicly accessible bike paths, upgrading of sewer, water, and electrical infrastructure serving the site, providing new employment opportunities, and the creation of a new rideshare pickup and drop-off station near the Metrolink station. Some of the points, as you can see on the slide here, are the 80 very low income units, affordable for 55 years, and similar in number of bedrooms and in the ratio of unit types to market rate units. Almost 10% of the city's RENA allocation for 2021 through 2029. Housing development consistent with zoning code, general plan, housing element goals, and policies, and the city council goal to facilitate 12,000 units by 2035. And new ground floor retail along Hollywood Way. These are some of the benefits that are being provided. Next slide, please. On this slide, it further details some of the project benefits. A certified LEED Gold building with modern amenities and energy efficient appliances and utilities. Incorporation of cool roofs, solar panels, EV charging stations, new bicycle facilities, MERV 13 HVAC dual pane windows. $250,000 toward neighborhood protection program implementation. New retail and restaurant space with outdoor dining and open space opportunities in close proximity to existing residential neighborhoods. 12 new live-work units. New publicly accessible ramps, wider sidewalks, and bike lanes allow for increased accessibility through the site and the surrounding area, consistent with the city's complete streets plan, and 45 dBA sound insulation. Next slide, please. This project was previously considered by the planning board at a public hearing on September 27th, 2021. At this hearing, the items were discussed were related to the site design, architecture, density bonus requests, and waivers. Many of the comments that were received at the public hearing were covered in the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, also known as SKIA, and the Mitigation, Monitoring, and Reporting Program, also known as MMRP, and the project's conditions of approval. After deliberation and consideration of public input and the entire record, the Planning Board approved the project entitlement requests, including the density bonus requests with waivers, as well as the SKIA and MMRP. Next slide, please. After the hearing, the city received 2 appeals for the project. Appeal number 1 was filed by Burbank resident Mr. Roy Wiegand, who cited the Burbank Municipal Code section 10-1-634 and State Government Code, both related to the requirements of local and state density bonus law. The second appeal was filed by Attorney at Law Mitchell Sy on behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. The basis for this appeal related to the SKIA, community benefits, and the project's compliance with COVID protocols. The appeal made by Mitchell Sy was subsequently withdrawn, leaving only Mr. Wiegand's appeal. Next slide, please. The project is located in a C3 general commercial business zone that allows for commercial, office, and retail uses along with residential uses with the approval of a CUP. The applicant has requested 3 waivers from the development standards under the density bonus requests, which include a waiver from the allowable height, reduced front yard setbacks along Hollywood Way, and to allow for residential units related to the proposed units on the ground floor. All of these waivers have been determined to be necessary to allow for the physical development of residential units, including affordable units allowed pursuant to local and state density bonus law. Next slide, please. As part of the conditions of approval placed on the project, the applicant will provide $250,000 towards a neighborhood protection program, which is designed to implement traffic calming solutions for the neighborhoods south of the project site. Further compliance with the general plan includes a transit-oriented development project and the development of affordable housing, which helps the city reach its RENA allocation goals. Next slide, please. The applicant has requested a density bonus request, which will allow for the base density to be increased by 42.5%. As part of a density bonus request, the applicant is required to also provide affordable housing as part of the project. The applicant is providing 80 very low income units as part of the project. The affordable units being provided are deed restricted for a period of 55 years and will encompass a range of studio units to 3-bedroom units. It is important to note that the waivers requested from these development standards will prevent the project from being built at the permitted density under the state density bonus law. Next slide, please. The state density bonus law allows for a reduction in parking provided for the residential units. The project is providing 1,125 residential parking spaces, which complies with the permitted number of on-site parking spaces provided under local and state density bonus law. The office and retail components of the project are providing the code required parking. Next slide, please. The applicant has cited Senate Bill 330 and is utilizing the state mandated rights regarding processing times and objective zoning and general plan standards applicable to a project. SB 330 limits the city's review, reasons for denial, and types of conditions that can be required for approval on a project. Next slide, please. Certain ordinances and policies that a local jurisdiction had previously implemented on projects can no longer be applied under SB 330. One example is that it prevents jurisdictions from downzoning or otherwise adopting standards that would lessen housing intensity on sites zoned or planned for residential uses, and also limits the city's ability to change the development standards to a housing development project during the application process. It also strengthens the protections of the Permit Streamlining Act. In this particular case, the City of Burbank is precluded from applying multifamily residential development standards to this project that is in the C3 zone and is limited to only applying C3 zoning standards. Next slide, please. The Housing Accountability Act establishes standards that indicates a local government may not deny, reduce the density of, or make it infeasible to develop housing development projects that are consistent with the objective local development standards. Per the Housing Accountability Act, it requires that when a proposed housing development complies with the applicable objective general plan and zoning standards, but a local agency proposes to deny the project or approve it only if the density is reduced, the agency must base its decision on written findings supported by substantial evidence that, number one, the development would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety unless disapproved or approved at a lower density, and number two, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact other than a disapproval or approval at a lower density. Specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. There is no objective evidence suggesting that the proposed project will create a specific adverse impact on public health or safety if the proposed density is maintained, and there is no objective evidence that shows the potential impacts of the project cannot be successfully mitigated. Therefore, it is staff's assessment that the project as proposed and subject to the requested waivers are allowed under state and local density bonus law, complies with applicable objective Burbank 2035 general plan and City of Burbank zoning standards. Next slide, please. The project was analyzed under a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, or also known as SKIA. The SKIA allows the lead agency to prepare an environmental analysis for a transit priority project, such as this one, that are consistent with a metropolitan planning organization sustainable community strategy or an alternative planning strategy that has been determined by the State Air Resources Board to achieve the greenhouse gas emission reductions targets. The intent of SB 35 is to provide a more streamlined CEQA process for projects that meet regional strategies to promote smart growth, reduce VMT and associated emissions, and help achieve greenhouse gas reduction goals. An MMRP has been provided that lists all of the mitigation measures applied to the project that will avoid any potential significant environmental impacts as a result of the project. Next slide, please. A mitigation monitoring and reporting plan has been provided that lists all of the mitigation measures applied to the project that will avoid any potential significant environmental impacts as a result of the project. City staff reviewed the project and included specific conditions of approval contained in the resolution that further reduce any potential impacts that the project may create. Next slide, please. Burbank resident Mr. Wiegand filed an appeal noted in attachment 12 of the staff report regarding the planning board's approval of the project. The appellant cited the city's failure to comply with Burbank Municipal Code 10-1-634, which is the purpose and intent section of the density bonus, and also citing density bonus law as the reasons for his appeal. The comment does not provide an explanation as to how the board's decision does not comply with the noted BMC section related to the local density bonus regulation, or how the project fails to comply with California density bonus law. As previously noted, the project was approved by the planning board for 3 waivers, which are as follows. Number 1, C3 height standards. Number 2, the C3 setback standards. And number 3, the C3 standard that limits residential units, the upper stories of a mixed-use development within the C3 zone. Next slide, please. As previously noted, waivers from the height and building setback standards for the proposed residential buildings will facilitate an overall building envelope that accommodates the necessary square footage and buildable area to construct the number of residential units allowed under local and state density bonus law, while also reducing the potential overall height consistent with the Burbank 2035 general plan goals and policies that seek to facilitate niche residential live workspaces that are compatible with the industrial character of the area and the surrounding residential neighborhood, while encouraging land uses that are compatible with the Hollywood Burbank Airport by limiting height of the proposed structures and the location of the residential buildings consistent with the Federal Aviation Administration and the Airport Land Use Committee jurisdiction oversight and guidelines, including building the project in a manner that addresses the existing airport influence area and runway protection zones, as noted in the Burbank 2035 General Plan Land Use Element Goal Number 12 and Policy 12.6 on page 3-17. Next slide, please. Without the waiver to allow ground floor residential, the proposed live-work units or residential units would be unable to accommodate ground floor living space connected to the storefront that is typical to live-work units or to allow any other residential units. The denial of the waiver would physically limit the ability to place this type of residential units on the ground floor. Removal of the residential space from the ground floor would require relocation of residential units to the upper floors, resulting in an increase of project height of the building footprint, neither of which is feasible. Next slide, please. Due to the project site's proximity to the Hollywood Burbank Airport, the project was reviewed by both the Airport Land Use Committee and the FAA to ensure compliance with the airport influence area and runway protection zones. Both the ALUC and FAA reviewed the project to assess any potential impacts that may result due to the airport proximity and overall height of the project. Minor impacts were found resulting from the project's height and location that were mitigated to a less than significant impact as noted in the MMRP in attachment 1 of the staff report. And approvals for the project to proceed were given by both ALUC and the FAA, also included as attachment 16 in the staff report, based on the current height. Increasing the height would not be consistent with these approvals and could interfere with airport operations. Furthermore, increasing the building footprints would require encroachment into the city-required sidewalk dedications, building setbacks, needed fire lanes, emergency and disabled access, and or open space or setbacks, and therefore physically preclude the construction of these ground floor units and limit the project's ability to build out the number of residential units allowed under local and state mandated density bonus law. Next slide, please. As part of the analysis, city services were reviewed. A water supply assessment is provided as Appendix L3 in the SKIA, where the study shows that the city has sufficient water supplies to meet citywide water demand, including the projects in normal, single dry, and multiple dry years by utilizing its current and diverse water supply portfolio. In addition, the project would reduce water consumption related to the proposed development by installing water conserving landscaping and plumbing fixtures and using recycled water for landscape irrigation. Also part of the SKIA, the City Department of Public Works prepared a sewer capacity analysis and identified that the infrastructure improvements necessary to accommodate the project's wastewater the improvements are necessary to accommodate the project's wastewater. The conditions of approval require the applicant to design and construct up to approximately 3,460 linear feet of sewer main improvements. The applicant will also pay their fair share of sewer fees to the city. Appendix J of the SKIA found that the project's potential impacts to fire and police services will be less than significant. As required by Title 10, Article 22, Community Facility Fees of the Burbank Municipal Code, the project will pay development fees of over $1.82 million to fund community services such as the fire and police departments. Appendix J of the SKIA also considered the project's impacts on schools and concluded that the impact would be less than significant with the payment of over $3.9 million of school fees to the Burbank Unified School District. Appendix L2 of the SKIA analyzed the utilities that would be provided to the site and concluded that there is enough capacity to support the project and there are no significant impacts associated with the creation of the project related to sewer, electrical, and gas services. The appellant did not challenge the board's decision to approve the SKIA that was prepared pursuant to the CEQA and the MMRP. The SKIA analysis and resulting MMRP provide not only the disclosure of any potential impacts, but the necessary mitigation measures that will reduce any potential environmental impacts to levels that are less than significant. The appeal has been included for the City Council's consideration as attachment 12 in the staff report. Next slide, please. There is no objective evidence suggesting that the proposed project will create a specific adverse impact on public health or safety if the proposed density is maintained, and there is no objective evidence that shows the potential impacts of the project cannot be successfully mitigated. It is staff's assessment that the project has proposed and subject to the requested waivers as allowed under state and local density bonus law complies with the applicable objective Burbank 2035 general plan and City of Burbank zoning standards. Therefore, staff recommends approval and adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank denying an appeal of the Planning Board's approval of a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for the Burbank Aero Crossings mixed-use project at 2311 North Hollywood Way, and approving the SKIA and MMRP based on the findings of fact and subject to recommended conditions of approval, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank denying an appeal of the Planning Board's approval of project number 20-0003289 for a development review, conditional use permit, density bonus request, and tentative parcel map number 083410 for proposed mixed-use development located at 2311 North Hollywood Way, and approving the project based on the findings of fact and subject to recommended conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one appellant. The appellant will be given 15 minutes to state his case. Then the appellant will be given an opportunity, again, to state his case. The applicant will be given an opportunity to state his case. After the public testimony is complete, the appellant and applicant will be allowed time for rebuttal. We will now hear from the appellant or his representative. You will have a maximum time of 15 minutes to make your presentation. Good evening and welcome.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Can you see me?
No, I can't. I can hear you, but not see you.
Okay, 1 second.
We're almost ready to begin.
Working on that. Give me 1 second.
You got it.
And I hope the timer's not running yet.
No, I won't start your time till I can see your smiling face.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
If you're ready, I'll start your time now, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Mayor Frutos and Council, tonight is a watershed moment. All of you have an opportunity in front of you. Many times I've heard our city council say we have to make the tough decisions, or our hands are tied, or we have to think about the whole city. Tonight, I do want you to think about the whole city and to make that tough decision. That is not what the planning board and the city staff want. I'm here to appeal the Burbank Aero Crossing 863 unit housing for 2,100 people, office space and mixed use development at the former Surprise site. As you're aware, we are in the middle, or really, maybe it's just the beginning of an extreme drought emergency here in California. Just recently, we were instructed to keep our lawn watering to 1 day a week. This drought emergency could go on for many years. The Aero Crossing project will use approximately 5 million gallons of water a month. Can all of you here tonight guarantee that we will, as Burbank residents, have a reliable supply of water in the future. If not, we find it irresponsible, even reckless, to move forward with high-density projects like this until the situation is resolved. So there's your first chance to think about the whole city. Let's talk about the impacts on other Burbank infrastructure and services and who pays for it. Developer impact fees pay for things like roads, water, power upgrades, sewers, police and fire equipment, officers, and school infrastructure. Glendale and Pasadena charge around $18,500 per unit, not per project. That's per apartment or condominium. In Burbank, drum roll please, $2,300, again, compared to $18,500 in our neighboring cities. Burbank really needs to be on par with Pasadena and Glendale. Save Burbank Neighborhoods. Our group has been asking about this for over 4 years now. We have world-class police and fire agencies in our city. We're very thankful for them. How is it possible that this project with at least 2,100 residents will have no impact on those departments? Has anyone on this council asked for a workload study from police and fire? Seems like that would make a lot of sense. That study would analyze average workload for current landscape and the forecast for increased demand annually. Also, a plan for staffing to meet community standards and expectations. What is the cost of those plans in the future, and who will pay for it? So if none of those things concern you, please consider Exhibit T, traffic. A number of you voted yes on the Avion project, where Amazon has now set up a small city that's right up Hollywood Way from the where this project wants to go in Arrow Crossing. The developer of that project stated in the EIR report that there will be 14 intersections along Hollywood Way and Buena Vista that would be so impacted by traffic, they would get failing grades. The 500 Amazon vans that come in and out of the project, the Amazon on Hollywood Way, I think of it like the circus car where the clowns just keep coming out endlessly. You can't believe it. It has already had a massive impact on the traffic on Hollywood Way and Buena Vista. Your decisions have long-term implications for those of us who live here and our quality of life. Traffic, what about the 150% bigger airport terminal? Forgive the pun, waiting in the wings. That project alone might give one visions of Century Boulevard and LAX. And now comes this proposal for Arrow Crossing. With a population of at least 2,100 people, how many cars will that add to Hollywood Way and the surrounding streets every day? Is there no tipping point for us? Some have stated that projects like this encourage people to ride bikes and take mass transit. I ride my bike every day. If it's one thing I'm an expert on in Burbank, it's how people commute in this town. Most level-headed people are terrified at the thought of cycling anywhere near traffic, regardless of bike lanes, and frankly, I really can't blame them. Please keep in mind that staff recommendations are based on guidelines, not mandates. Please ask the tough questions of your staff. Dig deeper. Can all of you guarantee again that our water supply is secure for the future? If you can't, you need to put a moratorium on high-density construction until our water situation is stabilized. I am not anti-development, but I am against badly planned development. Your number one job as elected officials is to protect our health and safety. What happens when the tap runs dry? I can tell you two things, definitely. It's not healthy and it's not safe. Please make the tough decision tonight. Please bring up the PowerPoint. Thank you. Prize Development Appeal, presented by Save Burbank Neighborhoods and Preserve Burbank, November 16th, 2021. Next slide, please. California is in a climate crisis. Next slide. California is in a sustained drought. Next slide. The state of California has duly and officially passed legislation and offered resolutions declaring that a state of emergency exists related to water scarcity. Next slide. CBS News, not enough water to go around. Colorado River Basin ravaged by drought. There are 7 states and 30 Native American tribes lying in the Colorado River Basin. And all of these folks are going to have to make very hard decisions as water levels plummet to a 22-year drought low. Next slide. 60 Minutes reported 22 years sustained drought with no end in sight. Lake Powell and Lake Mead are at 30% capacity. Lake levels are 155 feet below full. Lake levels dropped 50 feet just this year alone. Water budgets for states were set over 20 years ago when reservoir levels were at full capacity. Right now, more water is allocated than exists. Quote, we need to think and rethink about how we grow and if we grow and where we grow. Vice President of California Imperial Water District. Next slide. The city of Burbank has mandated a watering ban, limiting lawn watering to 1 day a week. Next slide. The watering ban threatens 44 years of our city's reputation as Tree City. Next slide. In the past 4 years, the planning department has approved several large housing projects, none of which have been completed. 6th and Cedar, First Street, Front Street, every one of these projects included density bonuses, a reduction in the required open spaces, increased height allowances, and other gifts to the developer in exchange for minimal, affordable, or low-income units. Next slide. Burbank continues to charge per-unit development fees well below surrounding communities without requiring anything in return. This has created a kind of building gold rush in Burbank, with developers receiving even more density bonuses for offering less than 10% of the units to be low income. Next slide. Burbank Arrow Crossings project, 10 acres surrounded by commercial C3, and is right across the street from the end of a major runway. Next slide. The current Fry's building is a single story. The new building could be 99 feet high. Next slide. Existing use of the property is a single-story electronics store. The majority of the site is a parking lot. Water consumption amounts to men's and women's bathrooms with no showers and no overnight occupancy. Business hours might go as long as 12 hours per day during the holidays. The building is dark over 12 hours per day. Police calls are mostly shoplifting, vehicle theft or damage, or unruly customers. No alcohol is served on site. Next slide. The proposed project consists of 863 new residential units, 9,000 square feet of new neighborhoods serving retail restaurant uses, up to 150,000 square feet of new offices and structured parking, a height increase from the zoning of 35 feet to 99 feet, an increase of almost 3 times, just slightly out of line with the runway at Burbank Airport. Next slide. The project, as submitted by the developers, makes the following claims. There will be no change in pattern, scale, or character of general area of project. No substantial change in demand for municipal services, police, water, fire, electricity, sewage, etc. No substantial increase in fossil fuel consumption, electricity, oil, natural gas, etc. Next slide. Staff's finding says substantial change in demand for municipal services will require police, fire, water, electricity, sewage, and other municipal services beyond what is currently required to serve the electronics store and surface parking lot. Next slide. The city will assess any increases in service demand and any associated physical improvements that may be required to accommodate these increases in service. The physical improvements or in lieu fees will be incorporated into the project as conditions of approval. Next slide. Why aren't any of these costs estimated and addressed if in the project approval? Next slide. 863 new residential units, 1,500 toilets, 863 tubs and showers, 1,500 sinks, 863 kitchens, washers, dryers, heat, AC, 24-hour occupancy. We estimate the water usage to be between 5 and 7 million gallons per month forever. Alcohol and late night hours. 150,000 square feet of new office and structured parking. Cars. Height increase 3 times higher than current zoning, up to 99 feet from 35. And just out of line with the runway at Burbank Airport, the FAA is already concerned about the height of the construction cranes. Next slide. Recent correspondences with city department heads claim that Burbank has plenty of water. If this is true, why has the city enacted a watering ban more extreme than has ever been issued in our history? Are current Burbank residents supposed to make watering concessions to save water, or is it to allow for more development and more residents? The state's push for more housing is in direct conflict with the current state of our water emergency. Next slide. A similar housing development in LA has 4,000 units and 11,000 residents. This development has its own full-time security with 47 security guards. The head of the security team states that they are, quote, grossly understaffed. If we apply the same math to this project, 4,000 units with 47 full-time guards, 1 full-time guard per 85 units, 863 units would require 10 full-time security guards. This ignores the office, retail, and restaurant spaces. Who will pay for this? Next slide. Concessions and density bonuses. Density bonus incentive findings. The project includes the following incentive and waiver requests: an incentive for increased height to permit a maximum height up to 99 feet in lieu of the 35 feet otherwise permitted in the C3 zone without a conditional use permit. An incentive for reduced open space to permit up to 20% reduction in open space and a waiver to permit residential uses in buildings without ground floor commercial uses. Our planning department hands out bonuses and variances at every turn with no justification and without financial remuneration. All these add up to concessions by the community for developer profit. Next slide, please. Traffic. Next slide. Hollywood Way currently services our old airport. Construction for the new terminal has not begun. Construction traffic, 280,000 truckloads. Pollution and noise on the Hollywood Way corridor will be considerable once it begins. The new Amazon warehouses run over 500 trucks daily in and out of that Hollywood Way location. None of this traffic was disclosed to the public because of the NDAs. There is no guarantee and no history to suggest that residents of this massive new development will walk, ride bikes, or take public transit to work or play. Californians love their cars. One must assume that the per unit parking space requirements will remain in effect. If they can park a car, they will drive a car. Next slide. Summary, we are in a water emergency with no end in sight. This project represents a 180-degree change in use, which will drastically increase water, electric, sewer, natural gas, police, and fire needs. Because of our below-market development fees, it is the residents who will foot the bill for these increases. And for what? More traffic, less water, higher utility rates, increased strain on our police and fire departments. Granting density bonuses, reductions in open space requirements, and increased height allowances reduces the safety and quality of life for current Burbank residents. The city of Burbank has emergency powers and has the authority to halt any more of these massive projects until the state of California comes out of its prolonged water emergency. Next slide.
2-minute warning, 2 minutes.
We need to think and rethink about how we grow and if we grow and where we grow. As representatives of Save Burbank neighborhoods, Preserve Burbank, and for the tens of thousands of current Burbank residents, we respectfully request that you honor our appeal and deny approval for this project as currently submitted. Thank you.
You still have about a minute, Mr. Wieglin?
Okay. I think we're good, and I appreciate you not starting the timer too early, Mayor. I appreciate that. We kept the field nice and level. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before we open up the hearing to the public, I would like to invite the applicant or his or her representative to address the City Council. You have a maximum time of 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Chris Torlott, Managing Director at Latera Development. Latera is a Los Angeles-based real estate development company. We're a family business. We know that our development projects become an integral part of the fabric of the community. As such, one of our key pillars of responsible development is community collaboration. We presented to dozens of individuals, clubs, organizations, residents, and business owners in Burbank. As you may know, Latera is currently developing 573 apartment units at 777 North Front Street. The project is currently under construction. Between Front Street and Fry's, Latera will have invested close to $750 million in the city of Burbank. We are all in on Burbank. We're excited to present tonight the Burbank Aero Crossings project, which was designed with thoughtful collaboration and input from city staff. The project was designed with 3 guiding principles. 1, sustainability. The project will be LEED Gold. 2, connectivity. We're adjacent to the Metrolink station and nearby employment. And 3, we're not just building a project, we're creating a neighborhood. The city of Burbank is in a housing crisis, and the city set an ambitious goal of increasing its housing stock by 12,000 units over the next 8 years. Aero Crossings will provide 7% of that goal in one project. This project is about offering new housing types to Burbank residents across all income levels. The project will contain 862 apartment homes, of which 80 units shall be very low income, with the low income units including studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms to accommodate singles, couples, and families. Providing new housing opportunities will reduce vehicle commuters, allowing people to live in Burbank near where they work. This will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a LEED Gold certified, transit-oriented development adjacent to the Metrolink station being built on a site with vacant retail. The site is walkable to significant employment. The project provides 80 very low-income units across all unit types and sizes, which is the largest number of affordable housing units built in Burbank in a single project in nearly 20 years. We respectfully request your support approving this project tonight. Thank you. And with that, we're going to show you a short photorealistic design video.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Dale Goldsmith. I'm a partner with the law firm of Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac. I'd like to first commend staff on a very thorough staff report and presentation. I'd like to respond briefly to the appellant. The appellant's primary claim is that the city does not have sufficient water supply to serve the project. Consistent with state law requirements, the city prepared a detailed water supply assessment, or WSA, that shows that the city has sufficient water supplies to meet citywide demand, including that of the project, in normal, single dry, and multiple dry years by utilizing its current diverse water supply portfolio. The WSA is based on the urban water management plans prepared by the city and its main water supplier, the Metropolitan Water District. These plans assess water supply and demand over a 25-year planning horizon and show that there will be sufficient and reliable long-term water supply for the city, even with potentially worsening drought conditions in the future. In addition, the project will reduce water consumption by installing water-conserving landscaping and plumbing fixtures and using recycled water for landscape irrigation. Therefore, the project will require less water on a per capita basis than most of the existing older development in the city. The appellant also maintains that the city has insufficient infrastructure and public services to serve the project. As part of the CEQA document, the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, or SCIA, the city prepared a capacity analysis that identified infrastructure improvements necessary to accommodate the project's wastewater. The conditions of approval require the applicant to design and construct up to approximately 3,500 feet of sewer main improvements. The applicant will also pay sewer fees to the city. The SCIA also considered the project's potential impacts to fire services and police services and found them both to be less than significant. As required by the Burbank Municipal Code, the project will pay development fees of over $1.28 million to fund community services such as fire and police departments. Under the California Constitution, it's the city's obligation to provide police and fire services and not the applicants. Nonetheless, the fiscal impact study for the project shows that it will generate $1.45 million on an annual basis to the general fund that can be used to fund city services. In addition, the SCIA considered the project impacts on schools and concluded that impacts would be less than significant with a payment of over $3.9 million of school fees to the Burbank Unified School District. Under state law, the payment of school fees is conclusively deemed to mitigate a project's impact on schools. The appellant further claims that the city's development impact fees are inadequate. As required under state law, these fees must be reasonably related to impacts of development and the future infrastructure improvements needed to address these impacts. The city prepared detailed nexus studies prior to adopting these fees in order to meet legal requirements and to establish this reasonable relationship. The city would need to go through the same process to increase these fees. This is outside the scope of the project before you tonight. The appellant also maintains that airport operations could impact future residents due to its proximity. The project will be implementing several mitigation measures to address airport and other noise, including noise barriers on all exterior patios and balconies facing North Hollywood Way, building facade upgrades to reduce interior noise, double pane windows, solid exterior doors and perimeter weather stripping and threshold seals, and noise baffling on roof and attic vents. Furthermore, based on city staff input, the office building and parking garage have been positioned to buffer the residential buildings and associated open space from airport noise. To address air quality, MERV 13 filters will be installed for the indoor air filtration system in the residential buildings. All windows and sliding glass doors will be mounted in low air infiltration rated frames. With these measures, impacts to residents from the airport will be less than significant. In addition, as staff mentioned, the Airport Land Use Commission, or ALUC, reviewed and approved the project and found it to be consistent with all the ALUC's policies, including the noise policies. In addition, the Federal Aviation Administration reviewed the project and concluded that its height would not present any hazards to aviation, and indeed that approval also applies to construction equipment as well. With regard to traffic, the appellant asserts that the project will cause congestion. In compliance with state law, the city now assesses traffic impacts under CEQA based on vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, not level of service, or LOS. Due to the project's proximity to transit, the city concluded that VMT impacts will be less than significant. In addition, the city conducted a non-CEQA traffic study based on level of service, a traditional traffic analysis. This study found that the non-CEQA impacts would be less than significant, with conditions of approval requiring the applicant to install a traffic signal at Hollywood Way and Van Owen and contribute $250,000 to fund a neighborhood protection management plan to address any potential traffic spillover into residential neighborhoods. The appellant claims that the project is seeking variances from city code requirements, including open space. As set forth in the staff report, the applicant is not seeking any variances, but rather state density bonus waivers to allow additional height, a reduced front yard setback, and residential uses in the ground floor. No waivers being sought to reduce open space. State density bonus law allows waivers from development standards that would physically preclude development of the project at the density allowed under density bonus law. Compliance with the 3 development standards subject to the waivers, height, front setback, and a prohibition on ground floor residential, would significantly reduce the building envelope and physically preclude development of the project at the allowed density. Therefore, the waivers comply with state density bonus law. The appellant claims that due to drought conditions, the city has special emergency powers to deny the project. That's simply not true. On the contrary, applicable state law limits the city's ability to deny the project unless it makes special findings. As set forth in the staff report, the project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act. This act provides that when a project is consistent with the zoning and the general plan, as the Arrow Crossings project is, the city cannot disapprove the project or reduce its density unless it finds that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety unless the project is disapproved or approved at a lower density. The Act purposely sets a very high bar by requiring that this finding be supported by a preponderance of the evidence. That's the highest standard that there is in the existing regulatory framework. Appellant claims that the purported lack of water will support such a denial finding. However, the appellant provides no credible evidence of inadequate water supply, only general information about drought conditions and speculation. In contrast, the WSA clearly demonstrates that the city will have sufficient and reliable water supply to meet demands. Therefore, the finding required to deny the project under the Housing Accountability Act would not be supported by the required preponderance of evidence. The appellant states, finally, that we need to think and rethink how and where we grow. Finally, this is something we can agree upon. We agree that the
1 minute warning, 1 minute.
in a way that reduces vehicle trips, vehicle miles traveled, and associated greenhouse gas emissions, that promotes sustainability, that improves the city's jobs housing balance, and that helps meet the city's regional housing obligations. This site is an ideal location for the needed housing in that it is within walking distance of the Metro Rail, bus lines, the airport, jobs, and retail amenities. Consistent with the city's complete streets plan, the project will also enhance pedestrian access and add to the existing bike lane network. Moreover, the project is a true mixed-use development with housing, office space, retail and restaurant amenities, and almost 2 acres of open space. This will allow restaurants to live, work, and play without needing to drive. All these features will reduce vehicle trips and vehicle miles traveled and associated pollutant and greenhouse gas emissions consistent with state, regional, and city planning efforts. In addition, the project will not displace any existing housing as the site is currently developed with a vacant commercial building and surface parking lot. Nor would the project divide a single-family neighborhood or encroach onto hillsides or other open space. Further, the project is consistent with the existing zoning and the city's future vision for the area, the Golden State Specific Plan. The project will also implement other key city and regional goals. First, the project will help meet the city's regional housing needs and help alleviate the ongoing housing crisis by providing 782 market rate and 80 very low-income units. The project will thus help meet the city's goal of providing...
Sir, your time is up. Your 15 minutes are over. Sir, your 15 minutes are over, sir. Thank you. Your 15 minutes are over. 15 minutes are over. Thank you. Sir, you've exceeded your time. You've exceeded your time. You have exceeded your time. Sir,
by achieving LEED Gold certification.
Sir, point of order.
Sustainability features.
Can we turn off his mic? It's not fair to the appellant. Thank you. How much time did we go over? 50 seconds? Then we'll give the appellant 50 seconds on his rebuttal, just to be fair. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for a maximum time of 3 minutes.
Our first caller is Cherise James.
Good evening. Welcome to the public hearing.
Hi.
Can we turn off his mic? It's not fair.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You're live with the city council. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yes. So I want to introduce myself. My name is Cherise James, and I relocated here
to Burbank a few years ago, and I actually lived within less than a half a mile from the Fry store, so I'm familiar with this property and neighborhood. Just to give you some background, I relocated here from New York City, specifically Queens and Park Slope, Brooklyn. I currently serve as a program and management analyst for the Department of Transportation, specifically the Federal Aviation Administration. And when moving here, other than is everything okay?
We hear you loud and clear. Please continue.
Sorry. So when moving here, other than solidifying my transfer with the government, I knew I was going to be located in Los Angeles. And of course, being a mom, I hold in on Burbank's Excellent School District to confirm where me and my daughter would be living. Other than the school district, the safety of Burbank is just an overall great place to raise children and to grow families, which I know a lot of transplants come to Burbank. I do support Latera's plan and look forward to this new residential and mixed-use project, not only because it will bring new housing and job opportunities, but it will become a place for all races, cultures, religions, and socioeconomic classes to live as one, in peace. If it's one thing we haven't learned from the COVID pandemic, we learned that it did not discriminate against races, ages, religions, health statuses, or employment statuses. Heads of households, business owners, executive leadership of companies found themselves unemployed and homeless due to this pandemic. So the location of this project is ideal, less than 2 miles away from the Walmart, Target, Plaza, which I go to all the time, a mile away from the grocery stores, the train station is across the street, the airport is down the street, and the poll station to vote is across the street from the airport. Again, this is what parents and adults in general look for when they're trying to join a new community. The use of public transportation, I'm a little biased because I'm a New Yorker. If we had a subway, I know that's not happening. But the fact that people are going to use public transportation more with this project will, of course, lead to a cleanliness of the air, the environment, the community, and it will have easy access, and it will take a lot of cars off the street. Okay? So in closing, I'll be really quick. Just being a federal employee for almost 10 years, a mom who's a senior at Burroughs. Yes, I'm a black woman. This is what Burbank needs as a community, of course, largely to contribute financially. Again, I want to reiterate that this project would not only bring good to the community that are resistant Burbank.
Thank you very much for your input, ma'am, but your 3 minutes are over. Thank you for your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jamie Keiser.
Welcome to the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, council members, and city staff. I'm reaching out on behalf of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce to express our support for the Latera Burbank Arrow Crossing mixed-use project at 2311 North Hollywood Way. There are so many incredible benefits to our community with this development, creating a new neighborhood where people can live, work, and shop. This unique and convenient location offers first-class access to the airport, the transit services like the Metrolink trains and buses. One of the issues I hear about repeatedly is affordable housing, or the lack thereof. This project will include the largest number of affordable housing units for a single project development in over 20 years. 770 market rate apartment units and 80 very low income units. This location is in a transit adjacent, job rich area and will create hundreds of jobs during construction and beyond. It will also spill over into other areas throughout the city, like our unique Magnolia Park district. Another huge win for this project is the vast number of design features that facilitate the implementation of green building design, which is in line with the city's greenhouse gas reduction plan. This is a desirable location and well thought out contemporary development project, and I hope you can see the vision, which will be a value add to Burbank. Please join the Chamber in supporting this much needed investment in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Greg Souza.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you.
I'm Greg Sousa. I live in Burbank, and I wanted to share some of my perspective as a resident. Although the developer has pointed out that they are a family business and they have so generously invested in Burbank, as a resident and a homeowner, I too have a lot invested in Burbank, and I feel that many of my concerns as a resident and a homeowner are not really being taken into account or given enough weight. Let me just share with you some of my observations on this process. To begin with, this agenda item is entitled a resolution to deny the appeal. And I think that's just a matter of perception, but I think it would have seemed more neutral, let's say, if that had just been a motion or a resolution to consider the appeal. I'm also concerned about the water. I'm being told that I must curtail my watering to 1 day a week. And I can tell you that although the two may not be connected, if you are going to approve an 800-unit project, most residents are not going to want to hear that they cannot water their landscaping the way they want to. You're going to really need voluntary compliance on that restriction, and you're really not going to get it if you're willing to approve this project as is at this time. Again, a matter of perception. I have to say that I share Juan Guillen's pessimism. It really seems that our concerns as the people who actually live here in Burbank are not being taken into account, are not being given much weight. We have to put up with the increases in traffic. We have to put up with the increased demands on our services. We have to put up with all the things that come with the increased development. We really don't see the rewards of it. And so while, yes, it's so very generous of these developers to invest in Burbank, they expect to get a return. Our return is that this is where we make our home, and I don't feel the developer takes that into account, and it really feels at times that the council doesn't take that into account either. To borrow a phrase from Mr. Goldsmith, it seems that our concerns are made to feel less than significant. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Kevin Muldoon.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Kevin Muldoon, Burbank residents. First of all, I am not against development. What I am and have been against is poor planning. The planning department here appears to hold the quality of life for the Burbank residents second to the needs of the developer and continually disregards and facilitates projects by encouraging and using loose interpretation of state and local ordinance and codes to the developer's advantage, oftentimes exaggerating or underplaying facts, such as no impacts on traffic, water, sewer, police, or fire services to get a project approved. The current zoning is C3 commercial general business and can only qualify for SB 35 by the granting of a CUP and waivers. Even if it were properly zoned, the maximum density bonus is 50%. Staff approved the applicant's request to close to the maximum 48%, making the bulk and impact of this project of 10 acres overwhelming to the surrounding area. The next gift from staff was a waiver from the C3 standard for building height, no greater than 85 feet. Staff switches to allow a residential building height of 94 feet, citing the need to add height to accommodate the mass density of the project and retail below. Then staff goes on to grant another request from the developer for setback, again to allow for largeness of this project. This alone makes this project incredibly incompatible to the surrounding area. Staff goes on to explain because the units on Hollywood Way will be built on top of commercial, the height restriction should be waived, which makes no sense because the whole waiver is based on building on top of commercial when the majority will not. Then there's the developer's loophole. Unless we get a waiver for mass density, we don't have to build affordable housing because it won't fit. Again, that's just misinterpretation. They can always build it within the confines of a smaller project. They can choose not to. All the components of the development have been reviewed by appropriate city departments and will not result in any avoidable impacts. I contend police, fire, and city infrastructure will be adversely impacted by this project without appropriate mitigation by the city. The use will be compatible with other uses on the same lot and in the general area as proposed. There is no evidence presented to this fact, only a potentially could. Its claim of housing adjacent to new jobs and transportation is also a stretch. The jobs are low-paying, retail, and commercial, not compatible with the rent structure of the project. The traffic measures are site-specific, and the surrounding area will actually be adversely impacted by the project. Staff tries to compare the surrounding commercial projects nearby. The Empire Center, 103 acres. Avion, 60 acres. Arrow, 10.43 acres. Do the math. Just because it's adjacent to transportation, there's no evident presence this project will actually utilize it. How many travelers would roll their luggage from this project to the airport? Metro trains are unreliable. They stop at night, so very few people utilize the system. Entertainment-oriented professionals, the one they say are candidates for housing, work all kinds of hours, and public transportation is not a option.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you for your input. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Sean Mann.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone doing tonight? Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sean Mann. I'm a representative for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of this project and speaking in favor of this project in full support. We had a few initial concerns, but after further discussion and a commitment from the developer, La Tierra, to hire skilled and trained local men and women of the area, we look forward to this project bringing not only benefits through economic prosperity, but housing and just jobs for the area, building the local economy up. We look forward to seeing this project through and through from start to finish, and thank you very much, and we hope you guys see it the same way. We're asking that you guys, stand and approve this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Kevin Duffy.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the time this evening. I appreciate it. My name is Kevin Duffy. I'm calling in support of the Latera Burbank Aero Crossings project. Just by way of quick background, I've been a commercial real estate broker for over 30 years. So I've definitely seen the evolution of office product, retail, and multifamily designs. Just by way of additional background, my team of brokers, we've represented landlords for many of the largest lease transactions and sale transactions in the Tri-Cities. That would include Pasadena, Glendale, and Burbank. Most recently, meaning in 2021, we represented UBS in the sale of Burbank Empire Center to the current owner, Align. We were involved in the sale of the Deluxe building across from this development at 2130 North Hollywood Way. We sold that property to Cruzon this year. And 2835 North Naomi Street, which is the Titmouse building, we sold that property to the Wonderful Company. So we've definitely, as a team, partnered with the city of Burbank to help grow the tax base. I look at developments with more of an objective eye, just because I've been doing this for so long, and I look at the Burbank Aero Crossings project as a pretty good balance with a combination of, it's got the market rate multifamily units. It's got definitely a high percentage of the low-income units. I see the support retail it's going to benefit the residences and then the office tenants and possibly the metro riders. And the office building, I think, is important today just to help support the continued job creation in Burbank. I look at as projects get designed today, I think they've done a good job of balancing the courtyards and plaza just to create more of an outdoor environment, which seems to be what all residences and office building developments are looking for these days. And I put a heavy emphasis on the green building practices and the sustainable design. So I like the fact that they're going in the direction of LEED Gold certified. From a real estate perspective, we've all seen the continued growth of Warner Brothers, and then the most recent expansion for the animation headquarters for Netflix, totaling over 400,000 square feet. They're great for Burbank. However, obviously, as you're very well aware, the increased housing units are going to be necessary on a going forward basis to accommodate the anticipated growth in the employee base.
Sir, your 3 minutes are over. Thank you very much for your input and your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Terry Bruce.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I've been a resident of Burbank for over 50 years. I lived next to the airport right off of Hollywood Way. The little common sense, I think to inject a common sense into our city council. You must remember, living under airplanes is quite disturbing. If you think these people are going to sit outside by that pool they've designed on the roof and in comfort of their own home, you got another thing coming, because there is lead coming down out of those airplanes flying into that pool. It lands in the water. I don't know, you may have a lawsuit on your hands in the future of lead poisoning. But the project, 862 apartments, there's been no mention of how much rent is going to be generated to live there. But I can tell you this, no one's going to want to live in that high-density noise corridor. I've lived in my neighborhood in Burbank for over 50 years, and the airport has insulated my house with triple pane windows, triple insulation in the attic, solid doors, and you still hear the airplanes. You can't sit in your backyard and have a conversation. And it's going to be the same thing with the people living in that building. They'll not be able to have a conversation as you see them walking around in the video, conversing outside. You just have to adjust your whole life. And those people that move in, I don't think are going to accommodate that unless it's real cheap. Thank you for the time. I'm against the project. Traffic and noise is already bad enough in Burbank. I hate to see it increase. What I'd like to see put in that area, that land acreage, is a car dealership that you voted out of City of Burbank many years ago and gave Community Chevrolet a deal. Whether we're trying to put a car dealer on Front Street, or they should put one there now, or another Costco. You get $1 million a day in taxes from Costco. You get $1 million a day from a Kia. The developer says $1 million a year. He throws around a lot of numbers, but I would close this project and have a resubmit an idea for that land to increase the daily dollars, not the yearly. Thank you very much for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Mike Moynihan.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you, Mayor Frutos and council members. This is Mike Moynihan calling. I wanted to share a little irony with you. While we all wait on hold to make our comments, we are repeatedly reminded that Burbank is in a water crisis and reminded to reduce our water usage. I found it ironic tonight. I'm calling in to urge you to not deny the appeal of Project 20-0003289. The Burbank Arrow Crossing development will be great for developers, but dangerous to Burbank residents. The Burbank Community Development Department has a history of romancing developers while ignoring the needs and safety of residents. And here we go again with the Burbank Arrow Crossing development. Like other callers, I am not against development in Burbank. We need it. But I would like to see responsible development and good decisions being made. Please ask staff where the 5 million plus gallons of water per month are going to come from. Are we in a water crisis, like they tell residents, or do we have sufficient water to accommodate thousands of more residents and units, like they tell the developers? What is the plan? I hope you'll ask staff, what is the plan to provide this water? They tell developers we have plenty. They tell us we don't. So will residents be asked to reduce water usage even more because of this new development? Traffic. We all know the traffic is terrible already. It's not going to get better. That's a concern of mine. Schools. They're going to have children moving in there if this development opens up. And how are we going to accommodate these students? Now, I moved to Burbank over 25 years ago, and our school district then was welcoming children of those employed in Burbank. And as far as I know, the district has continued to do so. If anyone has heard about this for the first time, it's not an indicator that our schools are somehow soliciting for more students. We have great schools. That's why I moved my family to Burbank, and I would like to continue that reputation of having great schools. But we'll need to be ready for all of the new students that come with a big development like this. The developer showed what he referred to as a photorealistic representation of the development. Well, whoever made this video must not have ever been to the site of the development because there was barely any traffic at all represented, even less than there is now. Is this development really going to reduce traffic in the area? No way. The WSA presented by the city to the developer says we have a sufficient water supply to sustain the impacts of the development, but have told residents that there is a crisis and have forced us to reduce our water usage. So are they lying to the developers or to the residents of Burbank? Please don't vote to deny this appeal. You need answers to these questions.
Thank you so much. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you very much. 3 minutes are over. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Deborah Bindi.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. The builder said that they're giving $1.8 million to the city. That would be just under $14 million if it was 862 one-bedroom units at current fees for other cities. So that's like not counting the offices or any of the other stuff, just if they were all one-bedroom units. So that's a great concern. For the water, I know that we have a surplus. We bought water that we didn't use. So is the surplus that the residents have already paid for going to be benefiting the developer? And is the developer going to be paying less for that water? Also, they mentioned $250,000 for security. There's no way for fire and police and traffic. Their attorney says there's no impact. That doesn't even make common sense to anybody. Everybody knows that it's going to have an impact. It's just how great of an impact. So, it was brought up that SB 35 was being misinterpreted because of the way it was written up. My concern is this project may have gotten too many goodies because of the way it was interpreted. So I really hope you guys take a moment, think about it thoroughly, maybe table it if you have to. I've lived there a long time, and the traffic is horrific. And I no longer travel to one side of Burbank at all. And now the side that I used to use to go up to Empire Center or something, I will no longer be using because of all the current traffic now. And with this project coming in, it's like I'm running out of directions to go. I think that's all I've got to say. I mean, I just think it's a flawed understanding of what SB 35 is saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Laura Lunu.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Frutos. I'm calling on this hearing. So anyway, oh, sorry, I'm trying to turn this off. Anyway, I'm calling, first of all, to address La Tierra's. They are going to... Hello?
We can hear you, ma'am. Please continue.
So they're going to... La Tierra has committed to addressing the sound abatement program, and they are going to insulate all 862 units at 45 dBA sound insulation per unit. And I hope that is correct. Not the ones just facing the runway, all units, because I don't want them taking any funds from the FAA to insulate their units that they're going to build at the end of a runway. My second one is I feel this project is way too big for that area. And so city staff has a goal of 12,000 units. The state only requires 800 and something per unit. Or 8,000 residential units to be built by 2035. So let's just cut that in half, and can they only build 431 units? That's my question. The other thing is traffic. Amazon, I don't know if you've been driving down Hollywood Way, but it's like that's all you see is Amazon trucks, Amazon trucks, Amazon trucks. So I don't know, traffic's going to be a problem, and it received a F for mitigation when it came up for the approval for the Avion project. My other one is to ask La Tierra, what is the cost of a one-bedroom, not low-cost unit? What's the cost of a two-bedroom unit? What's the cost of a three-bedroom unit? And how many family units are not low cost? And how does one qualify to be low cost? I'm sorry, I just keep getting a beeping on my phone. Oh, my other thing is the carpenters. Why can't La Tierra hire union carpenters? Like, why? I don't understand. And they're doing this at 777 Front Street. So they need to hire regional carpenters and pay a living wage with benefits, because they're not paying enough in the developed.
Thank you very much for your call. Your 3 minutes are over. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Rebecca Burcham.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you so much. We live on Hollywood Way, just south of Pacific, and the traffic is something that we pay attention to every day. I'm a mom who drives a child to school every morning, and I have a child who walks to school every morning. So it's definitely something that we pay attention to. And I think a project like this would create nothing but more traffic. We've definitely noticed that it's gotten worse since Amazon has come into town as well. And for that reason, we oppose it. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to call in. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Mike Thomas.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, members of the council. Thank you for your service, and thank you for taking my call this evening. I sincerely appreciate it. Calling regarding Arrow Crossings, obviously. This project had been approved by the planning department prior, and we are focused as a nation and as a state on the housing crisis, obviously. Been mandated that 12,000 units in the next 8 years in the city, and I don't see too many other opportunities in this town to put this many units in, including the number of affordable housing units that we haven't seen the likes of in many, many years. It seems foolish for Burbank not to advance in this area moving forward. Seems like a no-brainer. Council, I am sure, will do the right thing. Thank you again for your service. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Bob Davis.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bob Davies, and I am a 26-year Burbank resident. And I just want to take a moment to voice my approval of the Arrow Commons project that is before you tonight. I believe this location is perfect, as it does not interfere with residential areas. And as everyone knows, Burbank is in dire need for housing in general, and affordable housing in particular. And this project provides the largest amount of affordable housing than any project in Burbank over the past 20 years. By definition, it is an opportunity site close to numerous methods of transportation, and this project represents smart and reasonable growth. Unlike other projects, this developer, Latera, has committed to Burbank, and it's evidenced by its $700 million investment in Burbank, both with this project and the project at 777 Front Street. Latera has worked with city staff for the past year to put forth a project that will benefit our city infrastructure and so much of our population. I would say Latera is here to stay, and I, for one, am glad that they are. We need a project like this, and I recommend your full support and approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Albert Hernandez.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Albert Hernandez here. I serve as the CEO of Family Promise, a local nonprofit homeless service provider, and I'm also calling in as a board member of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce. My comment tonight is geared towards supporting the Latera Arrow Crossing project, which is proposed to be built at the former Fry store on Hollywood Way. As you may know, Family Promise has been invested in the Burbank community by providing shelter, rapid rehousing, and wraparound services for households experiencing homelessness. And most recently, we have increased our aid to households who are on the verge of homelessness. So many of our calls at our office are Burbank households who need support with rental assistance or finding an apartment unit that is within their means. Throughout the pandemic, we have cultivated a strong network of local landlords, and one of those we are working closely with is Latera Development, as we look at securing units that are very low income for households that simply need a hand up during these difficult times. And with the pandemic, so many of our Burbank households have dropped in their income brackets. We see it on a daily basis, a significant number of Burbank households just trying to make ends meet. And through this project that Latera is offering today, we'll be able to provide 80 very low-income families the opportunity to live in a dedicated unit at Arrow Crossings. This is a wonderful opportunity in providing families with a roof over their head at a price that's within their means. But I also see this as an opportunity for families to regain a sense of belonging and an opportunity to thrive. Many of these families have gone through so much, and being able to live in a facility like this builds a great sense of pride and will to be successful in achieving their goals. I eagerly support this new development. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Rosemary Saravolo.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Just to let you know, I'm all for the project, although I have a little bit of apprehension. Well, first of all, my dad bought the property here in 1946, and I was born soon after, so I've probably been in Burbank, longer than a lot of people. And the main thing I want to emphasize is that, we realize Burbank is really a special place, and we want to keep its identity and its charm and all that. Now, Mr. Roy Wygant had a lot of good ideas. They're valid points. I think the first thing is that we need to think of safety. I have kids. I have a grandchild now also. And I live really close. I'm on the Hollywood Way and Pacific, so I see a lot of planes coming over. They're pretty close to the house. I mean, I worked in the airline industry for 15 years, for American Airlines 10 years, and it's just that the flight pattern is also, it used to be closer to North Hollywood. Now it's going like right over my head. So I don't know if they're going to have that 8-story or however high it's going to be, if that could possibly be an issue. I know once, I think it was a Southwest jet landed on Hollywood Way or something. So I believe that if some adjustments may need to be made, that safety has to be our first criteria. And I do think it's good. I'm glad that we're going to have restaurants and stores and people and really make Burbank extra special. I don't know, is it going to be earthquake, perfect and all that good stuff? Another thing, $2,300 versus $18,000 a unit. I think if I got those numbers right. I mean, it's a good deal in a way, but at the same time, I don't know how to do all that kind of budgeting for city, but just something to think about. Also, if you're going to use workers, I would think union workers are better. I happen to be in a union myself, SAG. Also, if we all get together and have these meetings all the time, I think there's a way of just making it a really good project. And I won't talk too long, but I wish you all to have happy holidays and Christmas and New Year's. And thank you so much for listening. Good night.
Thank you very much for your call, and happy holidays too. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Sue Clearman.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm calling to urge you to uphold the appeal and send the proposed project back to the developer to rethink the location and acknowledge the significant negative impacts. I'm afraid that this project is a disaster waiting to happen. Starting with the location, the project at 2311 North Hollywood Way is located in a commercial zone at the end of an active runway just south of the Burbank Airport. This area is currently zoned commercial manufacturing for a reason. The airport runway is less than 500 yards from the proposed project site. There are significant health and safety concerns for people living there 24/7. Think about it. Staff is recommending a multifamily residential building with 1,600 to 2,000 residents living less than 500 yards from an active runway. This is insane. Please take a look at the location yourself and its proximity to the runway. Why is this not shown in the staff presentation or the report? Next, in reviewing the application submitted by the developer, looking at attachment 5 of the staff report, there are several sections which are incomplete and inaccurate. The developer claims no substantial impacts or effects on the demands of police, fire, and water. This is completely false. The reality, again, is you'll have over 1,600 people living in a seven-story building over 100 feet tall, high density and close quarters. The project most definitely will increase the need for additional city services and resources, and this should have been disclosed and fully evaluated. Finally, quality of life. Studies show that people living within 6 miles of an airport have higher levels of asthma and heart problems. As you can imagine, the health risks for residents packed in a high-density building less than 500 yards from a runway will be highly significant. Yes, residents have their balconies and large windows, but they also have significant exposure to noise and air pollution. This project will have significant and specific adverse impacts for people living there 24/7. The issue of land use is important. This project is currently zoned for commercial manufacturing businesses for a reason. This location was never intended for multifamily residential buildings or use. This project, as proposed, will have long-term negative impacts on the quality of life and health for the citizens of Burbank. Again, I urge you to uphold the appeal and say no to this project as proposed. Living at the end of an airport runway is no place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Aaron Galinis.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Aaron Galinis. I'm the airport planner with the Hollywood Burbank Airport. I'm calling in this evening as a follow-up to the letter sent by Executive Director Frank Miller to the Council on November 12th with two requests regarding the conditions of approval associated with the project. If the project is approved, the Airport Authority first would respectfully request that condition of approval number 16 be modified to use the language provided in that November 12th letter, more directly addressing the sound insulation requirements for the residential units and requiring the execution of an aggregation easement between the property owner and the Airport Authority. Establishing these items through a condition of approval would be preferable to the airport, would more thoroughly ensure and protect the project's land use compatibility with the airport, and would be in the interest of both the Airport Authority and future tenants. Second, we would respectfully request the addition of the second condition of approval, using the language provided again in that November 12th letter, to afford the airport an opportunity to review proposed construction equipment, such as cranes for height, lighting, and marking, since it's vital to ensure that even those temporary structures abide by the same considerations as the permanent structures. On behalf of the Hollywood Burbank Airport, we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Shanna Warren.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, City Council, City Manager Hess, and City staff. I am calling in tonight on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club to express my support for the Latera Burbank Aero Crossings project located at 2311 North Hollywood Way. As CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank and Greater East Valley, I am very aware of how critical new housing is for our community. This project will create well-designed, market-rate, and affordable residential units in a transit-adjacent area, helping to address our city's critical housing shortage. Importantly, it will also include 80 very low-income units, which is the largest number of affordable housing units built in Burbank in a single project in over 2 decades. I also like that this project will create hundreds of jobs during construction and ongoing direct and indirect jobs once it is completed. Having met with Latera and having them speak to many of the nonprofits, they have all showed their interest in really working with the nonprofits and wanting to help our clients and the community. And I am very grateful for their offer to work with the nonprofits and to make sure that we are a part of this project, whether it be by letting us use meeting space or holding community events. This project represents a $500 million commitment to the city of Burbank, and it is one that I hope you will definitely approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Catherine Merlot.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling to express my strong opposition to the Aero Crossings development project, and I would like you to urge the City Council to uphold the appeal and send this project back to the Planning Department for revision. One thing I do want to say is that looking at that romanticized digital interpretation presented by the developer was really helpful for me. Even though there was a near utter lack of cars in that digital version, it did reveal for me just how tall and massive that proposed project will be. In fact, the first thing I could think was, oh my gosh, they're going to put the Americana at Brand right there in that spot. And I actually think that's a pretty good comparison. So if you look at the neighboring city of Glendale, they do have a similar project. They have the Americana at Grand. However, that project is only 242 units. This proposed project is 863. It's nearly 4 times larger. That is absolutely massive. And if, as Burbankers, we've driven there, we've gone to the Americana at Grand, and I don't think anybody thinks the traffic around that neighborhood, around that development, is pleasant. The traffic is horrendous in that area of Glendale. And ours is going to be 4 times larger. And let's think about the location of this project. And the traffic concerns become even more concerning. We have this high-density, mixed-use mega development, 4 times larger than Americana at Grand, except Our project is located down the street from an Amazon distribution center that sends out trucks every few minutes. And it's going to be adjacent to an airport that's slated for expansion. Where is the common sense? Like, this project cannot possibly go forward unless there has been a traffic impact study done. It is absolutely reckless and irresponsible. Like many other Burbank residents, I'm not opposed to mixed-use development in Burbank, and we might even be able to have it at this site, but it cannot be this project. This project is irresponsible in its scale, and I have absolutely no idea why we are granting these types of concessions to create that type of traffic nightmare for the residents in Burbank. And I'm a little tired of the developer and the council saying that there are no residents in that area, that there are no residential neighborhoods. I live in a residential neighborhood adjacent to that area, and I certainly don't want to be impacted by the same kind of traffic that surrounds the Americana at Brand. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Raul Shimizu.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members of Burbank. Hi, my name is Raul Shimizu, and I'm calling because I'm opposed to the new development that they want to do right here where the Fry's property is at. I live on Screen Lane and Pacific right here near the Larry H. Maxim Park, where the flag is at. It's quiet, it's peaceful here, despite the airplanes that go over here, and regardless of what the developer and their attorneys say, it's not fit for people to be living there. You know, if those planes take off at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, the loudest ones are the FedEx and the UPS jet because they're the largest. And now they have these new Avio planes coming out of there, and they're loud. Okay, and it's just not a good idea. The traffic and the crime will increase because of the low-income people that will be living there. There's a lot of homeless people living along Victory Boulevard right at the border of the Valhalla Cemetery, just, you know, and I have a feeling that Burbank's headed that same way as North Hollywood, that they keep wanting to put these new multi-story retail structures like North Hollywood has. And I've seen North Hollywood go down from a nice middle-class city down into, it's literally turned into a ghetto. And I've lived in Burbank a lot of years of my life, and my family's lived here since the early 1950s. And I've seen Lockheed come and go. And as far as bike riding and people riding the Metrolink, nobody rides that train. It's virtually empty, and I'm amazed at these people saying, "Oh yeah, all these people are going to come in here to ride the train and ride bikes." It's like, you know, I see it every day, all hours of the day. Trains are empty. You know, you see 2-3 people getting on, and it's like ridiculous. You know, $1 million train with 3 people on it. You know, it's just they need to use wisdom and rethink these things. It's just not good. You know, and it's not good for the neighborhood. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for Burbank. And, you know, the developer seems like a good company. They could put something else up like that somewhere like in Antelope Valley where they got lots of empty spaces where, you know, the traffic and the increased, you know, population isn't going to have a negative effect. You know, Burbank doesn't have that kind of luxury of the extra land to go around, you know. So, I don't know. I just don't think it's a wise thing to do.
Sir, thank you for your call. Your 3 minutes are over. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Michael Cusumano.
Good evening. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Burbank City Council, good evening. This is Michael Cusumano calling in. As we all know, Burbank is in the midst of a housing crisis. Burbank has one of the worst job-to-housing ratios in the state, and this community is in dire need of more housing. if this community has any chance of meeting the council's goal of producing 12,000 new housing units over the next 15 years, or of meeting the state RENA objectives of creating more than 8,500 units over the next 7 years, we must approve large-scale housing projects such as this one. And with some 2 million square feet of commercial development underway, we need to have more housing in Burbank so the people that work in Burbank can also live in Burbank. And this project is a good project for the city. This project will not impact existing neighborhoods. It will be built at a transit hub, which will facilitate the use of mass transit. There is no code requirement that the developer pay for a neighborhood traffic management plan, but they've agreed to do so. There's no requirement that the developer agree to the 289 conditions of approval that he has. I suggest that the city would likely be obligated to approve this project even if the developer rejected the 289 conditions of approval. But this developer has come to this community to build a project that meets the needs of the community and has demonstrated his good faith in working with the staff to produce a project that is consistent with the objectives of Burbank's housing plans. For the record, I have no financial interest in this project whatsoever, but I urge you to support it because it's good for Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking tonight so that I can tell my kids, if it goes the way it's going, at least I tried. What person can honestly say that the huge density bonus doesn't make the water emergency worse and cause the specific adverse impacts in the law that their lawyer cited and also SB 330? I'm told staff signed NDAs and kept Amazon a secret from the council until it was too late for that project, and I see things like the project I appealed get built literally every inch in a different spot in the plan. I see those things, other people see them, and we have no confidence. We have no confidence in the findings here. We see it give away 6 billion gallons a month forever based on the findings, and this data doesn't even seem complete. It only has water scenarios that exactly fit their model, and the very worst case, the very worst one, is called unpredictable. That's in the final secret report in the response to the planning board. To me, this sounds like what staff sold the council on when they were dipping in the pension fund for a rainy day, and they believed them when they said the market would be sunny forever, and it never showed them the rainy day data. And boy, did it rain, ironically, for this, when the market crashed. Not everyone in the world got soaked, though. Some leaders in some cities made the tough and right choices. Unfortunately, the next generation of Burbank are the ones who will pay for those mistakes. The hard choices, the ones that aren't a quick political win and aren't buzzwords for the next election, these are the choices for the true greater good. You all live in Burbank. A lot of people who are going to make out very nicely on this project, they don't live in Burbank. They're asking you to make choices that don't affect where they live. Why is it that only citizens are trying to find these legal avenues to make sure our city is worth living in and get the same money per unit as any other city? You got an alternative resolution in front of you to deny this based on a handful of adverse drought impacts. Now, it might not be a perfect legal argument. You can instruct your city attorney to report on the full set of laws that are your best shot at allowing you to use your power as elected officials to avert a water catastrophe. They should be finding loopholes for us, not helping the developer. I love the trees on the roof on this building. I love the efficiency they put in, but that's just this building. The dead trees, the bad air, fire risk, asthma, insurance hikes, all that from no water will be citywide over the whole city. You can't use water outside except one day a week. So is there an emergency or not? We are not so far off our state-controlled building numbers that anybody else would think that Burbank would be the only one punished if we don't build what the central government is telling us to do when there's no water. We made a lot of inroads on the affordable units somewhat, so slow down, please, and see if the findings from all those projects actually come true. Please wait until there is a realistic water finding that can be made, and you can get a revenue that doesn't equate to this being a payday for everybody except the existing residents of Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Amanda Shimizu.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking the time to let me speak. I'm calling in regards to the mixed-use project. I'm a Burbankian and have a view of Fry's, L'Oreal Maxim Park, and National Guard from my home. My husband's family has lived here in Burbank over 3 generations and all worked at Rockies. We always loved this part of Burbank because of its single-family home residential neighborhood, and we adore the small park there at Maxim Park. We prayed for a home here in this part of Burbank, and we were blessed with one. And as I mentioned, with a great view of Fry's, L'Oreal Maxim Park, and National Guard, and mountains. This is a place where our children can still play outside, where you see children riding their bikes, which is a rare sight. Things will change if mixed-use projects is approved. Things have already changed. There's a horrible eyesore giant golf ball on Hollywood Way. Airport parking structure now blocks some of our mountain view. Putting this mixed-use project is detrimental to our neighborhood. We already have a problem with parking here. People from airport leave their cars for days at a time. People from these units and stores will be parking on our streets. Times number of units to people and parking and do the math. There is a lot of elderly and children here, which construction will be bad for their health. And how long will construction be? This will overpopulate our city and schools, times the number of each person and student in a unit, and do the math. One person per unit, 862. Two person per unit, 1,724. Three person per unit, 2,586. Four person per unit, 3,448. Five person per unit, 4,310. Six person per unit, 5,174. Seven person per unit, 6,034. Eight person per unit, 6,896. Times that with the cars for each recipient that drives, and the numbers go on. Also, overpopulated units, schools, stores, thus bringing in more congestion and viruses. Are they considering parking for thousands of cars, considering 862 unit times cars, plus store representatives and customer cars? Crime rate will increase. Children will no longer be able to play outside. If people are looking to live next to a train station, there are plenty of these types of structures in North Hollywood next to the train station, and we know what the crime rate is there. With that said, will our amazing Burbank Police and Fire Department truly have that extra support? This is truly abatement of nuisance, and I implore with you to please keep this in mind. We have elderly and children who will be affected by this. Not just here in our side of Burbank, but this will affect the entire Burbank community and mom-and-pop stores we already have. This will no longer feel like a residential neighborhood, but more like Los Angeles. Our great National Guard used to use the parking lot size. Now they're blocked off, forced to park in our residential streets. Why not donate the property to National Guard? My son suggests a church. Why not have other Burbank residents be notified? Why only residents within 1,000 feet? My friend lives close to the post office on Hollywood Way. She was upset she was not notified. People are not aware. I feel all Burbankians should know, not by searching, but by being notified via mail, as I did, with a bright orange notice in the mail. Since this truly does affect all Burbank, they should be informed. These are my concerns. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Lord.
Thank you for your call. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you so much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Dr. James DeCarly.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you very much, City Council. I'm an injury epidemiologist in public health and a former city planner and a business owner. I'm calling in regards to several concerns from the massive residential development at the former Fry's property location. A development of this size, as you are aware, will significantly increase daily trips. It will also have cumulative impacts to neighboring Glendale local streets, as well as regional networks that are already congested. Locally, this massive size of this project will increase traffic affecting motor vehicle occupant, bicycle, and pedestrian safety, injuries, and fatalities as well. We are currently experiencing a water crisis in the western United States, and specifically in California, as you are aware, and especially in the long term. So we need to keep that in mind over a project this size. Further, this project will have a major impact to public and school services as well. I ask the City Council to take these into consideration. Also ask, does this housing, is it going to have, what kind of a burden is it going to have on city services? Because we know housing does come at a cost to these city services. So keeping that in mind. A final question does this project benefit Burbank residents and its low-income residents in order to satisfy low-income housing needs, or is it simply benefiting the developer? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Josh Raper.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Josh Raper. I'm a representative for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters and a proud member of Carpenters Local 661. I speak on behalf of the 5,000 members of that local in full support of moving forward with this project. La Tierra Development has laid out a detailed plan on utilization of local hire, the utilization of skilled and trained craftsmen for this project, and they've agreed to pay a livable wage to the construction workers on this much-needed housing project in the area. And once again, the Carpenters stand in full support of La Tierra and moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jim Strelo.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, council members. Yeah, my name is Jim Strelo. I work for Largo Concrete. We're currently we're a union shop. We're signatory to carpenters, laborers, cement masons, is operators union. We're currently working over there at Blue Sky, the project in your neighborhood there with the 5 tower cranes up in the air. And we're about to get started there at 777 Front with Laterra, who has been an amazing partner. They're very open to the unions. I heard earlier some people apparently didn't miss some of the earlier comments from some of the unions there. Not just us, our brothers in the framing side of things are going to be on the project. The mechanical, electrical, and plumbing unions will be involved. They have a huge emphasis towards the unions. And I just want to say we have a lot of Burbank local residents that work for us, all the way from management to the tradesmen. And they are so excited to work in their own community. They're excited to see something evolve in their own community. They're used to driving for an hour or so wherever they go and to do something close to home. And we're excited that although this will take some time to get go through the process, they'll move next from Blue Sky to 777 Front, or 777 as we've affectionately grown to call it, and then move into this one. So we're just thrilled to see our members be involved in the community there, where they live, work, and eat and play. And I can't tell you enough positive things about Laterra. They listen to everything that we say, and I see in the design that they continue to listen to everything that planning has said to them, and they hold themselves true to the design intent and the commitments that they make. And it's kind of rare to see that. So pleasure to be part of it, and I just hope that you guys approve this and move it forward. Thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Helen O'Brien.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I would just like to address the council and thank you for your service for Burbank. I am against the development over at the Fry's parking lot for many reasons, but I'd like to address the council and ask why they would want to develop something there that is so big. And also over at Pickwick, we've got so much traffic, and Burbank is not that big of a city. So, of course, if a developer, a corporation, is going to give you this beautiful picture of this beautiful development that is going to be amazing for Burbank and make it sound so glorious. But is it really not going to bring traffic and more pollution and take more water and be the worst thing that we could do for our small city that we have had so... I am just disappointed in all of you and not thinking in that perspective of what it will do to Burbank. If you have families that live here, think about that. I mean, I'm really addressing you as a council. I'm thinking about what it does to the heart of Burbank and all of our families. And I've lived here for so long, and I have found so much diversity here. My street is full of diversity. My children have learned wonderful things here in Burbank from, I don't know, I am just very disappointed, and I just hope that you look into that and look to your hearts and find out what it is that you really are trying to bring here into our city. I just thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate it, and I hope you look into this further. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jonathan Moore.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you for welcoming me. And I must urge the City Council to not deny the appeal of the Planning Board's approval of project number 20-0003289. The Burbank Arrow Crossing development will be great for developers, but dangerous for Burbank residents. We are experiencing a drought in California. This development would require 5 million gallons a month or more. Where will that water come from? I don't know. Do you guys know? Can you answer that? It'll create an even greater traffic crisis in an area that is already more than 14 intersections that get a failing grade. How do you explain that? I can't. Can you? Our schools can't handle it. Can they handle the addition of hundreds of new students that will reside in these 862 new units? I don't think they can. Can they? Can you answer that? I don't think you can. Actually, I think you can. The answer is no. Our community development department refuses to raise development impact fees to the level of our neighboring communities, inviting developers to build in Burbank but not offset the impact of their development by paying reasonable fees. I don't think that is reasonable. That's my comment. I hope you listen to me, and I hope you listen to the residents. Do not deny the appeal. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Mary.
Good evening. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm just calling about this whole Arrow Crossing development. I don't know if you know or you've seen, but the Amazon trucks, they're like just up and down Hollywood Way, and if you're going to introduce 800 and something units, what's more cars going to be added onto our roadways? Like, that's really concerning for me. And I know, like, you all want us to take public transportation and ride our bikes, but I'm old. I can't do that. So I need my car. Anyway, I hope if anyway I get doing development, maybe you can just not do 800 units and maybe cut it in half, or maybe do 200 units, because, you know, First Street project was 277 front project. I don't know how many of those were, but anyway, I think the developers are trying to influence you because there's 80 low-income units, and this is the first in Burbank because the other units were never low-income. They were work units. So I hope you can see your way and let's bring this project back and reduce it to a smaller project, I think. I don't know. But anyway, thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Debbie McBride.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate being heard. I just have a few things that I want to say. I really want clarity. I've been a Burbank citizen. My family has been here for about just over 20 years. I have some questions. Site closed in February, and you approved this in September. I know so many people. Now, granted, I understand that this is a very different project. You know, it's not a home project. But I know people who wait several months, if not years, to get things passed, to get anything done, any kind of construction done in Burbank. And yet, this gets earmarked and pushed through as quickly as anything. I'm a little concerned because I don't know if you're looking at our benefits as much as the city's benefits because we're not the same. 10 times less development fees, DIFs. I didn't know what they were until this recently. Why does every community that we compare ourselves to when it comes to the amount of money that our city staff makes, they compare us all the time to those cities when it comes to their bottom line, when it comes to their pensions. But for some reason, when it comes to us, 10 times less. We're in a financial crisis. I've been reading about the dystopian future. I've seen it, all the headlines. Cindy Giraldo has talked about it, a dystopian future. Why? With such a problem, with the amount of money that we don't have, which we lost years ago, and we're still trying to recoup, why is it still that we're charging developers less? They pay it in other communities. They pay it all the time. Pasadena, Glendale. Why aren't they paying it here? Why are we giving them sweetheart deals? I understand you want construction. I understand you want a beautiful city. But why? Would you explain to everyone why that is constantly occurring? Nobody's ever answered that question. You've been asked several times. I don't quite understand that. Not to mention the fact that we know we're in a water crisis. Everybody knows this. We're told to, again, water our lawns once a week. At what point do we say we can't afford this? Housing is great. If you can't afford to have people stay at your house because you don't have the room or the resources, you don't have them stay. And how much is this going to impact us in the long run? It'll make jobs at the beginning, but let's get real. Those jobs aren't going to stay. And it's true. Health reasons, who knows what's going to happen to these people? I don't know if anybody's ever looked into those reasons, but I'll tell you, I'm a little concerned. In fact, I'm very concerned. I just don't even know if you guys are really looking at the long-term effects of this. Is it really worth the short-term gain? Really? Thank you very much for your time. Please, listen to your constituents. We have a lot to say, and we know things are not quite right. I hope you guys are looking at this as if it were your family, not just the city as a whole, but the people who live in it. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is John Garrow.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Frutos and council members. Thank you for allowing me to address this issue. I have reviewed all of the public material that has been provided online for this particular project. I find it to be reasonably calculated to be the highest and best use for this particular parcel and land. I believe it also would be a major improvement for the city in general, and I support the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Mike O'Brien.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. I'll try to keep this short. I don't want to rehash what everybody else has talked about. You know, basically the pollution, the traffic, the noise, everything like that. I do want to bring up that the whole video of what this place is going to look like with, everybody walking around outside, that's not going to happen. The idea that everybody's going to walk or take bikes or anything like that is not going to happen. So this is basically, I guess it comes down to, are you for the residents of Burbank or the developers? And I think several people have said this. I hope that you put more weight in the residents. I've been here over 25 years. I raised my kids here. And people really liked Burbank because of the way it feels. It's changed a little bit, but we want to keep it from changing to be like North Hollywood and other places like that. And it seems like what's happening now is the place is changing, so it's going to be more like that without the thought of what the residents want. So, again, hopefully you're going to put more weight in what the residents and the citizens of Burbank want, and not the developers and the people that will other people that will benefit from this development in that way. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have anyone else in queue, so it's safe to go ahead and close the public hearing for the comments. Thank you.
Okay, then I declare this part public comment period closed. We had 35 callers. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I do have a couple of things I wanted to point out. If you bear with me, there's with the number of calls, I'm just going to kind of go through my notes here. There was a water supply assessment that was conducted as part of the SKIA, which can be found as Appendix L3 of the SKIA, and that analyzed basically.
Excuse me, Mr. Medina.
Yes, sir.
I was just informed by IT that we did have one last caller who didn't get the opportunity to weigh in, so I'd like to reopen it for the one last caller that, for technical difficulties, was not allowed. I just want to make this one exception. Please allow the caller to weigh in.
The next caller is Shauna.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you for taking my call. I experienced technical difficulties while being on hold, listening to the lovely message telling me that we have a water crisis. I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I am very concerned with. One is the issue with water is not unique to Burbank. It's the entire state of California, as far as I can tell. Pretty sure Governor Newsom made that really clear when he put restrictions in place. Number two is the fact of the impact of the traffic conditions. I want you all to envision yourselves coming out of that lovely complex that was depicted in the video and trying to get across the street to the post office, or perhaps driving to that lovely establishment called the Empire Center, which has absolutely no traffic problems at all. And talking about no traffic on Hollywood Way, let's revisit this situation with Amazon. We've got trucks up and down that street constantly. Now, you tell me that there's not going to be any traffic impact whatsoever, I'm going to call bullshit. Just saying. Now, you know, this is the same thing that we've heard every single time one of these large mixed-use properties go in, and each and every time we are told that there's not going to be an impact. I am pretty sure that La Tierra had an impact. I'm pretty sure Pickwick's going to have an impact. I'm positive Front Street had an impact. And I'm going to guess that this one is also going to have an impact. So I would really appreciate it if you would actually listen to the voters in Burbank and go back and reassess how big of a development you need to put in at Fry's. I guarantee you, nobody there is going to walk to Costco to do their shopping or to Target or to Walmart. They're going to drive a vehicle. So you've got traffic impacts that need to be addressed. You've got water situation that needs to be addressed, not to mention the impact on city services, and I guarantee you those will be used too. So thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you very much. Now the public Comment period's closed. Mr. Medina, sorry for interrupting you. Please continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there were some, I'm just going to address some of the comments that were brought up. One of them being the water supply, as mentioned earlier, as part of the SKIA that was conducted as Appendix K, Appendix L3, a water supply assessment was done that reviewed the water usage on the site. And there was a couple comments on traffic. Again, in the SKIA, as Appendix K, a traffic analysis was done, and that also found that there was no significant impacts. There were some minor impacts that were found, which are also indicated in the MMRP, which call for a neighborhood protection plan. At the end of when I go through these notes, I'm going to call on one of my colleagues, I think, to address that condition, which is also placed in the resolution. There was also some comments regarding the airport, as noted, as an attachment to the staff report. Both the FAA and the Airport Land Use Committee provided approval letters to this project. And so they reviewed both the runway location, height, and they both concluded that there would not be any immediate impacts to the airport as part of the project being built at this location. Just want to clarify one of the things that was brought up. I think there was mention of there being 863 units. It's actually 862. Also, another comment regarding this being a commercial zone. So I just wanted to kind of put it out there that this is a C3 zone. In the Burbank Municipal Code, it does indicate that through a conditional use permit, which this project is applying for, residential is allowed in the C3 zone. There was a couple of comments on city services. As part of the SKIA review, through Appendix J, city services were reviewed, such as fire and police, and indicated that there would be no immediate need for extra service to that area. Let's see here. There was also mention of alcohol being served at one of the potential restaurant uses here at this site. None of these entitlements here are for a alcohol use. If the applicant did want to apply for something like that in the future, they could, but that's not part of the entitlements that that are being brought here to you today. Let's see here. There was some comments regarding security. After I'm done, I'm going to refer to the applicant, if I may, because I believe there is going to be some security on site, but I think they're going to have more details on that. There was a mention of a conditional use permit being needed for the heights. As I mentioned earlier, the CUP is for the residential component. It's not for the height. The applicant is seeking a waiver to increase the height, so that is not covered under the CUP. I'm going to also refer to one of my colleagues regarding, there was a comment made on emergency powers, so I'm going to refer to them on that. I think there was some mention also regarding cranes and construction equipment. Attachment 16-A of the staff report, which is the approval letter given by the FAA. It specifically calls out cranes or approves cranes and other equipment as part of the project. So that's being noted there on the letter provided by FAA. Again, another comment on the water usage, the water supply assessment. It covers that. There was also a mention I wanted to clarify, I think by a couple people, that this is a SB 35 project. I want to clarify that this project is not an SB 35 project. I want to make that clear here. Let's see here. There was some comments regarding the noise and the interior noise. So that was also reviewed and studied as part of the SKIA. Certain mitigations, which are also called in the MMRP, such as double pane windows and internal air circulation system, internal AC system, will be provided so as to reduce the interior noise to less than 45 dBA. And there was also kind of following up on that. As part of the conditions of approval for the project, the applicant is required to notify each tenant of any potential impacts of noise by living near the airport. So each tenant or future tenant at this site will be aware of any potential noise that may come from the airport. So that is a condition that is required. Yay. I think there was some discussion on the number of units being built. Per the state law, the applicant is able to apply for a 50% density bonus. For this particular project, they are proposing a 42% density bonus. Part of that density bonus that is being provided, they need to provide very low income units that are being proposed as well. And I think there was a comment regarding the runway location. So the plans that were provided as part of the staff report, that does show the location of the runway and the location of the project site. So that is clearly noted in the plans that were provided to you. There was a comment regarding potential hazards created by being close proximity to the airport, specifically air quality. So as part of, again, the MMRP and conditions placed on the project, they are required to provide a air conditioning system on site that also utilizes a air filter, a MERV 13 air filter system that will reduce any outside pollutants that would come into the interior of the building. Again, I will refer to one of my colleagues on the neighborhood protection plan, which is called out by the traffic analysis that was done as part of this project. There was a comment regarding the notice or the noticing procedures for this project. So as part of the Burbank Municipal Code requirements, a notice was mailed out to all of the owners and occupants that are within 1,000-foot radius of this project. There was also a notice that was posted on the LA Times, and there were 3 separate notices that were posted on the project site, notifying them of the proposed project. There was a comment regarding the potential noise generated by construction. So again, as part of the MMRP, the number of heavy-duty equipment will be limited to less than 5 within 200 feet of the southwest corner of the property. The construction equipment will be equipped with noise muffling noise muffling systems. There's a question or a comment regarding potential impacts to bicyclists. So this project is actually providing a bike path that connects Van Nuys with Valhalla Drive, and it's a pedestrian-only bike access and pedestrian. So that creates a safe way for someone to get from Van Nuys to Valhalla, which reduces any potential impacts or risks to bicyclists that are using that area. And I also wanted to point out that on page 395 of the draft SKIA, the impacts or potential impacts to the schools was evaluated, and it was found that there would be no significant impacts to the schools in the area as a result of this project.
I just want to clarify just a couple more things Mr. Medina touched upon. One of them is there's been a couple of comments about this being an SB 35 project. This is not an SB 35 project. This is a project that's being processed under a different state law called SB 330, which has different standards and different requirements for review. So again, this is a SB 330 project and not an SB 35 project. Mr. Medina also touched upon the water supply assessment. And there was, based on the water supply assessment, there was information provided in the WSA that there are sufficient water supplies in the project area to meet the needs of the proposed project over the next 20 years. So that is, again, described in the assessment. As Mr. Medina mentioned, we do have staff and the environmental consultant here to provide additional answers to further questions the council may have tonight.
And Mayor, if I may add, maybe before the city attorney jumps in as well, just wanted to chime in on my colleague's analysis and just further address a couple of questions. As far as the water supply assessment, I think it's important to note that in the document itself, it notes, and I believe it's 3-10, based on the information provided in the WSA, there's sufficient water supplies in the project area to meet the needs of the proposed project over the next 20 years. And that's based on the assessments that are required under Senate Bill 610. It also concludes that there's sufficient water supply for meeting the needs of this project in the near term, and then also just development as projected in the city's urban water management plan for the next 25 years. In addition to that, I believe there's a question regarding assessment of impacts to residents, future residents potentially at the site. There was a health risk assessment that was prepared for the project, and as a result of that assessment, which was completed, it was looked at and determined that to reduce potential impacts, that they would include MERV 13 filtration, similar to what's included in the project at 77 Front Street that is adjacent to the freeway. And in addition to that, there are requirements as far as for, in essence, reducing the internal noise of the units to levels similar to at 77 Front Street that include solid corridor doors, soundproofing, double pane windows that meet the requirements to allow for 45 dBA internal noise, which is basically what you would consider to be noise within a library. So to that level of reduction. There are additional measures that are incorporated into the project. I believe there was a question, and Marcel alluded to, we do have members of both BWP that can talk in greater detail regarding the water requirements currently and for projected growth, and what different scenarios they've considered. In addition to that, I have my colleague David Kriske, Assistant Director for Transportation Planning, that can talk in greater detail to kind of, in essence, provide clarity between vehicle miles traveled and what council's been accustomed to and the public's been accustomed to regarding level of service and what's actually required under the project. I believe the developer's representative discussed it, but we may be able to provide greater clarity through that process. So I'll leave it at that for now with just feedback from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
members of the council. I wanted to specifically, particularly address the airport planner's comments. There are two different agencies that provided review, which are set forth in the agenda packet as attachment 16. Page 16-1 is the conclusion of the County of Los Angeles Airport Land Use Commission, which indicates on that first page, staff has determined that the proposed development project is consistent with the policies contained in the Airport Land Use Plan and the ALUC review procedures for Los Angeles County, subject to two conditions to maintain consistency, and those are conditions which are included in the conditions of approval. The more extensive portion of attachment 16 are individual building assessments conducted by the FAA, in which the airport authority was contacted, according to their comments. They did a height analysis of each building, and they made specific conclusions as to the height of each building, and their determinations for each building were determination of no hazard to air navigation. They set height limits, specific height limits, and each one of these determinations does conclude this determination does include temporary construction equipment such as cranes, derricks, etc., which may be used during actual construction of the structure. However, this equipment shall not exceed the overall height indicated above. That is the building height that they determined for each structure. Equipment which has a height greater than the studied structure requires separate notice to the FAA. And I would simply point out that the FAA actually has a process. The airport authority does not have a project review process. They do not have land use authority. The FAA does. Airport Land Use Commission does, and they have exercised that jurisdiction and retained jurisdiction for any height above that listed in each determination letter. So I just wanted to be clear on that, and I believe their process would include the airport authority on future changes. Thank you.
Anything further, staff? See, Mr. Ramirez, go ahead.
One last thing. I think there's been discussion regarding, we referred to SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. I just wanted to also point out under density bonus law, and the council's familiar with that based on prior projects. Just want to make it really clear that the way density bonus law works is if the developer complies with the requirements under density bonus law, including providing the number of required affordable units, which they're doing in this particular project, they're allowed to request the waivers. These waivers that are specifically being called out for today are necessary in order to basically provide the building envelope, to remove physical constraints that would otherwise preclude the ability for them to build the project per the state mandated allowable number of units, consistent with local and state law. So I wanted to make sure and just clarify that it is not that staff is in essence approving that, but that staff has assessed it to ensure that it's in compliance with the applicable state laws, and the conclusions are those that are presented in the report. But I wanted to make sure that that was clarified in the sense that when it comes to density bonus law, the applicant can make the request if they abide by the requirements under the law. We have to consider the waiver request like we would an incentive and a concession, and that is what is before the council tonight.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If I could supplement Mr. Ramirez's comment, the statute he's referring to is specifically Government Code Section 65915. The provision on waivers and reductions is subsection E1, and the language is actually very particular. It says, in no case may a city apply any development standard that will have the effect of physically precluding the construction of a development meeting the criteria set forth in subdivision B at the densities or with the concessions or incentives permitted by this section. There's some more language in there, but it's very specific in putting the burden on the city on not applying a standard that would reduce the allowed densities. Thank you.
Anything else, staff? Seeing none, would the appellant wish to make any further comments? You have a maximum of 10 minutes, but you'll get an additional 50 seconds to be fair to you and your time. So you'll get 10 minutes, 50 seconds. Mr. Weigland? You ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Before we get started, can you please bring up the slide again, specifically slide 5, before I begin?
Slide 5, he would like to have brought back up.
That's not Mr. Wiegand, Mr. Mayor.
I know, but or his representative can take up the 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
That's Mr. Wiegand right there. I approve.
Okay, your time begins now.
Terrific. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jim Casey. I am a 22-year resident of Burbank. I'm a local real estate agent. I also represent an organization called Preserve Burbank, with over 400 Burbank residents who are very concerned about the quality of life in our city. I apologize in advance, putting together a rebuttal while listening to all of these calls. I can't possibly prepare to the extent that the developers have with their multimedia presentations, with their attorney who appears is probably still presenting his original pitch on this. So I apologize in advance if I bounce around a little bit here. But in listening to all of the statements by staff, I feel a little bit like David facing Goliath against an army of paid representatives whose job is to build projects. That's what you guys do. The state of California and SB 35 does not require changing zoning of commercial property to accommodate residential. It prohibits changing a residential zoning to commercial in order to prevent housing projects. As the planner stated, this project is not under SB 35. In other words, Mr. Mayor and council members, you do not have to approve it. No amount of fees will increase water supplies or reduce traffic, period. It appears with all the abundance of water that staff claims we have, we should probably stop telling residents to reduce water consumption while waiting on hold for public comment. This project represents a 180-degree change in use that will dramatically change the density in the neighborhood, 24-hour residents, restaurants, and nightlife. And I apologize, but there's not going to be a restaurant there that doesn't have a liquor license. What provisions are being made for security? A project this size will require a minimum of 10 full-time security guards. Otherwise, it will put a huge burden on our police and fire department. My friend and neighbor Angelo Dahlia is a lifelong Burbank resident and a former Burbank police officer. He now manages a 4,000-unit development in Los Angeles. He couldn't be on the call tonight as he was called out late tonight to handle an emergency at that development. I explained the project to him a week ago. He was shocked. He manages 47 full-time security officers, and he says he's grossly understaffed. Bob Frutos and Jess Talamantes have to agree. This project will increase the burden on police and fire. All of the state mandates to increase housing, affordable or not, were created a decade or more ago. We are 22 years into a statewide drought with no end in sight. The reservoirs that feed Southern California are currently at 30% of capacity, and soon electrical production on the Colorado River will be in jeopardy. 7 states feed off the Colorado River. If you look at the map, one thing stands out. California is last in line for the water. When these reservoirs dry up, we are in deep, deep trouble. The developer has grossly misrepresented the impact this project will have on the neighborhood, police, fire, water, and sewer, as well as energy consumption. How can you keep a straight face claiming there will be no impact whatsoever? High efficiency heating, cooling, and appliances reduce consumption in comparison to older housing construction. However, this change of use is not replacing residential units. It is replacing a single commercial building with 2 bathrooms. We are not in a minor drought. Contrary to the attorney's statement, We are not in a multi-year drought. We are in a multi-decade drought. If there's plenty of water available now, why can we not water our lawns more than once a week? Why are thousands of trees dying? Why are wildfires no longer seasonal, but constant? Have these developers ever walked around this neighborhood? Ever tried to hold a conversation with someone when planes are taking off and landing? Will anyone walk to the airport schlepping their rolling bags? I've been a local realtor for 12 years. When I work with buyers, they often ask me if I would live in the property they're looking at. I remind them that I am not them, and that decision is theirs. My job is to lay out all the pros and cons and let them make their decision. As for this project, I wouldn't in good conscience show any of these units to anyone considering moving to Burbank, low income or not. The developer keeps touting the benefits of the complex to the new residents. What benefits does this project bring to the current resident? More traffic, more police and fire calls, more noise. Why don't we raise the development fees before we entertain these massive development projects? If they were paying market rate, the city would offer a reduction in fees for more affordable units instead of having to make projects substantially larger to get a paltry 10% of new low-income units. You want to get our attention? Let's talk about a project with 400 low-income units, not 80, that have to be added onto the project instead of incorporated into the current density allowances. I've lived in Burbank 22 years. I see the empty buses, the empty trains, the empty bike lanes. Californians love their cars. Unless this project requires tenants to exclusively use mass transit, they will. I am trained as an architect and worked on large housing projects 40 years ago. The concept of a work-live-play development is a fallacy. It has failed wherever it has been attempted. In fact, in Minneapolis in the 1950s, a massive project was built. It turned into low income and almost a slum development in the heart of Minneapolis. The developer can no more guarantee that people will use mass transit any more than the city can claim we have plenty of water when we are under the most draconian watering ban in my 22 years in Burbank. A recent article in the Burbank Leader quotes Chris Tortolout, the managing director of Laterra Development. He states the appeal is meritless. Meritless. At the same time, his company's application states this project does not represent any substantial changes in the pattern, scale, or changing character of the general area of the project. They go on to claim there is no change in demand for municipal services, police, fire, water, electricity, and sewer, and that there will be no substantial increase in fossil fuel consumption by the 180-degree change in use of the current occupant, a single-story retail business that is essentially unoccupied 12 hours of every day. These claims are without merit. As Mr. Wigan's appeal has shown, an increase in height from the surrounding area of 35 feet to almost 100 feet is substantial, especially when the building is located only a few degrees out of line with the busiest runway at the Burbank Airport. 2,100 new units, office buildings and retail stores and restaurants will dramatically change the need for police, fire, and most certainly natural resources. As Mr. Wigan has shown, the water consumption will increase exponentially at a time when California has declared a water crisis. This is a monstrosity disguised as a low-income housing bonanza. This is the wrong project being proposed at the worst possible time in our city's history. This should be the beginning of a moratorium on all mega housing projects until the state can guarantee there will be a water supply sufficient for the needs of the current residents before we bring in thousands more. I'd like to end on a quote from someone who knows more about water supplies in California than anyone at the city, any attorney, any developer, or any member of the community. And I quote, "We need to think and rethink about how we grow, and if we grow, and where we grow." That's J.B. Hanby. He's the Vice President of California Imperial Water District. This man knows more than everybody on this phone call about what water resources are, and he's being realistic and honest, and he's sending up a warning that we are headed off a cliff for water. we implore you to take a beat, look at this project, look at the timing, and look at the resource. No one on this phone call can guarantee any of the promises they're making. Simon, would somebody else would like to speak?
We're looking at SB 330 right now, and in it there's a section that talks about denying projects for adverse impacts. And you'll find the language if you want to. I've seen this kind of language in other bills that are related to this too, but I'm not a lawyer. I would like our city's attorney to explain this, and if this exists in any other law that could be used if an adverse impact is found with this. Can you cancel this if an adverse impact is identified?
You have 46 seconds left. 46 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Approve the appeal.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant or his representative wish to make any further comments? You have a maximum time of 10 minutes and 10 minutes only.
Thank you. Yes, I apologize. Once again, Dale Goldsmith, I apologize for going over. I didn't hear the warning. I'll be brief and I'll make up and be 50 seconds or more or less. Thank you. Briefly responding to some of the points, there was an allegation that the zoning is changing. The zoning is not changing. There's no zone change involved. The project is fully consistent with the existing C3 zoning, which allows residential uses of up to 58 dwelling units an acre. Regarding the confusion over SB 35, which I think staff did a good job of clearing up, although the project could have qualified for the streamlined ministerial SB 35 process, Latera chose not to use this process in order to provide the city and the public with input on the project as part of an open and transparent process. Regarding the allegation that the developer somehow has misrepresented the impacts on public services and utilities, it was a city CEQA document, the SKIA, that analyzed that and concluded that there would be no significant impacts. These are expert studies. It's not boasting from the developer, as was alleged by the appellant. The project will provide security, both in terms of cameras and on-site security, that will help further mitigate potential impacts on police services. Finally, the project will meet the city's critical and urgent need for housing, especially affordable housing, and help meet the city's RENA obligations by providing 80 units at a cost to the developer of approximately $40 million. The city has to approve this housing. This isn't an optional requirement. These are state mandates and local mandates. So the question then isn't whether the housing should be built, but where should it be built? And for the reasons set forth in my prior testimony and in the very comprehensive staff report, this is the most appropriate location for that housing, adjacent to transit, both in terms of fixed rail and bus, adjacent to the airport, near job centers, and also near residential, commercial amenities. Therefore, we believe this project is in the right location. Based on this, we would respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendation, deny the appeal, and uphold the planning board's unanimous approval of the project. We're available for any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Council members, do any council members have any questions of staff, appellant, or the applicant? Who would like to go first?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think our senior council members should go first, but seeing as how we're approaching 11 o'clock, I would move to extend our meeting time so we can complete this agenda item and everything else on our agenda for tonight.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, we have a second. I will, as the chair, probably call the meeting at midnight because I want people to be awake when we get into some of these other agenda items. But let's finish this first. We're continuing. Who would like to start off asking questions? Anybody? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, a lot of information that's been presented to us tonight, and all the paper and everything, the reports that we've had for over a week to study. I'd like to ask a general manager of Burbank Water and Power. There's been a lot of question in regards to, is there enough water? Why are we told to cut back on water when there isn't enough water? So is she available, or a representative from Burbank Water and Power?
She is coming on, Vice Mayor. I see her on the screen, at least her name.
I am here. Can you see me and hear me?
Okay, now I can see you.
There you are. Yeah. Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've heard some of the speakers talk about water, right? A lot of focus is why do it if we don't have enough water. There's been a couple of numbers that have been thrown out that 5 to 7 million gallons a month. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that was just thrown out. So could you maybe give us a little bit more perspective and factual information?
Certainly, I'll give a brief overview, and then if we'd like a deeper dive, Mr. Richard Wilson, who is our Assistant General Manager for Water, has a little bit more in-depth slide presentation that he can also provide. So as required by law, SB 610, the developer must conduct a water supply assessment, and that was completed as a part of the development review process. It concludes rightly that water is available for this project. Also, the developer must use recycled water for irrigation and cooling towers, and there is an 8-inch recycled water main running through the property that enables them to do that. The recycled water enables us not to draw from our water source, but instead to reuse water that already exists. They also must pay a water main replacement fee to upgrade our water system to ensure capacity and reliability. Now, it may seem at odds that we are asking Burbank citizens to conserve. That is at the request of the governor. One of the callers noted that there is a statewide drought, and there is. So there is a statewide need to cut back and reduce for all utilities and all citizens by 15%. There is also a statewide mandate to build housing. So we've got conflicting, it could be viewed as conflicting statewide mandates. The water assessment that was completed looks out for the next 20 years to see, do we have in this community enough water to cover the expected building? And the answer to that question is yes. And that also does assume that all citizens, including new citizens coming to live in Burbank, will still continue to mitigate their water use as requested. And again, we've got more information we're happy to share if that doesn't meet the question or doesn't quite answer the question.
Well, no, that answers it fairly well, but if you have more information to share that we can shed more light on this topic, because obviously we're getting different information, and I want to have the most information that I can to make the proper decision moving forward. So if you could present your staff member.
Sure, we're happy to do that. Mr. Wilson, would you like to go ahead and bring up your slides and talk through that first section?
Sure. Let me do that now. Bear with me, share. Can everybody see and hear me?
Yes.
Can you see my slides?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm having trouble moving through my slides here. There we go. Maybe it's just better if I can read the slides. I don't have to show it to you. I don't know why it's not scrolling the way I want it to.
It was scrolling, Mr. Wilson. We were seeing it move.
Okay, so the drought that we're talking about, like Dawn said, the governor's executive order is statewide across the board, a 15% reduction in water use. It does not consider a supply that a community has. It doesn't consider any conservation that a community has achieved. It is across the board 15% reduction in water use. And it's important to note in the governor's drought declaration that we are one water. What we do impacts others and vice versa. If you recall, we were one of the last of the 58 counties or so that were brought into the drought. Most of California was in a drought. It wasn't until just several weeks ago that the executive order was expanded to include all of California. But we do have a sustainable water use policy that reduces water consumption when needed without limiting economic vitality. And contrary to what the appellant said, we have been here before. We have been at stage 3 in 2015. We are currently at stage 2. And in fact, we had the billion-gallon challenge back then where Burbankers saved 1 billion gallons of water. So what does this talk about a water shortage emergency? Well, certain parts of the Metropolitan Water District system relies solely on water from the State Water Project. And it's expected that there will be a 0% allocation from the State Water Project this coming year. So that means there are some areas in Los Angeles, you've got the Callejas Water District, you've got Ventura, you've got Las Virgenes. These are areas that rely solely on water from the State Water Project. And what the Metropolitan Water District has asked us to do, all 26 member agencies, is to conserve water by implementing appropriately our sustainable water use plans so that we will be able to provide water to these areas that rely solely on water from the State Water Project. We are not taking any water from the State Water Project. It is coming from the Colorado River. In fact, the water that we usually spread at the Pacoima Reservoir, we're not going to spread water. We're not going to take that water. It's needed for these other communities who rely solely on State Water Project. We have another way of getting water. We can purchase what's called physical solution water. It's just groundwater that we can purchase from LA that's already in the ground. And that takes the load off of the State Water Project areas that need that water. So what are we doing for conservation? Well, water use was down almost 2% in September and 10% in October compared to the same months last year. And that's before stage 2 of our sustainable water use ordinance went into effect just 16 days ago. Regardless of supply, conservation is the right thing to do. We are one water. If you, an example is the Orange County Water District has a groundwater replenishment system where they take recycled water and they put it into the ground. It's called indirect potable reuse. They have saved over 355 billion, that's with a B, 355 billion gallons of water. Now they are one of the 26 member agencies of Metropolitan Water. That 355 billion gallons that they have saved, the investments that they have made in that indirect potable reuse system is 355 billion gallons for the rest of us. So when I say we are one with water, what I mean is when other people invest in regional supplies, that benefits everybody. That is a supply then that we don't have to take from the State Water Project. Now the Hollywood Way, the Fry's water supply assessment, I did not hear the appellant refute any of the assumptions, any of the methodologies, or any of the calculations in the assessment. And that assessment shows that there's sufficient supply by MWD to meet the needs of this project, and it's based on MWD's Urban Water Management Plan and their Integrated Resources Plan. As Dawn mentioned, the project will use recycled water for irrigation and also cooling towers, and the developer will pay $114,000 to upgrade the city's infrastructure. Burbank has its own water planning too. We recently completed our 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and we forecasted demands through 2045. And we do this, we based on an assumed acre foot per housing unit value for both single family and multifamily housing units. So we used last year's data to come up with an acre foot per housing unit. And by the way, a multifamily home and this sort of development that we're talking about uses about half as much water per housing unit as a multifamily unit. What Burbank did is we calculated then the additional demand for all housing units, not just this particular project, but all of the housing units over the planning horizon, and added this to the total forecast demand. All 26 member agencies give their urban water management plans to the Metropolitan Water District. They take a look at it, and they basically balance what is the demand, what is our supply, and they have been able to determine that there is enough water in order to meet the demand of these projects. So I understand where people might, get the idea that there isn't enough water because of the drought declaration. But again, this is a statewide drought declaration. It is across the board. It is a generic 15%, regardless of what your supply situation is, regardless of how well you've been conserving. That has been imposed upon us through the governor's executive order. One of the things that people have talked about, I've seen some of the documents that were submitted, were, what about recycled water? Well, it's going to play an important part in our future. We can trade it for groundwater credits. We can try and create new demand. We can do indirect potable reuse, which is something that the Orange County Water District has done. There's also direct potable reuse that's looming in the future. We still don't have the regulations from the state for that yet, but those are due in the end of 2023. And by the way, these are all projects that not just Burbank can be a part of, but other member agencies can do. We fund it through our rates. And if LA does it or Orange County does it, the investments that they make in direct potable or indirect potable reuse benefit everyone. How do we create new recycled water demand? Well, the system is built out. We can ask developers to pay a portion of the cost to extend a main to their property as part of developer negotiations, or we can investigate something called water neutrality. Santa Monica has a water neutrality ordinance, and it is written into their municipal code. The purpose of that is to ensure that the increased water use of a new development as compared to a baseline is offset by a 1-to-1 ratio. So in Santa Monica, they take a look at what the water use, average water use is for the previous 5 years, and they set a baseline, and they take a look at the new development, and they see what the increase in water use is. And based on that increase, they come up with a water offset fee that's deposited into an account that's used by the city to reduce water demand citywide. Indirect potable reuse, that's something that we've looked at before. It basically injects treated recycled water into the ground for later use. This area, if you can see the outline of Burbank here, this has been the area that's been looked at in terms of where we would be able to put wells. We would be talking about 2 injection wells. It is expensive though. It would cost us almost $2,000 per acre foot of indirect potable reuse water. The water that we purchase from the State Water Project is $778 per acre foot. But given what's happening with the State Water Project, the 0% allocation, and all the infrastructure funding we have now, I think the time is right to revisit indirect potable reuse. Direct potable reuse that converts wastewater into treated drinking water. It's a source of supply that reduces reliance on imports, but that's expensive too. But we're partnering with Public Works to look at a long-range citywide master plan that supports the future use of recycled water. We're going to look at our collection system. We're going to look at the reclamation plant and see what upgrades need to be made to the reclamation plant in future years. And also, what do we want to do with the distribution system? Perhaps we can extend it to LA and exchange some of our recycled water for groundwater credits. Questions have come up about what about using recycled water for all of the homes in Burbank? Well, the city's recycled water permit requires that an individual be trained, that we have a trained individual on site for any dual plumbed facilities. A dual plumbed facility would be a home, in this case, that has both potable water and recycled water. But having a dual plumbed system increases the risk of cross-contamination of the potable water supply. That's something that is very concerning for me as the water AGM, to make sure that we don't contaminate our distribution system. I mean, think about some of the neighbors that you have and ask yourself if you would want them using recycled water and potentially cross-contaminating the potable system with recycled water. I've heard people think that they can use it in swimming pools, that they could fill swimming pools with recycled water. Kids running through sprinklers, with recycled water going. You don't want to get very much bodily contact with recycled water. And any kind of plumbing that someone does in a house, they would put the city at risk if they were to cross-connect the potable system with the recycled system. And there's inspection and testing costs that have to go along with that. That can get very expensive. It would take a lot of resources to do. And then just the cost to install and maintain basically a second citywide distribution system is simply unaffordable for the city. There are about 2,000 homes that have a recycled water line that fronts their property. It's right there. But the cost to connect to a recycled system would be about $10,000 per residence. And for all of the things that I just mentioned before, the potential to cross-contaminate the potable system because of somebody, accidentally connecting the recycled line with the potable system really puts the potable system in jeopardy, and we don't want people getting sick. And certainly the chances of people getting sick would be increased if we have these dual plumbing homes throughout the city. We are looking at new water supply strategies. Just last week, our general manager, Dawn Roth-Lindell, she began a conversation, a new dialogue with MWD about using new strategies for water supplies. Ideas like repurposing oil and gas lines to transport water from water-rich regions, more desal projects, a greater focus on the water energy nexus is something that is a conversation that's a long time coming. So when we look at future demand, we also need to be able to think about some of the new things that we'll be able to do as well. That's the information that I have. I hope that's helpful. I hope that answers some of the questions that people have already asked, and perhaps were some of the questions you already had in mind.
It answers the question, do we have enough water? Yes. Based on this presentation, unless somebody else can show me different, I have to say that yes, we do have enough water, and not even for the present. We have enough for 20 years from now. And I know nobody has a crystal ball. If there's somebody out there with a crystal ball, please share it with me. But that's why we do all this data gathering. That's why we do all these projections going forward. And it's clear to me that we have a projection of at least 20 years of having enough water. And it's good that we have a dual source, obviously. Our past city council members from 75, 80 years ago, when they decided to join MWD, it was a great thing to do. It was very costly. I've been told and I've read that it's very costly at the time. I'm sure a lot of the residents were saying, you got to be crazy. What, are you going to get water from all the way over there to here? But their craziness has helped us in the long run. So I applaud them for making the decision to go forward with it, making the tough call, and bypassing any comments, obviously from the residents that were calling them crazy for doing that. But it has helped us quite a bit. One more question, Mr. Mayor, real quick. I don't want to prolong this. City Attorney, I have a question to Mr. McDougall. Mr. McDougall, what would happen if we denied this project? What are some of the consequences that we could potentially put our city in, our whole city, not just a few people, our whole city? Because there's a lot of comments being made that we as council members should consider the entire city. And let me tell you this, when I make a decision, I consider the entire city. But anyway, Mr. McDougall, what would you say to that?
Well, presumably you would deny only if you could meet the findings in the statute that are detailed in the staff report and that we've discussed this evening. If the council was found to have wrongly denied the project, the statute that's detailed in the staff report gives a right of action to not only the applicant, also housing advocacy groups which have frequented council in the last couple of weeks, and prospective tenants of the project, and that could be anyone who might expect to live in the project. The law requires the award of attorney's fees to a successful plaintiff. If the city is not able to turn around a decision within 60 days of the judge's order, it's a $10,000 fine per unit, which on this project would be over $8.6 million. So it very quickly puts the city in a box to have to remake these decisions that it's weighing now. And, the evidence that was just presented by Ms. Lindell and Mr. Wilson, I would say is compelling and only continues to supplement the record. So I wouldn't think there were any grounds in that subject to make such a decision. So, I would advise you continue to weigh these arguments very carefully and vet the evidence very carefully as well.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I see Councilmember Springer. You have the mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much for all the presentations. The state is the protagonist here. We're trying our best to manage housing mandates, and I agree that there seems to be a conflict between state housing mandates and our water supply. We're trying to put housing next to transit to minimize impacts, and we get the same opposition when we put housing in residential areas. And I want to give you all the heads up that you will like SB 9 and SB 10 even less. This is for staff. Is this an opportunity site, and what does that mean, and why is it an opportunity site? The Fry site.
So, Councilmember Springer and Mayor, if it's okay to respond.
Yes, please.
Okay. So this particular property is within the housing element, the current draft of the housing elements sites inventory, but there's a distinction between an opportunity site and a site that is identified as currently going through the entitlement process. The housing element looks at both those projects that are being considered or that have been issued permits, but the units haven't been built, those that are being considered for entitlement, which this one is, and then those other sites that are being looked at beyond those two groups, which are called opportunity sites within the sites inventory. This particular property, because of when it was initiated and how it relates to the housing element, would provide 872 units that go towards the RENA allocation, which I think has been discussed, of 8,772 units that are required of the city as of mid-October of this year in the 6th planning cycle. So this project, not called an opportunity site, but a site that is pending city consideration for approval, would be consistent with the housing element, would make a major dent, almost 10% of our RENA number, as a first start for a project within the new planning cycle for the housing element. So it's a project pending review within the housing element sites inventory, but not one of the opportunity sites per se.
Okay, so we have a sites inventory because the state requires that we have a sites inventory. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. And that sites inventory requirement for projects to qualify under the state has the level of proof and justification for having sites on that list has gotten a lot more stringent. And that's actually one of the things that was commented by HCD, Housing and Community Development Department, in their first review of our draft housing element, is that they wanted us to prove even further that the sites that we're identifying in that sites inventory are actual sites viable for build out. And this is one of those.
What's the proposed timing of this project?
Well, depending on what happens before council, if approved, ultimately there have to be, there's a process to be undertaken as far as for preparation of documents, undertaking and mobilizing, a project with construction and bidding it. But when you add that to it, considering what we did with 77 Front Street, in order of magnitude, you're looking at something between 16 to 24 months.
Okay, and who manages the low income units? Because for example, there's a waiting list for Burbank Housing Corp. So, well, I'm just concerned about people jumping the line.
Sure. So I think there's two things to kind of unbundle there. There is, if these units were approved as part of the larger development, they would be deed restricted to very low income households that would qualify. They would go into the city's number of units that we could count towards the RENA number. And there would be an affordability agreement that is between the city and the developer, where we identify the units, the level of affordability, and the time frame within which those units have to be maintained. And then on an annual basis, as applicants apply for those that qualify as very low income, the city has to review and monitor those units to make sure that the people that are residing in them are the ones that qualify for very low income households.
Okay, so we could use our existing list. Is that correct? Our existing waiting list?
People within the waiting list could be prompted or notified that they may be eligible, but we can't preclude. We'd have to make it open. But you're right, we could, being that they're local, we can also navigate people to the availability of the unit so that they could be considered for the housing units if they qualify.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I just want to clarify, there are different lists. I believe the only list the city maintains, or it would actually be the Burbank Housing Authority, which is the council also, is the Section 8 housing list. That is not part of this project. Those residents would not be participants in Section 8 and residents of this project unless the developer wished to enroll in the program as an owner. So the list that the city normally comes to council and talks to you about, that you'll hear again because they're coming back with their admin plan in a couple of weeks, that's not this list. Separately, BHC and all of the units that the city and the Housing Authority separately funded, they have lists and they work with other nonprofits to maintain eligibility lists for a lot of the other affordable units. But the obligation would actually be put on the developer to do affirmative marketing. And as Mr. Ramirez indicated, that covenant would require them to have a program, and then they would pay a fee for the city to annually certify that they're in compliance with the program. So there would be a shared effort, but it wouldn't involve that big list that you normally hear staff talk about.
Okay. And our RENA numbers, we are, for our 6th cycle, we are required to build like almost 8,000 units. And we have a goal of 12,000, but we are doing 12,000 because we're behind like 26 or 2,700 units, and that totals 12,000. And I know there's some question out there why we have 12,000 when the 6 cycle number is 8,784 or close to that. Is that correct? Is that?
Yes, Councilmember Springer. Let me clarify. So there's the 8,772 units that were our fair share allocation of RENA. Under our housing element, HCD has also required what they call a buffer of about 15% that we have to factor into the number of units that we have to find a space for. And so what that means is it's the 8,772. And when you look at the housing element that will be coming before the board and eventually the council, we had to determine and identify how we would be able to accommodate about a 15% buffer or 10,450 some odd units. So your number that you came up with as a council, and was somewhat visionary at 12,000 units by 2035, was well before we were even aware of the RENA number being 8,772. If you remember, our 5th cycle RENA number was 2,600 and some units. So the idea was that those 12,000 units would probably suffice for two more housing cycles. But as we found out through this process, the state demand and eventual allocation to the city was triple what we had even anticipated back in the day.
Okay, thank you. I know that we're trying to put housing near transit, and I don't know how busy the airport, the South Airport Metrolink station is, but I know the downtown Burbank one is like number 3rd in terms of volume in the system. I think I heard that recently from Mr. Kriske. And I don't own a car. It was a 1-year experiment, and now I'm just up on 4 years without a car. So I use the train. I use public transportation. And part of that is because one of the last times I was in my vehicle complaining about the traffic, I realized I was a part of the problem. And so there are people who do use the train and public transportation. And could you please explain the development impact fees? And I know on 777 Front Street, we got a park and we got bike lanes and an elevator. We got 69 affordable units that weren't required by any law. And I remember the community benefits were in the $50,000 per unit range, which far exceeds the $20,000 that we hear. And we were able to direct those community benefits to where we needed them. So in this case, and also there was a subsidy to use the train. And I don't see those here. I know that there are sewer infrastructure improvements because the capacity is not there. So could you please explain why the difference? And do we have an idea of what the community benefits are here per unit for this project?
I would like to start out. I see several people. There's many qualified people who could answer this question. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I would like to really focus in on 2 words, and those words are nexus and proportionality. This project, even though it's much bigger than the council had planned for because of density bonus, it is pretty much a code compliant project, and the city is limited to fees that have been adopted, which are the DIF fees. Our fees are probably older than some of our neighboring fees. We can only have fees that we can support with our own studies. So that's the difference between our fees and our neighbors' fees. But we can, on this project, we can only impose exactions on things for which there is nexus and rough proportionality. On the other project, it was a negotiated development agreement and plan development, which was a legislative act. The developer was not entitled to those approvals. And so there was great latitude to negotiate benefits for the dramatic change in land use that council was asked to make. That's the primary difference, and I'll leave the details to the other qualified staff.
And Councilmember Springer, Joe, our city attorney, McDougall, hit the nail on the head. That project was a planned development with a development agreement, and there were a multitude of negotiated community benefits under that particular review that the council was successful in obtaining, including a park, including an elevator, including staircases, to the tune of almost $30 million. We did something similar with Avion, a planned development with the DA, and we were able to negotiate another $20 million. Unfortunately, under SB 330 and projects of this type, we are limited to only applying, and I believe in the presentation we noted that, the objective development standards that are on the books. So any asks beyond the bounds of those objective standards, unless the developer volunteers to undertake those, we can't ask for them. Beyond that, I know David Kriske is here and he can talk more on the DIFs, the development impact fees, which are different than negotiated community benefits under a planned development. The limitations were different, I will say, and hopefully it was clear in the presentation, but if it wasn't, we noted 2 slides of certain community benefits, including having the developer agree to put a bike lane that traverses through their property, as well as the Neighborhood Protection and Preservation Program funds towards dealing with potential pass-through traffic, as well as certain amenities on the property that go beyond the objective standards that they were willing to undertake. But outside of the planned development, where we could have asked for other things like you did, including them supplementing or providing offsets for people to use public transit, those are not identified objective standards, so they would go beyond the bounds of what we're allowed to do under SB 330. And with that, I'll turn it over to David. He can talk about this if you want.
We don't have to go like really into deep detail on it, except for that in this situation with changes in state law, then can we have 2 different sets? Can we raise our development impact fees when we can't negotiate, so that we can get $18,000 to $20,000 a unit?
So Joe has touched on it, our city attorney has touched on it, and David can talk in greater detail. The one thing, Councilmember Springer, for the rest of the council and the public, if you recall, originally in Maciel's presentation, there was language regarding SB 330. At the point in time that the applicant submits what they call the preliminary application, it freezes basically what applies to the project, including zoning regulations, so we can't change them after the fact, and we also can't change the fees that would otherwise apply to them. But David can talk to what's going to happen in coming meetings, that you can update your diffs, but those would apply to projects that come after the fact, after this project.
I know we can't change them now, but I'm realizing the importance of when we can't negotiate the fee, that we do need to have diffs in place that are more comparable. I have more questions. I don't know if we want to spend time on the DIFs. Mr. Kriske?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Springer, and I'll be very brief because it's the topic of diffs is much broader than the actual project under discussion. But the short answer is you do have the ability to modify your diffs. We are in a process to do that. We came to you in 2020 with a first study session to give an outline of how diffs work and what our Nexus fee study showed we could raise them to. Diffs can't just be arbitrarily raised. They must be raised in support from a study that shows that the actual demands on the city can be attributed to the new development. We are coming back to you before the end of the year next month with an updated second study session to go into further detail to show you how the council may wish to update the diffs, what the maximal allowed diffs could be raised to. You also asked us to look in greater detail with how we compare with our neighboring cities, and we'd like to show some more detailed information about that. We are lower than our neighboring cities, but it's not an apples to apples comparison, and so we want to get into the details about why we're different and the level that we think we can raise them to, and what sorts of services those would fund if they were raised to that level. And we are planning to come back to you at the last meeting in the second meeting in December of this year with the second study session to help talk about some of these issues.
Okay, thank you. So will all units be soundproof to 45 dBAs? Decibels? Because somebody asked that question. Every unit?
That is correct, Councilmember Springer. They're required under the requirements in our general plan, including the greenhouse gas reduction plan, has provisions for ensuring that the indoor ambient noise is 45 dBA. So yes.
Okay, and the building height, from what I understand, are 88 to 94 feet. And I know that BWP, I think, has plans for solar panels on the Ritzy. And so do those heights impact BWP's plan for solar panels on the Ritzy? And if they do, can we not put them on Arrow Crossing? I don't know if that's a consideration, but that's, will that impact that, BWP's plan for solar panels on the Ritzy? The heights?
I think I don't know, Dawn, if maybe Ms. Lindell wants to chime in, or one of her staff members, regarding BWP's plans. I will say just regarding the project is intending to do cool roofs and photovoltaics as it relates to the offices, the parking structure, and also in essence establish the ability to do photovoltaics on the residential project. At least, and there's an architect on board and others that can talk to this in greater detail technically, but I do not believe that it would impact the ability to have solar panels on the different facilities, so long as they're in compliance with any FAA regulations as well. But I don't know if Ms. Lindell wants to chime in on the Red Sea.
Fred, this is Riyad Slayman. I'm the electrical service AGM for Burbank Water and Power. Good evening, council members. I do want to point out that there are several projects within the area that do have solar. We have talked to the airport and some participants from the FAA and some consultants. We will be doing a study before we get into that Ritzy project as we move forward, especially with some of the RFPs that we're putting out there. The study would allow us to see what kind of inefficiencies having solar panels in that area would be, and then we can act accordingly. Although we don't anticipate that.
So do we have plans? Do you have plans to put solar panels on the Ritzy?
Currently we're in talks with the airport, and we are looking to put together an RFP for a study. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can this project be an all electric project? Can we please require that? I think that each unit will have its own separate washer and dryer. Will those be electric dryers? Because it would help us achieve our renewable energy goals and GHG reduction. So what about that?
I don't believe that's a... Sorry, mic confusion. Joe's mic confusion. Council members, I don't believe we have a current code requirement. Our current building code doesn't compel that level of detail. I think they still have the ability to use natural gas. But Ron Takaguchi's not on this call because he works in Pasadena now. I'm not sure if there's someone else who can answer that.
Right. Would that not help us?
That's what we call in the greenhouse gas reduction program a REACH code, and we have not yet adopted a REACH code. So that's why I'm saying I do not believe our code, we adopt the California Building Code, and I do not believe the building code compels electric only. So we could not dictate that far into the development's design.
Right, but we could ask.
Councilmember Springer, if I can just chime in real quick, and I may be going beyond the bounds of my expertise, and I know Don and Don's team are up on this, but ultimately the developer did note that this would be a LEED certified building at gold certification. They are going to try to eke out as much efficiencies, and I believe they are going to be in ongoing discussions with Riyadh and Don's team about improving the efficiencies of the system to ensure that we can provide proper electrical service both to the site and also not impact other customers. So I think they're going to try to eke out as many of the efficiencies, and they'll probably evaluate that as well as far as what the benefits are of maximizing the amount of electrical use versus other sources of energy. But at this point, to Joe's point, it's not an objective standard that's in our code, but it's something that, as you're noting, something that they can look at in the process of developing their project.
Yes, thank you. I ask Latera, please consider that because it will help us achieve our goals. And this is the largest project that I'm aware of in Burbank history, really, in terms of residential. And that goes for the water too. We are in a drought, and I hope that we can hold the state accountable, because there is a conflict between housing goals and water restrictions and our drought. And there is infrastructure money out there, I think at both the federal and the state level. So can we aggressively pursue funding from this state for direct potable recharge, indirect potable recharge, the use of gray water, extending our water infrastructure in the best way possible to help us.
So, Mr. Mayor, council members, this would be beyond the scope of the current appeal.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there, okay? That, okay, bear with me 1 second, okay? And I have a question about the cranes. I know that the question has been addressed, but don't cranes have to be taller than the building height? So is that an issue?
Councilmember Springer, I would respectfully request, it might be a good answer to get from the developer themselves. But as the attorney for the developer noted, that the approvals that they currently received for it, including the heights, also account for any cranes that would be used to build out that structure. So, I mean, if you want further clarity, I would defer to the applicant to provide that response to you.
Okay, thank you.
Would the applicant please answer the question for the council member?
Yes. Once again, Dale Goldsmith, the construction team has advised us that they can live within the current restrictions by the FAA approval. There's a lot of different cranes, more than I possibly could have imagined, as I've now got a little smarter on it, and we can live within those restrictions. If need be, if there needed to be a taller crane, there's a process for getting that, but the process would ensure that there was no impact to aviation. But we think we could live within the existing restrictions.
Okay, thank you. What's an navigation easement? That came.
A navigation easement, council members, Mr. Mayor, it's a property right. It's a right that the airport gave to many Burbank residents. It's a property right the airport got from many Burbank residents when they gave them air conditioners and new windows to insulate for noise. It is not a code requirement. It is not among our objective standards. It is not something that we can impose. The developer's attorney did send correspondence in response to that suggestion from the airport authority, and I don't disagree with their analysis.
Okay, and Mr. Wilson noted in his presentation a water energy nexus. What does he mean by that?
Anybody?
Dawn, do you want to?
Sorry, yes, I finally found my unmute button. Oh, Richard's on too. Do you want to go ahead and take that, Richard, or do you want me to?
You go ahead, Dawn. You're the energy expert from WAPA. You're well versed.
Sure. So the water energy nexus just indicates the intersection between water and energy. And there is energy required to pump water. There is energy required to desalinate water. There is energy required to, move water if we were to reuse pipelines. And in order to make energy, hydropower, which is a carbon-free resource, of course, we need water to make energy. And so it's just a note that there is opportunity to share those resources between those two types of utilities and costs as we consider what we need to do on a big scale across the country in order to meet both energy demands and water demands.
Okay. I think that's what I thought it meant. I'm just thinking about the energy to move the water over the Tehachapi's, and once it's here, I know we just need to use it since we have no water. So that's why I know it's outside the scope of this, but since everybody's here, if we could aggressively pursue that from the state.
I'm sorry, Council Member. We really need to stick to the Brown Act. Thank you.
Yeah, we can't go. Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Let's stay focused on the project.
Okay, I'm finished, and if the developer would consider all electric and just help us reach our goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Any other council member would like to weigh in with questions? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Springer. You asked many of the questions I had. I did have a couple questions for both staff and the applicant. First, for staff, I just want to confirm, based on my research, these, if approved, would be the first deed-restricted, very low-income affordable units that Burbank has added since at least 2013. Is that correct? And specifically, I was looking at our data from the 5th RENA cycle.
That is correct. The 80 very low units in one fell swoop with the market rate units as one mixed-use project is one of the largest projects, one of the largest affordable projects within the last 15 to 20 years.
Thank you very much. Next question is for the applicant. This was a question raised by one of the callers tonight. I don't know if you have the answer, but for putting those 80 units aside, practically speaking, what might the monthly rental amount be for these other units if they're market rate?
It's an excellent question, Councilmember Schultz, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer. The market is going to dictate what the rent is. Rents have kind of gone all up and down. COVID's had an impact. My crystal ball is even murkier than it normally would be, but the rates will be set at market. But one thing to keep in mind is that the project will include a range of different unit configurations and unit sizes, ranging from the smaller side, which would be less affordable, to the larger side for families. So there'll be a range of potential housing opportunities presented within that range of market rents.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. And on that note, talking about those 80 very low income affordable units, how many of those units would be studios compared to 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, so on and so forth?
Yeah, the affordable units would mirror the mix of units of the project, the market rate units. I have one of my colleagues here is looking to give you a percentage, but it would mirror it.
Yeah, it would mirror it. I'm sharing a computer with Dale. It's approximately, kind of rough numbers, we're looking at like 30% studios, 40% 1 bedrooms, 20% 2 bedrooms, and 10% 3 bedrooms. And so that is the mix of the market rate units, and the affordable units would mirror that so that we would provide affordable units across all unit types at the same ratios.
Got it. So for example, out of 80 units, 24 would be studios. That's 30%, just as an example?
Correct. Yep, correct.
Okay, thank you. Next, I had a question about, and I know I'm going a little rapid fire here, but I'm trying to honor the mayor's intent to end at midnight. As for the office building, are there any anticipated tenants lined up or agreements in place?
There are not currently. There are not. So we're, open to different types of tenants, be it a media tenant, but we're currently in the market, or we will be.
We would anticipate, though, that the media, this sort of space is configured well for media users, and we think that that would be a natural fit given the strong media industry presence here in Burbank.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. I also saw in the schematics and the project description electric vehicle charging stations, or at least that being a potential for the project. Would those be for residential and commercial use?
Yes. Yep, for both.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then I also saw that the schematics contemplate a full-service restaurant with outdoor dining. Any tenants lined up or agreements in place at this point for that?
No, not in place, but we certainly want a restaurant with outdoor dining. It's probably a little bit early, but we're going to begin collecting inquiries soon, and we think we'll have a lot of interest. So, we'll start working on that in the near future.
Well, thank you both for the answers. These are the questions that I get from my constituents, so I like to have the most up-to-date information. One other thing I would add, I had a chance to review the planning board meeting, and I agree with the sentiments from board member Monaco. If we really are trying to create a place where people live and work, and we're trying to get vehicles off the street, just my 2 cents, if there were a grocery store, some component there, that might reduce the likelihood of someone needing to get in their vehicle and drive down to Empire Center and go to Target. So completely understand the desire for a restaurant, but just for future development, I really think that is going to be a better fit for creating that walkable neighborhood that you've been describing tonight. Thank you both, gentlemen, for your answers. My final question is for the city attorney, and I just want to confirm, Mr. McDougall, I know I'm painting with a broad stroke here, but it's 11:56. Across all of the state bills that we've talked about tonight, generally speaking, my understanding of the standard is that to deny the project, and I know, again, I'm speaking broadly here, we would have to make a finding based upon the evidence in the record by a preponderance of the evidence that there is some adverse impact on public health and safety that could not be mitigated. Is that more or less a fair statement?
That's correct, and I would simply add that it's not just any adverse impact. It must be based upon a specific quantifiable written standard and as you said, be unmitigable. And all of the impacts identified so far have been fully mitigable.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, what does a preponderance of evidence mean? It's something about 50% or?
More than half. But our normal standard for land use type decisions is substantial evidence. Substantial evidence means as long as you have enough, you can have a disagreement among experts. And deference is given to the public agency's interpretation of its own codes and weighing of the evidence. With preponderance of the evidence, you don't get the deference. You have to have more than half. And the evidence before you, as has been characterized, is a lot of evidence. So it's a fairly high standard that it has. It's higher than you would normally see.
Outside of a criminal court case, that is the highest civil standard of burden of proof. Is that not correct? The preponderance?
Well, it depends on it depends on the subject matter. But in this case, it's not just a preponderance of the evidence, any evidence. It's a preponderance of the evidence of a significant adverse impact based upon a specific quantifiable written numerical standard of a public health safety hazard, which is normally like some kind of toxic contamination or excess mortality above, 1 in a million. It's a very specific type standard. So it's a preponderance of evidence that there is an impact of that nature that's so specific and so quantified, and you have more than 50% evidence, a preponderance of the evidence that will occur. Not only that it will occur, there are no mitigation measures to reduce the risk. And in most of those areas, as you have all discussed, as with noise, there are numerical noise standards, but they can do soundproofing, so that reduces that impact. There could be hazardous materials, but they can do venting, and they can do mats. They can do MERV 13 filters. So it's not just the preponderance of the evidence, it's also how specific the impact has to be and the definitive nature of the measurement of that impact and the standard.
So, in your opinion, why would the state put that level burden of proof?
Because the state let the city decide what use was appropriate. Okay, the state gave the city all the way up until 2018. Well, the Housing Accountability Act is older than that, but the state let the city set the rules. And then the cities weren't producing enough housing, so the state said, okay, the only way you can't build housing in compliance with your rules is if you can prove by a preponderance of the evidence that it's actually unsafe based upon a documented standard. So they're basically holding the city to the last general plan update. And there are many reasons why that plan, didn't get to play out. There's reasons why maybe we didn't get our mixed use standards, but the state's basically holding us. So first, the project has to be code compliant, and this project is code compliant. You can't get out of this code compliant project without proving that there's a significant adverse public health or safety impact that cannot be mitigated.
So theoretically, and I'm not talking about this project, theoretically, if a developer, had a good enough designer and lawyer and architect and read all the state laws and all the state stuff and did their construction perfectly aligned with all the state laws currently, and they showed up to a city and said, look, we met all your stuff and we did all the state requirements. At the end of the day, the city simply has a yes or no, up or down vote on whether or not they did all those things correctly according to the state law and compliance with the local ordinance. And if they can't find over 50% evidence against it, then they would have to approve that project, yes?
That's correct. And in the staff report, there's reference to the San Mateo case. It was a housing advocacy group that sued San Mateo, and they threw out the city's vertical height setback standard as not being objective. They also upheld the Housing Accountability Act as being constitutional. And Huntington Beach lost a preemptive challenge against the SB 35, saying it was constitutional and the city had to comply. San Francisco recently denied a 400-plus unit project, and the AG's Housing Accountability Unit is investigating them. And more recently, Santa Cruz denied a housing project, and at least one of the Cal Cities news bulletins was reporting that they're on the list for the Housing Accountability Unit. So this is real, and HCD and the AG's office are holding cities, again, to the rules that they set. So this all starts with, for a project that complies with the code, you can't deny it.
And then my other question is, that up or down, yes or no vote, whether or not we hold the appeal or not, we can't sit here and debate with the developer little things like we would on a plan development. We can't say, well, can you do this? Or, hey, can you change that? We're just here. We meet the findings. We either say yes or no, and that's it. We can't go back and forth.
It would depend on the record. So if there was credible evidence that came out that there are impacts that were not discussed, then there could be additional conditions. But we're really limited to the record. There's been no evidence that the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment and all of the appendix got the analysis wrong. You had an extensive presentation on water, and without question, the state is going through a significant drought circumstance. But the utility stands behind their data. So the question is, was there any evidence that demonstrated there are impacts that weren't properly mitigated? And if there were, then there could be a discussion about additional mitigations.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. The reason I ask those questions is because some of the things listed in this project are not very pleasing to me. When I first heard that there was going to be housing put on that empty vacant parking lot at the Fry's location, I was actually very excited. When I got this final look, I was very disappointed. First and foremost, obviously, it's all rentals. There's no for sale housing, which is a huge disappointment to the people in this city who want to build home equity. So that's disappointment number one. Two, they got around the 15% affordable housing requirement. They used all the loopholes and issues that allow them to cut that down. So they're down to 13.2. And they got in under the wire before we had a chance to really tackle our developer impact fees this year. So they're stuck, or they got stuck with the lower rates before we could do anything about it. There's a lot of these issues, and I'll tell you, going through all of the stuff that the appellant put forth, I have to agree. I'm concerned about these issues too: the water, the traffic, the noise. But unfortunately, the state is putting us at that preponderance of evidence level. Am I concerned? Absolutely. Can I guarantee that more than 50% of the evidence shows that all these kids coming in to live in these units are from outside the district and are not going to overload the system? No, I can't say that. Can I prove that all these folks are going to move in from outside of our water table and increase the water usage here? No, I can't do that with over 50% preponderance of evidence. So the lower burden of proof that the city attorney mentioned earlier, where it's just a substantial evidence, I could totally find that, because these issues in the presentation that the appellant put forth are substantial. But unfortunately, the state has us over a barrel here, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. We don't live in the city of Burbank anymore. We live in one city of California, where state housing laws reign supreme, and they know exactly what we can and cannot do, and they're limiting us in every little thing that we can change and negotiate. If this was a planned development, we'd have a completely different conversation. Completely different, and we would be able to work things out and take into consideration all of the things that that everyone who called in is talking about. But unfortunately, it's not. It was used. The state laws were used to put this together, and it is what it is. It's a simple up or down, yes or no vote. And through all of the legal issues facing us today, from the state housing laws and the push for new residential units, my assessment is going to be very simple, and I'm ready to take a vote on this. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. Let me ask a few questions to staff, and then I'll see what the council's pleasure is. So in looking at the report of pages 2 and 3, there's a bunch of charts summarizing parking. I'm trying to understand why the developer is providing the same amount of parking as the Burbank zone code requires for commercial businesses, especially since the project is considered a transit priority project and got a different CEQA clearance than normal projects. Since the office building is at the train stop, why wouldn't the office parking be reduced like the residential parking is reduced? Does staff think that people will not take the train to work or ride a bike? Why is there no reduction in parking?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So the reason for that is there is a reduction in the allowable or the required parking for only the residential units under the density bonus law. The reduced parking rates are not applied to the office or the retail or commercial. Those are all parked at the Burbank Municipal Code standards. Only the residential components would be applicable for reduction in parking.
Okay. My next question, I wrote this down over the weekend as I was studying for this. So on pages 10 and 11, the staff report talked about objective standards. I understand the word objective means no one can interpret what a standard is, but it must be clear and everyone sees the same way. And I believe many of our community members are not familiar with this approach. Therefore, for the benefit of the community and the folks watching this public hearing this evening, what are some of the objective standards that apply to this project? And can you give the council and the community, a few examples of objective standards that were applied to this development?
Thank you for that question. So as mentioned earlier, this site is zoned C3, so therefore the project is subject to the C3 development standards. So some objective standards would be things such as height and setbacks, landscaping requirements, things of those natures that are specifically called out in our municipal code.
All right, next question on page 12. The staff report talks about waivers and the objective standards. So, for example, the C3 zone has height and setback standards, and the C3 also have prohibition on residential on the first floor. Aren't these all objective standards, all of these being waived for the project? And it makes it seem like an objective standard only counts when a developer does not ask for a waiver of the standard. But when asked, the standards are waived. So how is public hearing, from the residents' perspective, would know what the real objective standard is? What are the thoughts of staff on this question?
So, sorry, go ahead.
Or Mr. McDougall, from a legal scholar perspective?
Well, I would certainly let Maciel take a swing at that one, but I would simply say one way to look at it is, first, you look at what Maciel, Mr. Medina indicated. You would look at the C3 zone.
Okay.
You would look at height. You would look at horizontal setbacks. You would look at the residential density. That's the universe of conditions that could apply to this project. They're in the code. They're listed, and they describe all the physical dimensions, including the parking that you brought up in your first question. Okay. Those are the objective standards. Separately, then this density bonus law, this is like alphabet soup of housing laws.
Right.
Density bonus law on top of that gives them, first of all, a bonus on top of the objective density standard. So, yes, it could be very confusing to the public, but the density bonus operates as a modification on that universe of standards that we can apply.
And this would be Senate Bill 330, the housing?
Well, the density bonus law, which has been revised many times by these different Senate bills, is Government Code Section 65915.
Okay.
We did mention it earlier when we were talking about these very waivers. The waivers fall under subsection E. And so there is a qualification on the waivers. The waivers have to be needed in order to accommodate the density that's allowed under the density bonus law. So in other words, they said, well, we can't meet the ground floor commercial objective standard because that pushes all the residential on the second floor, and then we'd need more height. So they requested a waiver from some, not all, of the ground floor commercial. Then we had a horizontal building setback from the sidewalk. And they said, well, if we push the building in, we have to push the building up, or we have to lose units. The state guarantees them the density under the density bonus law, so we let them keep a little bit of that horizontal setback.
Okay.
So the density bonus law forces us to modify those objective standards, which essentially are the collection of standards we get to apply to the project.
Okay. I've got a couple more questions. So we kind of talked about it, but what is a transit priority project under the law? How is the environment, because a lot of public they keep asking about a traffic study, they keep asking about, so this is from questions I've received from community members. How is the environmental review process different from a conventional CEQA review? That is there a requirement for a train or bus to be under a transit priority project?
So yes, Mr. Mayor, David Kriske with Community Development. One other new area of CEQA that's applied to this project, I think it's the first larger project that the council has considered, is another Senate bill, Bill 743, was adopted in 2013, but became effective in July of 2020, which requires us to analyze projects a little bit differently than we used to in terms of transportation. The council and the community's used to what we did previously, which is looking at congestion. And we looked at intersection level of service to evaluate whether a project was going to add congestion to a street, and if so, how much. And if there was too much congestion, it could potentially create an impact that needs to be mitigated. Now, under SB 743, the new standard is vehicle miles traveled. It's a little bit different than congestion. It's a measure of the amount of vehicle miles that the project's generating. So it's kind of like trips, but it's also trips plus how long the trip takes to drive. And the reason that's changing is because vehicle miles is reducing vehicle miles is a way you can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that's a state priority. And with the transportation sector generating a significant amount of greenhouse gases that are harmful to our environment, the state requested that we change the way transportation impacts are evaluated such that we want to reduce our vehicle miles traveled, not necessarily our congestion. And so this project was evaluated under that new standard. As part of those guidelines, projects that are located within a half a mile of a major transit stop, which the Metrolink station is defined as a major transit stop, are presumed to not have a significant impact on vehicle miles traveled. What that means is that project is assumed to have a lower average vehicle miles traveled measurement than a typical development just elsewhere in the community. And so because this project was within a half a mile of that major transit stop, the project transportation CEQA analysis was determined that there were no significant impacts caused by that project. Now, we understand as the city that operations and street operations are still important. And so we did do a non-CEQA operations analysis to give the council and the community information on how this project might affect nearby streets in terms of delay. That analysis, again, is outside of CEQA. There are no impacts to be assessed on that analysis, but that information showed that the project does not contribute a significant amount of additional delay on nearby streets. The traffic will add some delay, but it is not an amount of delay that's going to be perceptible to the average person. It's going to increase delay by a few seconds at various intersections. And so that analysis showed that this project will not appreciably change the circulation around it. And so that information was provided for your information, for the city council's information. So I hope that is explaining why the transportation analysis of projects is now changing, and that going forward with our specific plans, we'll be looking at this issue of vehicle miles traveled in more detail to assess projects in the future.
Because that was a big question for all of us council members that we were getting from residents about this project, is what happened to CEQA and the traffic study, and thank you for explaining it. Next question is the ventilation and exhaust systems for the commercial retail space stall will not be exhausted at grade level. These systems shall be exhausted at the location found suitable by the community development director. What are your thoughts, sir, on where these ventilations are appropriate, and what's the criteria that will be used to make this decision?
So, Mayor?
Yes,
I can
please.
start the discussion, and in the absence of Ron Takaguchi, I'll do my best. But the approach is to look at venting, especially in mixed-use projects, which, in some of the older ones, this wasn't the case, and people were retrofitting ventilation for the ground floor uses. These would actually vent up to the roof. So they would be designed in such a way or incorporated into the plan review so that the ventilation is to the roof and not into units or into areas that would otherwise, cause, odor or other, things to affect people's enjoyment of the residential uses that are on the upper floors and the rooftop use of the properties.
Okay. My next question is regarding the compliance with the FAA for obstruction, marking, or lights on the roof of the office buildings and parking garages, according to the huge volume of papers that I got to read over the last 2 weekends, and that buildings shall not exceed the maximum height of 88 feet. Is that height limited only to buildings J, K, L, and M as in Mary? But what about the height limits on all the other buildings? And this goes back to the lighting for the FAA requirements.
I can chime in on that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
what you stated is correct. That height limitation is specifically for the building or the office building on the southwest portion of the property. So that would be the 88-foot height requirement. I think the highest that the office would be at that location, I believe it's around 84 feet. So it's just below that requirement.
And that's it, but not on anything on the other buildings, because I didn't see it in the report anywhere.
The report didn't indicate that there was a necessity for a reduced height requirement anywhere else on the project site.
Correct. Okay. And I think Councilmember Springer hit this one, but I'll ask again. So the project applicant shall enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any of the residential buildings on the project. And this requires approval by the city attorney and includes 13 requirements for inspection, qualification, location, unit size, etc. for the very low income tenants. What are the thoughts about putting it in writing, about identifying the Burbank Housing Corporation to play a major role in pre-tenant qualification because they focus on the Burbank residents? And I think that especially for the size of this project and the amount of callers we got in that are really concerned, can that be put into one of the conditions of approval that's in writing, so there's no question in the future, in a year from now when the project's done or whenever, that they have to be involved with the Burbank Housing Corporation? What are the thoughts about that?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Patrick
Yes, please.
Prescott, Community Development Director. I would have to talk to Burbank Housing Corporation, but that may be an administrative burden for them. For people who are not their tenants. There's a process for reviewing qualifications, and we monitor those units as a matter of course. But I would need to talk to BHC. I think, Joe, were you going to say something?
Yes, I appreciate you queuing that one up. City staff is actually overhauling the way in which they do the monitoring. They've found a vendor that will make the process much more efficient, and they've come up with some standardized costs because the council has already imposed this requirement on the Empire Landing project that's at Buena Vista and Empire. This same requirement was imposed upon Behunen's First Street Village project, and we're working on that covenant as we speak. And so staff has already, based upon council's actions, frankly, on the First Street Village project, they've come up with this new model so that they can be more efficient, and not have to get too involved with the developer. BHC has not been part of that, but BHC separately is going to be coming back to council with how they manage their projects in different financial terms. So it would, from my perspective, it would kind of be late to the party to figure
Okay.
out how that would work. And because the city's already been working on its own, the housing authority has been working on its own to try to standardize that process and come up with uniform fees to work with private developers.
Okay. My next question is regarding condition 182, and it's about the sewer capacity analysis. And this condition talks about the need to change our sewer system to accommodate the housing. For the community that's watching at home, can you go over what is required to replace existing pipes and how far from the project that will occur to make sure the city has adequate pipes? And do we have adequate capacity at our sewer treatment plant? And finally, for the condition of 182, it requires the development not to exceed peak wastewater discharges. How is the city going to monitor the development so that it will not exceed, if I calculated this right, 369 gallons per minute of peak water discharge? And it's on condition 182, subsection E.
Mayor, if I'm not sure if Ken Berkman, our Public Works Director, or one of the staff members with that expertise can chime in. I'm not too sure. I can't see everybody that's on the meeting, but if they're in attendance.
Okay, I guess I don't see. Okay.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just had to be made a panelist to get in here. So just like any development from a public health and safety perspective, the developer or staff does the sewer capacity analysis, and it resulted in the condition that requires them to build 3,500 feet or so of new pipe to accommodate the new sewage load, and also contribute a facilities charge for basically the buy into the system to pay for their proportional fair share downstream improvements in the future. So that answers those two. I think our assistant director over wastewater had to drop off. I'm not sure how we monitor the actual peak flow out of the system myself, so I'd have to get back to that answer. I think that answered the questions.
All right. Well, if 50% answered my question, I was really curious how we're going to monitor this, especially because it's a huge project. And this definitely is an impact in our current system. Okay, I'll let this one go. Condition 283. It requires neighborhood process to help the neighborhoods address cut-through traffic from this project. A traffic study that obviously was not required. It was already explained to me why. But it was done in the past looking at the old-fashioned trip generation rates to assess the amount of cut-through traffic that was going to be generated by this project, because that came up a lot from our callers this evening. So cut-through traffic was identified, and therefore the developer will be donating $250,000 to the city for the purpose of conducting a neighborhood process to develop recommendations to address the potential cut-through traffic. Does the neighborhood that this is going to be impacted have to wait until the project is constructed and open? When does staff intend to begin a conversation with the neighborhood? And the reason why I bring this up is these neighbors, they're within the airport noise contours. So the added traffic is another impact on those neighbors.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, again, David Kriske with Community Development. So the developer is contributing to a study of will neighborhood cut-through traffic cause a problem, and if so, what can we do to fix that? But that would be a study, if directed by the city council, undertaken by the city. We could start that study at your direction. The one caveat to that, which is not really a problem, is that we would be getting that contribution from the developer at the time that they filed for their, either at the time they filed for their building permit or at the time prior to their C of O. If you wanted to start that sooner, we would need to use city transportation, existing transportation impact fee funds, which are an eligible expense to spend on neighborhood protection plans. And so if the council were to give that direction to commence with the study ahead of the project, we could begin that and it would be funded. We would recommend funding it through development impact fees.
Okay. That answers all my questions. I will now turn it to the council. What is your pleasure for the deliberation? Who would like to start? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think for once I may have been the shortest in my line of questioning, so I'll take a little more liberty in the deliberation. I promise to be brief. Councilmember Anthony, I appreciated the dialogue with Mr. McDougall. I think you made the point that I sought to make, and that is that we're playing a new game, and it's the game that Sacramento has dealt for us. So I listened to every single caller, as we all did, and I read every email. And as much as we'd love to be in a world where we could follow Mr. Bruce's suggestion and say, what's the best use of that property? That's simply not the situation that we have inherited. We have to follow the law. I have spent a lot of time, as I know we all have, poring over the record. I've taken staff's recommendation, and then I have used the legal training that I've been blessed to receive to independently look at these statutes. And I come to the same conclusion as staff. I have concluded that the appeal must be denied because there is no evidence to support the necessary findings of an adverse and unmitigable impact on public health and safety. And I say this for the benefit not just of the appellants, but also of the public. For example, we have a transportation study in Appendix K. We have a sewer capacity analysis. We have a water supply assessment. We have a noise and vibration impact study. In totality, we have a SKIA with a mitigation monitoring plan, and I'll note over 283 conditions of approval. The record does consist of various comments, whether they're letters, opinions, if you will, much like in my day job, I'm in court. Attorneys make arguments all the time, but what I don't see is evidence, contradictory studies or scientific information. That is what I believe the record is missing. I will say for the sake of time that the staff analysis in the original report to the planning board, which is found on pages attachment 9-20 through 9-29, contain a pretty thorough assessment of the state of the evidence as I see it. I would like to say on a personal note, I appreciate and thank the appellant for bringing this matter to council. These were good questions to ask, quite frankly. There's a lot of lack of knowledge out there about what the state of the law is and how it's severely impacting what we can do at the local level. The concern of drought and traffic are all incredibly important questions to have asked. And I'll note for the appellant, the fact that they took the time to type a resolution for this council to consider does not go unnoticed. That was incredibly detailed, and it's appreciated by at least this council member that the seriousness with which you undertook the appeal, you should be credited with that. So thank you. I would note for the applicant, I believe they're still on here, that I just want to conclude with really addressing something that Councilmember Anthony said. My wife and I, let me just say this. We do have, and we all know this, we heard it from most of the callers, whatever side of the project they were on, the project that they're on. We have a housing crisis in California, and we have a severe lack of affordable housing. And I think that's the key, if you can bold it and triple underline it, affordable housing. And people are tired of us talking about it. They want to see action. And I think that this is an opportunity to do that. And it's something that I have personally lived. When my wife and I moved to LA, we were a single income family. I was it. We couldn't afford to live in Burbank. The rents were too high. So we had to live elsewhere next to a freeway, mind you, with very poor insulation. So when we hear talk about the noise vibration, I've lived that. Do I think this is a perfect project? No. Councilmember Anthony, you raised some concerns that I share. I share the appellant's concerns as well, quite frankly. But nonetheless, I still think it's a step in the right direction. It is adding housing that we desperately need. This project alone would be nearly 10% towards our REMA allocation in the sixth cycle. It adds very low income affordable housing for the first time in any record that I could find. Again, is it a perfect project? No. The appellant's concerns are legitimate, and I'm glad we had the chance to talk about it. But what I will say is that we're still talking about a project that redevelops a vacant lot. I think that housing is an important thing to add to our community where we have the chance. And I do this, I will be voting to deny the appeal based on what the law says and the state of the evidence. But my sincere hope is that we are building a community where there will be more affordable living opportunities, because I want my daughter Ella to be able to live here. And I have serious concerns about that in Burbank's future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other council member? Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, unfortunately, the concerns that the appellant put forward would have been really helpful when the state was writing this law and the many other laws that they wrote recently. But yeah, does something need to get built on that empty parking lot? Yes, absolutely. Is this what I would have picked? No. But this is what's before us. And the state says we have to show the evidence, and it's just not there. So, yeah, I'll be voting to deny this appeal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Springer, followed by Vice Mayor Talamontes.
Thank you. I just want to stress that we are doing our best. And one of the callers, asked why we are doing this. And in my lifetime, the population of the United States has doubled. And those people have to live somewhere. And, our planet is suffering with its resources being stretched, and we're doing our best to put housing next to transit. I'm with people on the water, and the study shows that, the water assessment, there's enough. And so we're doing our best to put housing where people might not have to use a car. We don't want to take anybody's car away from them, but we do want that to be an option for somebody who doesn't want to drive but wants to use the train. And so we're doing our best to provide housing, increase supply, and I think we all have the same goal. We've committed to a goal. And I too will vote to deny the appeal.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this fight is with Sacramento. Sacramento is imposing certain restrictions. And why is that? It's just because Burbank hasn't built enough housing, and now we're getting spanked on the hand. I've been fighting this local control issue the whole time I've been on council. There's been local control. Sacramento don't take the local control away from us. So they give us a little bit, and then they come up with a couple other state statutes that take it away from us. And like it's been stated by my colleagues, I wish it was different. I wish somebody would buy that piece of property and make a park out of it. Wouldn't a park be great? But there's not enough people that are willing to spend money on land that is very valuable, especially in Burbank, the city of Burbank, to buy it and make it a park. I'd love for somebody to come forward and say, got several $1 million. I want to buy this piece of property and make it some kind of recreational area. but those people are not there. At least they haven't come to Burbank yet. So I'm going to have to deny the appeal, and just based on what we have in front of us in regards to, we have certain parameters that we have to abide by with this SB 330. It's unfortunate, but that's the law. We have to follow the law, or suffer the consequences. But I have to do my due diligence because I represent the city of Burbank. So I can't just go and throw everything to the wind and hope it's what we want. But anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I'm probably the only council member that's the closest that's going to be affected by this big project, because as it is, Buena Vista is already one of the worst streets, like Hollywood Way. And I understand a lot of people, but like the five of us, we do care and we do have heart. And this is just as frustrating and disappointing, the size of this project, that's pretty much by right. And there's a reason why Sacramento passed all these laws that took away a lot of our local control, and that's the reality. Because in the past, we could say no and move on, or we want a different type of project. But as we're now in 2021 going to 2022, and the cities were always, not just Burbank, but other cities, were always reluctant to add housing, that Sacramento took a lot of our discretionary authority away from us. And that's probably the toughest for the residents to really understand why these projects are moving forward and why we really don't have, under the law, in this case it's Senate Bill 330, Senate Bill 610, that they get frustrated with us, or they get really upset with staff. But this came from Sacramento, and hopefully there'll be a referendum in the next election ballot. I don't know. But Councilmember Springer and I were talking to some of the mayors from other cities that were talking about that. But this is what we have in front of us today, and this is what the law says. And I could not find enough findings to be able to quantify to support. So I will also be supporting the denial because of the law and the requirements that I have to quantifiably written down, reporting it why I voted no on this. So if somebody would like to call for the motion, let's move this forward. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just for the sake of the record, I'll read the full, the full thing on the agenda so we can be clear. I do always like to end on one positive note. So again, I just wanted to say thank you to the appellants. You did a fantastic job. Appreciate you coming forward to us. To the applicant, I will say this, if there's any silver lining, Burbank needs housing. Thank you for those 80 units. Let's get them to the people that really need it living here. With that, Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of Burbank denying an appeal of the Planning Board's approval of a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for the Burbank Arrow Crossings Mixed-Use Project located at 2311 North Hollywood Way. This is project number 20-0003289, and approving the SKIA and MMRP based on the findings of fact and subject to recommended conditions of approval. And similarly, I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank denying an appeal of the Planning Board's approval of project number 20-0003289 for a development review, conditional use permit, density bonus request, and tentative parcel map number 083410 for a proposed mixed-use development located at 2311 North Hollywood Way, and approving the project based on the findings of fact and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Any further comments, council members? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Anthony? Oh, who's, Councilmember Schultz, the motion. Councilmember Anthony, did you second it? Councilmember Anthony, for the record, seconded it. And Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes.
Mayor Frutos.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, there is one report to the council this evening, and the report is for an appointment to fill one vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee for an unexpired term. Madam City Clerk, can you please,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep this really brief because of the hour. As you stated, this is for an unexpired term ending on July 31st, 2022, and this was as a result of a resignation of member Laura Sakali, who moved outside of the city of Burbank, that generated the opening for this position. If council don't have any questions for me, I'm happy to read the names into the record.
let's go forward.
We're all good. Okay, their names are Shanna Inglesby, Monica Moye, and Amy Serrayo. Right now, I'm going to take the vote for Shanna Inglesby. I have 1, 2, 3. Mr. Mayor, you're on camera right now. Okay, you didn't have your hands up, correct? Okay. So that's 3 votes. Monica Moye, 2 votes. And Amy gets none. So Shauna has been appointed to the position. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shauna, on your appointment. And to the other 2 folks, please continue to monitor and reapply. Thank you for your participation. Council members, let's move on. I did decide as the mayor, the item that we pulled for discussion because of the lateness of the hour, I've asked the city manager to put it back as a staff report coming back to the council for further discussion at the next meeting. So Councilmember Springer, I hope that's okay with you. It'll be at our next council meeting, and I'll let you start off the discussion. But it'll be a staff report by itself for your lead us in discussion. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just feel that we should address this tonight because we're not coming back for 2 weeks.
Well, as mayor, I made a decision. It's 1:50.
I understand your decision, Mr. Mayor, but I just wanted to ask Councilmember Springer if she has some quick questions that we can just do away with.
I believe this will be a long discussion, and we'll be here till about 2:33 in the morning because this is a hot item, and she's very passionate about it.
Well, she was already the dissenting vote. She was the one of the 4.
But she has the right to, she has the right to pull this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask? The city attorney, is there any urgency on this? Does it need to be approved tonight?
Staff will have to figure out how we proceed, but council needs to be comfortable with casting a vote.
But there's no deadline. We're not going to miss anything if we don't approve it tonight, or
in fairness to Councilmember Springer, she would like to discuss this, and I don't want to rush her at all because of the lateness of the hour.
If there's no deadline, I'm comfortable moving it.
Okay.
We have a lot of residents who called too, I think, who would like to listen in on the discussion, and they're probably in bed.
Yep. So let's move this on. It'll be at our next council meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you very much. This is a time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Who would like to start off first? All right, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hope you're ready for the speed round. On Thursday, November 4th, I attended a ribbon cutting for a bright idea. I also attended the Burbank Homeless Plan community meeting. I just wanted to give a shout out to staff for running a great meeting. Got some good community input there. Saturday, November 6th, I think I joined all of you at the Burbank Coordinating Council Gala. Wednesday, November 10th, I joined the Burbank Chamber of Commerce for their new series, What's Brewing in Burbank. Had a chance to talk to Carrie Kroll, owner of Romancing the Bean, followed by a call with Glendale City Councilmember Dan Brotman about the bus rapid transit project. Thursday, November 11th, joined all of you with the city's Veterans Day event. Monday, the 15th, was a busy day. Had a call with BUSD President Frittner about redistricting and how that might affect the city of Burbank. Had participated in the fiscal and treasurer's review group with you, Mr. Mayor. Look forward to report back on that in the near future. The Sustainable Burbank Commission had an interesting presentation on solar energy. If you have the time, please listen to it. It was very fascinating and insightful. And earlier this afternoon, I had a chance to sit down with the team from Walt Disney to learn a little bit more about their latest projects and how they're bouncing back from the pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the one of the two Burbank Homeless Plan community meetings over Zoom. A lot of residents are very concerned about this, and folks put in their ideas and opinions, and it was both were well-attended events. I think I saw all of you guys at the Coordinating Council's annual gala, I believe. A lot of folks showed up. It was a nice, not really indoors, it was outdoor in the tent. It was in a tent, but it was still fun, and people were excited to get out and start, seeing each other again. So that was great. The Veterans Day event was really cool with the flyover. We got 2 flyovers. My son very much appreciated the second one. The utility box unveiling on Saturday was a very somber event, but at the same time hopeful. For those of you watching who don't know, the accident that took the lives of those 3 young kids on the corner of Andover and Glen Oaks, they just happened to have a utility box on that same corner. And through the work of some local residents, they lobbied to have that utility box painted in memorial. And so the 3 individuals were, their likeness was emblazoned on that utility box, and it was gorgeous. The look of it was fantastic, and all the families were very appreciative. Big turnout, and I'm hopeful that something good is going to come out of that. And then I had a discussion with about the BRT with some local advocates who are very interested in the coming changes to Olive and all of the transit coming through our fair city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer.
I attended the Affordable Housing Subcommittee meeting on the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee. And I had a Zoom meeting with Allie with Jacaranda Housing. I attended Ivan Greger's 100th birthday party in the Rancho. Doesn't look 100. Nope, doesn't act 100. And attended the 32nd Annual Women Achievers Awards ceremony. And I had coffee with Marisol Espinosa of SoCal Gas. And I attended the menu launch at the Hilton Garden Inn that was in support of the WISE Social Impact Center. And the utility box unveiling was, their grief is still so raw. And so that same day, I attended the celebration of life for former Mayor Larry Stamper and also for Pastor Bill Thomas of Little Whitechapel. And those were, inspiring. Those were lives well lived. And so there was a difference. And I also attended a tour of George Eze Park with Parks and Rec staff. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, pretty much did everything that was done. Attended the Burbank Coordinating Council annual gala, the retirement celebration for our former city attorney, Amy Albano, attended the city's Veterans Day event, and also attended the Andover Glen Oaks Utility Box unveiling. And also I was present at former Mayor Stamper's celebration of life as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Back on Saturday, November the 6th, I also attended the Burbank Coordinating Council's annual gala. On Sunday the 7th, I joined Councilmember Springer in the Rancho area for Ivan's 100th birthday party, and I don't think I've ever been escorted by 5 ladies on horseback that escorted me to the party. So that was kind of a Rancho, kind of really unique party. And Channel 7 was there with our fire and police. So it was really neat what they did for their community member, their resident. Way to go, Rancho. And then on Monday, November the 8th, I met with some of the senior vice presidents of Walt Disney Corporation here in Burbank. And I just wanted to know when we're going to open up the studio. They're still working from home. They're hoping that sometime in January or February, they'll start bringing back their employees. And I wanted to see where the Disney volunteers are, because I miss not seeing them in the community. So it was pretty good eye-opener there with some of the senior vice presidents of the Walt Disney Corporation. I also attended the retirement event for our former top lawyer. And then I attended the Board of Library Trustees meeting. It was quite an honor and a privilege to be the mayor at this year's Veterans Day, and it was such a nice turnout. And boy, did we catch Greg Alamo by surprise when he got awarded the key to the city. That's just a quiet, unsung hero that, you know what, he's just behind the scenes. And he kept saying, I'm just here to, give the flag salute. Never knew I was ever going to get a key to the city. Just a humble man. And then I also went to the Heights Burbank Senior Living Center, and I honored 5 of their veterans that were living in the senior citizen facility. I also had a telephonic phone conversation with Ms. Chris Welker, one of our board members that are appointed by the council, regarding the updates of the Burbank Housing Corporation. And I also had several phone calls from community members discussing George's A Park, and most important, the children's playground. I also attended on Monday, the Fiscal and Treasurers Review Group. And last night I attended the laying of a wreath in memory of Matthew Pavelka and another officer that we lost in the early 1900s when they were actually marshals in the city of Burbank. And then I attended a ribbon cutting reception for Char Cute, which is a new business in Burbank. With that being said, are there any requests for future agenda items? Vice Mayor Talamontes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just need a point of clarification. This item that we're moving to our next meeting, the number 1 item that was pulled,
Yes.
is that a request to reconsider, or what is it? What's the point of moving it?
Because the council member pulled it, and under our rules, she can have a discussion about it before we take the final vote.
Or anything, right?
We'll see what happens at the council meeting. It's really
So
up to.
In essence, she's asking for reconsideration.
Well, let's wait till that agenda item comes back, because we'll be here going back and forth.
I would like to get the city attorneys, because if it's asked for reconsideration, she can't do that, because she was the dissenting vote. It's got to come from one of the majority members that voted for it.
So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, so the ordinance was introduced and it has not yet been acted on. So the limitation on an ordinance is that it can't be adopted closer than 5 days. But it can be adopted later. So there's no procedural irregularity. What happened is the mayor has the authority to end the meeting, and the business item can be carried over. So it's not a reconsideration. There actually was not a motion made to adopt the ordinance because it was pulled from the consent. So it's basically just held right now until it can be considered by the council.
So what was our vote that we took last week or the week before?
So it's been introduced and it needs to be adopted. So it either is going to fail, or if a motion is never made, then ultimately it would never be adopted. But presumably a motion will be made to do something with it the next time you hear it. and that motion should either be to adopt it, to modify it, or to deny it.
So in your opinion, this is not a motion, an ask for reconsideration?
No, it was a procedural, it got pulled from consent, so it was not acted on.
Okay.
And the meeting went overtime, and the mayor has ended the meeting as the presiding officer. So
Thank you.
city manager's been directed to bring it back, and it'll be back in the same position as it was before, but with delay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, introduction of items, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Three quick things. Talking about the next meeting, I know we've been having to kick back our discussion about pedestrian safety and traffic mitigation, but if there's any way we can keep that on the next agenda, that would be my request. That's number
Okay.
one.
Duly noted.
Number two, this was to Councilmember Springer's point. I believe about 6 months ago when I requested an agenda item on the Sustainable Burbank Commission recommendations for a Green New Deal, one of them was the building electrification update to the code. So, Mr. City Manager, do we have any idea about when that might be coming back?
Off the top of my head, I do not, but I could tell you that the pedestrian one, as far as I know, will still be on for the 7th, but I'd have to look up on the Green New Deal thing.
Great, thank you. Final thing, I would like to request a future agenda item to discuss an update to the Burbank Municipal Code to reflect gender neutral language.
Okay, Councilmember Springer.
Yes, I'd like a future agenda item to discuss transitioning, how we can help transition our gardeners from gas-powered leaf blowers to electric.
Okay, Vice Mayor? Okay, Councilmember Anthony? Okay, seeing none, then we will adjourn in memory of retired Burbank fire engineer Richard McBroom to Tuesday, December the 7th at 6 p.m. for a joint meeting through an online meeting process. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following three ways: by leaving an e-comment on the city's webpage, burbankca.gov/e-comments, by emailing the City Council directly at citycouncil@burbankca.gov, by calling in directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335, and to the Burbank community, happy Thanksgiving. Be thankful for what we have, and I'll see everybody in 2 weeks. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Good night, council members, and happy